Inferno. If a true hell existed, then that place was certainly it. A knight who had protected his king until the very end lay on the ground, pierced by several arrows. Even as he was dying, he still told his highness Baron that this was all he could do. It was the last repayment he could offer. But Baron ordered Kiri to get up. The knight simply handed over his sword, asking him to raise it one more time, because he could not stop there. So Baron took the sword and charged madly across the battlefield. After all, the war was not yet over. Kyrus, a nation created by dragons and humans, had demanded the national treasure of his homeland, Secretia. They wanted the axis of time, but the request was refused. And that was exactly why that war began. It became the last war in Secretia's history. Even after losing one of his arms, Baron Secretia, the king of Secretia, continued pressing forward with his sword. As several battle mages hurled fire spells at him, Baron could already feel that he was on the brink of death. He knew it was too late, but he could not let that stop him. Not after everything that had happened. After all, he was the sword of Secretia. Then he split an enormous fireball in two with his sword. Standing before him were the Valken, Kyrus's order of mages, and behind them stood the man responsible for turning his homeland into that hell, the Mad King Planchet. After the mages ceased their attacks, a man approached. He was a mage named Arson, commander of the Valken. He asked what Baron's name was, but the king replied that he had already forgotten everything. He said that now he was merely the sword that served that kingdom. The moment he tried to attack Arson, he was struck head-on by several ice crystals, and in that instant, Baron saw his entire life flash before his eyes. The fall of his homeland, the collapse of everything he loved, and then, all the light disappeared. Later, he woke to find servants he had never seen before. A butler urged him to hurry, saying that Prince Planche had already departed. Upon hearing that name, Baron was struck with shock. He asked how that was possible, and why his arm was there, intact, if it had been torn off in the war. The butler found those words completely baffling, and asked if he had had a nightmare. After all, what did he mean by a severed arm? In that instant, Baron noticed something even worse. His arm was truly in its place. Moreover, memories that did not belong to him began flooding into his head. He asked the butler who he was. Who on earth had he become? The butler then replied that he was Callian Rain Karras, the third prince of Karras. It was in that moment that Baron understood he was living a nightmare, far more terrifying than he had imagined. Confused, he asked the current date. The butler replied that it was April 28th of the year 522. Then Callian grasped the truth. He was 10 years in the past, before the last war had begun. All of this had happened because of the axis of time. A mysterious object capable of turning back time had appeared suddenly in the royal palace of Secretia. The news spread quickly, and Karras, which ruled the continent, immediately began to covet the artifact. Secretia refused to hand over the axis of time, and Karras declared war as though they had been expecting that answer from the very beginning. In Baron's memory, his younger brother Chase had begged him not to leave for the war. Everyone who had gone had died. He did not want to lose the last member of the family as well. Then Callian realized something. In the original timeline, Chase had likely witnessed his death, and after that he must have used the axis of time to return to the past. That was the only possible explanation. His brother had given him one last chance to prevent the destruction of Secretia. The butler then said he understood that attending breakfast must be difficult, but they could not be late. Callian replied that he was on his way and apologized for the confusion. Inwardly, however, he had already made a decision. He would not waste this opportunity. This time he would survive. Later, Callian, now occupying the body of the third prince, entered the dining hall. The butler apologized for the delay and mentioned that he had not expected the first prince to have arrived before him. This was Randel Sale Karras, the first prince. The three princes of Karras were half-brothers and descendants of the sacred bloodline of Tensel. By the king's order, they were all required to have breakfast together every morning. But according to Callian's memories, the third prince had always been treated as though he didn't exist. As he surveyed the hall, he noticed that one of his brothers was still missing, and just at that moment, the man appeared. Planche, the second prince. He entered with his shirt open and was clearly drunk. Callian felt irritated thinking that this man behaved that way even as royalty. And worse still, this was the same man who in the future would become the Mad King responsible for Secretia's destruction. From his relaxed and utterly disheveled appearance, it seemed he had already been unhinged long before the war began. From the body's memories, Callian knew that the first prince avoided confronting Planchet. After all, Karras's current queen was his biological mother. Within the royal palace, no one dared challenge his authority, least of all the third prince. Just thinking about how to survive in that place was already suffocating him. While sipping his tea in silence, Planche decided to provoke. He said he expected no decency from someone born of that woman. Even hearing that, Callian tried to restrain himself. He could not waste the chance Chase had given him, but the hatred still rose in his throat. He wanted to kill Planchet right then and there. Yet before anything could happen, Planchet himself slammed a teacup on the table and demanded to know how Callian dared look at him like that. At that moment, Randel intervened and said that was enough. Before leaving, Planche cast one last glance at Callian and said he had lost his appetite because of those disgusting red eyes. Afterward, Randel also stood and told Callian to behave, reminding him that the king's birthday was approaching, and and this was not a good time to cause trouble. So Callian thought, irritated, that in the end they still found a way to blame him. Later, a servant named Yan was cleaning the tea that had spilled on Callian's shoes. As he watched, he realized that at least there was one person in that palace who was truly loyal to him. Even seeing daily how horribly the third prince was treated, Yan still cared for him like a true servant. So Callian sincerely thanked him for his concern. This surprised Yan because the old prince would normally only complain and whine in situations like this. But now he was smiling. Upon receiving the memories of this body, Callian also learned about his lineage. He was a descendant of dragons. The first queen of Kairos had hair as black as night and eyes as red as sacred flames, and Callian was the only descendant to have inherited those traits. The problem was that his powers were considered a complete failure. Because of this, he always tried to hide his red eyes, and the main person responsible for that obsessive behavior was none other than Planche. Even so, Callian found it ridiculous. It was strange to feel as though he were watching someone else's memories, yet at the same time that body was now his. Then Yan commented that he seemed odd that day, and jokingly asked if the prince had read too many stories before bed. Callian replied that it was nothing, and that he was fine. Despite being a descendant of the Kairos royal family, he was still the son of a peasant concubine. The old Callian had lived in fear of everything, and had no one by his side except Yan. He was weak, insecure, and incapable of protecting himself. Then an important memory surfaced in Baron's mind. The true Callian died before even the coming-of-age ceremony. When he asked Yan for more details, he learned that only 4 months remained until the prince turned 15. According to the official story, Callian had attempted to poison the queen, failed, and then hanged himself out of fear of punishment, and that was how the people came to know of it all. Upon hearing this, he walked to the bedroom window while Yan watched with concern. Calculating the dates, he realized there were about 2 months left before the true prince's death. Since he still had no idea what had happened to Baron Secretia's original body, he could not simply sit around waiting for death to come, but rather than doing something drastic, he simply asked Yan for a pair of scissors and cut the fringe that hid his red eyes. Yan was startled and asked what he was doing. He said that Planche would hate it, but Callian replied that he could not keep living like a fool just because that man hated him. He no longer cared about that. This time, he was going to take control of his own life. And as expected, the moment Planche saw Callian like that for the first time, he immediately called him an idiot. Then he sat at the table remarking that those eyes looked like tomatoes. But Callian calmly replied that he had a name. His name was Callian. Planche gave a mocking smile and said of course, he should address him by name, but in the very next instant, he picked up a knife and hurled it, not toward Callian, but toward Yan. Before the knife could reach the servant, Callian himself caught the blade mid-air. His hand was cut immediately and began to bleed. Then Planche feigned surprise and commented that his hand had slipped. He then asked, with heavy irony, whether Callian was hurt. Even while bleeding, the third prince simply placed the knife back beside Planche's plate and replied that he was fine, especially considering that supposed accident. Later, Yan was bandaging his hand while insisting they should call a physician, but Callian said it was just a small cut. Then he asked why Yan hadn't dodged the knife, since it was obvious the attack was meant for him. Yan replied that if he had dodged, Planche would likely have used that as an excuse to hurt the prince even more. Upon hearing that, Callian thanked him sincerely. He then mentioned that the moment he cut his hand, he felt his heart race in a strange way. So he said he was going to wash his face and told Yan not to let anyone in. He also forbade calling a physician. Alone, Callian began to think about what had happened earlier. The instant he tried to use aura to defend himself from Planche's attack, he felt a tremendous pain in his chest. So he decided to reproduce that situation to understand the state of this body. When he concentrated his aura, he noticed something unexpected. Near his heart, there were 3 mana circles. It was then that he understood the truth. All this time, Callian had not been a knight of aura. He was a mage. 3 days later, Yan remarked that the wound on his hand had barely improved and insisted once again that they call a physician. But Callian was more interested in something else. The royal tailor, Seton Slake, had arrived. The moment the tailor saw the prince, he was visibly surprised by his appearance and immediately apologized for his reaction. But Callian was already tired of that. Since cutting his hair, everyone had reacted the same way. The old Callian, who had suffered his entire life for resembling a mother he never got to know, had come to despise his own red eyes, so much so that he had removed all the mirrors from his room. So he simply told the tailor that it was fine. He said he already knew he resembled Freya, and told him to just do his job. The tailor quickly replied that he would begin taking measurements. While doing so, he commented worriedly that the prince needed to eat more because he was far too thin. When Callian looked at his own reflection in the mirror, he realized he truly did look weak. The royal family of Kairos Kairos was known as descendants of dragons, but the truth was even more complex. They were descended from two of the 8 heroes who had sealed the evil god, Rashara and Sisphania. It was Sisphania who gave rise to Carius's royal bloodline, passing on the power of healing and the magical talent known as the Blessing of Sisphania. Because of this, Callion's wound should have fully healed a long time ago, but it had not. And worse still, every time he used mana, he felt an intense pain in his heart. That was extremely dangerous. In that state, he might not be able to use either aura or magic, and if it continued, he could die at any moment. While he was thinking about this, the tailor showed him some new clothes, saying they would be perfect for the king's birthday. Then Callion remembered something important. The great mage Ellen Manaseal would also be present. He needed to meet that man. Ellen was considered an idol among mages, and one of the few 7th Circle users on the entire continent. In the past, he had been invited to attend the king's birthday celebration and visit Kairos, but because of a certain incident, he had ended up being turned away at the kingdom's gates. The story had spread even as far as Secretia, and 10 years later, Ellen reached the 8th Circle, becoming the only mage at that level on the entire continent, and Callion knew very well that no one understood mana better than him. If anyone could resolve the problem with his body, it was Ellen Manaseal. The problem was that he did not know what incident had driven the mage away from Kairos, but one thing was obvious: that kingdom did not treat mages with respect. Watching the knights training from the window, Callion also noticed something else. The enormous military power of Kairos existed because of the influence of Planche's maternal family, the Breezin family. That was why he needed the support of mages. Even if just a little, he needed enough power to protect himself from the Breezins. And if he could bring Ellen to his side, perhaps he would be able to prevent the war that Planche would start in the future. But before any of that, he needed to resolve a far more immediate problem. The tailor and the servants were choosing absolutely terrible clothes for him to wear. So Callion sighed and asked, for the love of everything, that they stop putting ribbons and ruffles on his clothes. Later, while drinking tea alone, he realized he was already starting to grow accustomed to this new life. His hand was finally almost healed, and Planche had continued ignoring his existence, which honestly was wonderful. Then Jan appeared to inform him that he had riding lessons that morning, and that evening, he was expected to dine with the Queen and Viscount Brisson, probably to discuss preparations for the king's birthday. And Callion thought, with some irritation, that one way or another, he still had to deal with those bothersome people. So he returned to his stamina and endurance training, something that left Yan a little worried. But in the prince's mind, it was nothing out of the ordinary, just a walk around the lake, so he told them not to worry so much. After all, what could possibly go wrong? Only later, while running, Callion was already nearly dying of exhaustion. Marilyn, who was accompanying him, asked if he was alright. She was his attendant and also the second daughter of the defense commander. According to her, on the first day he had managed 4.5 laps around the lake, on the second, only 4. And now, on the third day, he was still on the third lap and already looked completely spent. This made Callion uneasy. He began to wonder if he was really training correctly, because his energy seemed to be diminishing each time. Something was clearly wrong. Marilyn then asked why he didn't simply call a healer, if it was that difficult. But Callion replied that everything was fine. In truth, he could not let anyone examine him, because a healer might discover the existence of his mana circles. Not even Jan knew he was a mage and not a knight. If he acted carelessly, his life could end up in danger. So he simply told Marilyn he was fine, and that he would improve with time. Meanwhile, the noise coming from the knight's training ground caught his attention. Callion stood watching the sword strikes, the soldiers running and training relentlessly, and honestly, it looked very appealing to him, because it reminded him greatly of the old days. Marilyn explained that this was the training ground of the Knights of Pabel. Callion replied that he knew, and that he was only looking because he found it interesting. But she asked if he truly understood what the Pabel army represented. So the prince replied, not quite understanding the reason for the question, that they were the royal knights. But Marilyn clarified that, to be more precise, this was the army of knights belonging to the Brizin family, responsible for keeping the king's power in check. But someone overheard the whole conversation and decided to step in. It was none other than Commander Pabel himself. The moment he appeared, he said that if they had no business there, they had better leave. According to him, the knights were unsettled by the prince's gaze and could not train properly. Marilyn immediately demanded that he show more respect. After all, this was the third prince. But Commander Pabel asked, almost mockingly, if this was indeed Prince Callion. He said he had thought it was just a filthy rat trying to watch the training in secret. Callion felt irritated, but the one who truly exploded was Marilyn. She nearly lunged at the commander and looked ready to start a fight right then and there. But Pabel asked why she was shouting so much, when the prince himself had said nothing. It was in that moment that he noticed Callion's red eyes. The commander recalled that the prince had always been known as a timid, weak, and quiet little mouse. But that gaze was completely different, and it left him unsettled. Then Callion stepped forward and asked what exactly his duty as commander was. Some soldiers also drew closer to see what was happening, and were surprised to realize it was Prince Callion. Even so, no one showed fear or respect. Pabel himself noticed this. No one in that place respected the third prince. Even so, he replied that they were in the middle of training and therefore could not speak at that moment. He added that both of them them were probably too busy anyway. But Callian did not let it pass, and repeated the question. What was his duty? Then the commander answered that his duty was to strengthen the forces of the royal family and protect both the royal family and the kingdom. Callian said that was exactly right. Then he snapped a branch off a tree and declared that the commander had failed in both duties. Pabel asked what he was talking about, completely bewildered. So the prince explained that, from everything he had observed, this training did not strengthen the royal family in any way whatsoever. In fact, it was dreadful. In the blink of an eye, Callian vanished from where he stood, leaving only a trail behind. By the time the commander realized what had happened, the prince was already behind him, striking with the branch. Pabel felt an immediate chill, certain he would die if he didn't block the blow. With no other choice, he drew his sword to defend himself. But the most absurd thing of all was that the branch did not break, and moments later, Callian even managed to disarm the commander, remarking that he couldn't believe he had failed to anticipate such a simple movement. It was disappointing. Then the prince addressed the second failure. The commander claimed to protect the royal family and the kingdom, yet he had just insulted a member of the royal family and drawn a sword against him. Could that not be considered treason? In that instant, Commander Pabel was completely shaken. He began to wonder if this was truly the same Prince Callian he had known. With no other choice, he dropped to his knees, pressed his forehead to the ground, and desperately begged for forgiveness. He said he had not been thinking clearly, and implored for His Highness's pardon. The soldiers were completely stunned to witness that. As for Pabel, deep down, all he could think was that he had been humiliated by that wretched third prince, and he swore he would never forget it. Later, Yan was completely bewildered to see the prince return from endurance training, leading an enormous horse. Callian seemed extremely pleased as he stroked the black animal and announced that his name would be Raven. Yan, struggling to hold the reins, asked exactly where he had gotten this horse. Callian then explained that after everything settled between him and Commander Pabel, he had noticed a horse that no one could tame, not the commander, nor any other knight. The animal was fierce and wild in the extreme, so he had simply decided to bring the horse back with him. But Yan still asked whether that would truly cause no problems, because as far as he knew, that was not Prince Planche's horse. Callian replied that the soldier himself had said anyone could use that horse, so in his view, finders were keepers. Even so, he asked Marilyn to keep it quiet. But shortly afterward, he felt another sharp pain in his heart. It seemed he had pushed his body too hard again. Meanwhile, someone had been watching everything attentively. Every movement of Callian's, every shift in his behavior, and even the way he fought were all being analyzed. The mysterious messenger then returned to his true master and reported everything he had witnessed. After hearing the report, the man replied that even worms writhe when stepped on, but according to him, even if someone struggles, that doesn't change who they truly are. He then remarked that simply crushing that boy and killing him would be too dull. For now, it would be more interesting to simply observe. Later, during the dinner arranged with the princes, Callian felt a little uncomfortable having to face Planche again. He still wasn't used to the whole situation, but he noticed something strange. The prince seemed more dejected than irritating that evening. Perhaps it was because of the queen's and the viscount's delay. But before she even appeared, her presence could already be felt by the scent of flowers that filled the hall, and the moment he noticed it, Callian immediately recognized who was arriving. It was Celeste Brizin, the current queen of Caris. After the death of the previous queen, Celeste had used the power of the Brizin family to seize control of the royal knights. Most nobles supported her, and this caused the pitiful third prince Callian to become so insignificant that even a mere commander could treat him like garbage. That was why, in the eyes of many, he needed to be eliminated. The queen's attendant asked if they would really deal with Commander Pabel after what had happened. Celeste replied that they would, and said a suitable compensation would be arranged to resolve the matter, but she also made clear she did not wish to be troubled with such trivial affairs in the future. According to her, it wasn't worth wasting time on things so insignificant. She said this while looking directly at Callian. She then commented that he had grown considerably. Callian replied calmly that not by much, but that he would certainly grow a great deal more in the future. As he spoke, he kept his red eyes fixed on her. Then the Baron remarked that he had barely recognized the prince. Now, at last, he was showing his own face. He even said that he should have cut that hair sooner. This man was Renan Bresson, second son of Marcus Bresson. The queen was clearly displeased at the compliments directed at Callian, but she responded normally all the same. She then asked for the food to be served, saying she was hungry. Callian, taking in the whole scene, could only think that even the Viscount seemed slow-witted. Things in that palace truly were exactly as the rumor said. Shortly afterward, Celeste quietly approached her son. Concealing part of her face behind a fan, she asked about his horse. According to her, the animal no longer obeyed anyone. She then asked whether her son hadn't said he had completely lost control of that horse. The prince set down his cutlery and coldly replied that the horse had been useless from the start. After that, he simply rose and left the table. 3 weeks later, the annual celebration of the king's birthday took place, the most important event in the entire kingdom. Congratulatory delegations arrived from many places. The elves sent numerous luxurious gifts along with many other valuable items, and as expected, the princes were preparing extensively for the grand event. During the fitting, the tailor once again took Callian's measurements and asked if he was really eating eating properly. It was then that he noticed blood trickling from the prince's nose. Immediately, all the servants fell into a panic. Jan quickly ordered a cloth to be brought and for a physician to be called, but Kallian replied that it was nothing serious and that he was fine. Even so, the tailor begged forgiveness for his boldness, but remarked that the prince had lost a great deal of weight. According to him, 3 weeks ago, Kallian had not been this thin. The prince replied that he had perhaps just been exercising too much lately. He said he had been pushing himself quite hard in recent days, but in truth, he knew the situation was worse than it appeared. His energy was deteriorating more and more, and the pain when using mana continued to worsen. There was likely some serious problem with his heart. The tailor then said he should not treat the matter so lightly, and asked if he had seen a physician recently. Kallian replied that there was no reason to get an examination, just because of a simple nosebleed. But Yan, trying to salvage the situation, suddenly blurted out that the prince had been picking his nose the day before. According to him, it must be a little difficult telling others about a habit like that. The servants stared at the prince in silence, trying to process the information. Then Yan confirmed everything with complete nonchalance. He said the prince had been exercising a lot and eating well, and that the bleeding was probably due to that. The tailor ended up accepting the explanation and replied that if that was the case, there was no problem. After all, no one knew the prince better than Yan. He even gave Kallian a wink, proud of having resolved the situation. Kallian's only thought was that the wretched man. In truth, Yan already knew everything. Kallian had told him about being a mage, and also about the problem with his heart, and yet Yan had managed to put the whole thing to rest in that ridiculous manner. At least they had escaped the problem for the time being. After that, the tailor said he could finally attend to the clothes, but complained about the lack of time. Yan replied that the prince still had a little time before the event. The attendant said that all was fine then, and began the final adjustments to the ceremonial clothes. Shortly afterward, Yan asked Kallian if today was the day. The prince immediately understood what he meant. By now, rumors about his health would soon begin spreading throughout the entire palace. That was why, that very night, he absolutely had to find Elon. But later, when the luncheon between the princes was supposed to take place, the butler appeared announcing an unexpected change. According to him, His Majesty had decided to hold private audiences with each prince individually. When Kallian entered the private audience, he was quite nervous. He truly had not been expecting this. So he entered the chambers of Roman Larun Kairis, the king of Kairis. Kallian greeted His Majesty, but received no reply. The king simply ignored him. Even without being fully versed in Kairis's noble etiquette, the prince knew very well that this was extremely rude. Only after several seconds did the king tell him to sit down. First, the son offered birthday congratulations to the king. Then Romain asked how he was, and remarked that he looked well. Kallian thought that even the servants passing through the corridors knew how quickly he had changed, and it was precisely in that moment that he understood why the king had arranged individual audiences. If he met all 3 sons at once, he would have to make the effort of sustaining a group conversation. By separating them individually, it was far more efficient, because for the king, even spending time with his own sons during his birthday was merely a waste of time. The more Kallian observed that family, the more he saw how chaotic it truly was. A father who cared nothing for his sons, a first prince who was completely indifferent to everything, a second prince who was practically a troublemaker, and a queen powerful enough to even look down upon the king himself. And in the midst of all those people, there was someone trying to kill Kallian. Later, during the public parade of the royal family, the prince appeared before the crowd, and everyone immediately noticed that he looked completely different. Plancha, on the other hand, seemed utterly drunk, as always. But the court gossips quickly noticed that something was off about the atmosphere within the royal family. Something had clearly changed. And at that evening's ball, everyone finally confirmed the rumors. There truly was a prince with black hair and red eyes. Kallian had cut the fringe that had hidden his face, and was even wearing a red pendant. It was practically a public declaration that he would no longer hide. Later at the ball, Jan approached Kallian to ask why everyone was staring so much at his clothes. The mood between the two was light, because the outfit had truly turned out beautifully, and even Seton seemed pleased. But Kallian remarked that people were not staring merely because of the clothes' beauty. They were also wondering why he had appeared wearing such striking jewelry. He even explained that he had gone to great lengths to stop the tailor from covering his clothes in exaggerated ruffles. Even so, Jan said everything suited him very well. After that, Kallian asked whether Yen's family was also in the capital. He then explained that his younger sister and father had returned to their hometown, while the rest of the family still lived in the capital, and would only set foot in the palace if they received an official invitation. He then asked whether he should have Raven prepared for him, but Kallian noticed that Yan did not wish to continue talking about his own family, so he decided not to press the subject. Regarding Raven, Kallian replied that it was not yet the right moment. He said there was someone he wanted to meet first, and then asked if Jan knew why this place was called Siegfried Hall. Jan replied immediately that he did. The name was a tribute to the surname of the first patriarch, and also to one of the 8 heroes of the War of Two Paths, Duke Sleiman von Siegfried. He was the only duke connected to the Siegfried family, and, despite possessing immense immense power, had remained loyal to the royal family for over 500 years, all to protect the territory of Sisphania. Even Baron was impressed hearing that story. Then Jan asked if that was precisely the person Kallian wanted to meet, and he confirmed at once that yes, it was. It only took mentioning the name for Duke Sleiman von Siegfried to appear before them. A family with centuries of loyalty was exactly the kind of ally Kallian liked, so he decided to discreetly test the Duke. Kallian sent a small pulse of mana in his direction, and the man instantly turned to face the prince. In that moment, Kallian thought he was truly remarkable. He had sensed the mana in an instant. Even so, he pretended not to have noticed the Duke's presence. Later, after the king's speech, everyone was invited to enjoy the evening. The king raised a toast to chaos, while Kallian took advantage of the distraction to slip away with Yan. Raven was already prepared for the ride, and as always, showed himself to be intelligent and gentle. But Yan warned him not to be fooled, because that horse was known to become quite a troublemaker when Kallian was not around. Then Yan asked if they were going only as far as the front gate, but the moment they drew near the gates, Kallian heard an argument taking place. A man was being turned away by the guards. It was the mage Ellen Monoceal. One of the guards was saying that he had no invitation and therefore could not enter, no matter who he was. Then Ellen asked whether Karis judged the social standing of guests solely by appearance. According to him, that was truly lamentable. Hearing this, Kallian realized there was indeed a problem, but it also became clear that Ellen seemed to be stirring up trouble on purpose, almost as though he were looking for an excuse not to enter Karis. Shortly after, the mage simply turned around and walked away. When Kallian tried to go after him, Yan quickly stopped him, reminding him that a direct order from the king forbade anyone from leaving, but Kallian thought that if they let it go, they would lose Elon. So he rode off on Raven anyway, telling Yan to do what he could. The black horse leapt over the soldiers with no difficulty whatsoever. Meanwhile, Yan was desperate for a few moments, but quickly regained his composure. He had received an order and above all, was the prince's subordinate. His mission was to protect him no matter what. So he faced the knights and declared that Duke Siegfried had permitted the prince to leave. One of the soldiers immediately demanded to know who he thought he was to use the Duke's name in such a manner. Then Yan undid his tied hair and revealed his true identity. He was Jan Siegfried, the eldest son of the Duke. Later, his own father heard the whole story and burst into laughter, saying he couldn't believe his son had done something so clever. He also mentioned that sending the boy away to look after that kid had perhaps been a good decision after all. But Yan replied that it had not been something good, because now his relationship with the king would likely be ruined. Even so, the Duke explained that he did not intend to question the situation much. According to him, Romain thought too deeply about things. If the prince received the Siegfried family's support without suffering any punishment, that would practically be equivalent to officially acknowledging a friendly relationship between them, and most likely Brizen would find that troublesome. For that reason, it would be best to simply pretend nothing had happened, regardless of why Kallian had left the palace. Meanwhile, on the road, Ellen finally stopped and asked the third prince why he was following him. Only in that moment did Kallian realize the rumors were true. Seventh Circle mages truly did appear to stop aging. Then he asked whether Ellen truly intended to leave just like that. The mage replied that, when he had tried to open a closed door, he had found the threshold too high. In that instant, Kallian thought that this infuriating man was clearly speaking in insinuations. Shortly after, Ellen explained that he had gone after a closed door, while an open one stood before him. Then Kallian countered by saying that perhaps he was so busy blocking the wind that he had forgotten to sweep the dirt from his own threshold. Translating all of that veiled exchange, the prince was essentially asking where on earth Elon had put his invitation. The mage replied that he hadn't expected the guards to make such a ridiculous error, but what surprised him most was something else entirely. The prince was not trying to apologize or flatter him. On the contrary, he was criticizing him directly. That was honest, brazen, and entirely unlike the false attitudes of other nobles. But then Elon noticed something strange about Kallian. On instinct, he took the prince's left hand and injected mana into his body. In that instant, Kallian felt a tremendous pain in his heart. It was as though the mana inside his chest had violently collided with Elon's mana, sending the two repelling away from each other. Afterward, Ellen commented that even when doors were closed, the wind could never be completely blocked. Right then, Kallian realized the mage had already discovered the problem with his body, so he asked what that meant. The mage replied that, from a certain point onward, it would truly become impossible for him to continue using mana normally, but the real problem did not appear to be the mana itself. The boy might not have realized it yet, but there was something far worse happening inside his body. And in the end, Ellen also remarked that Kairos treated all mages with contempt, even those who carried the blood of dragons. The great mage had come to that family on his own terms, and his intention was to make them all look like fools for having let such an important mage slip through their fingers right under their noses. Meanwhile, Ellen himself mentioned that perhaps his encounter with the third prince had truly been fate. He then asked why Prince Kallian had come after him. The prince replied that he believed it was too, and that because of that, he needed his help. Ellen knew full well what Kallian's situation was. The third prince was despised by all and surrounded by enemies within his own family, so the mage created a barrier of silence around the two of them so no one could hear the conversation conversation, and asked whether his goal was merely to prevent things or to uproot the problem entirely. Kalyan replied that his ultimate goal was not the throne, but rather to use it as a means to reach another objective. That caught Elon's attention. The boy was interesting. The prince was following in Sesphania's footsteps and needed his help to get where he wanted. That was precisely why Elon found himself drawn to him and asked for the invitation to be extended once more. Then Kalyan knelt before the mage Elon, saluted him as his master, and invited him to the ball, and thus Elon Manasil accepted the invitation to help him. Later, Yan confirmed with his father whether truly no one knew who he was. No one could find out his identity. His father replied that he had already taken care of everything and told him not to worry. After that, Yan asked how Leia was. Duke Siegfried replied that she was doing well as the head of the lesser family that he had abandoned. He also said that if his son grew tired of this game of living as a servant, he could return at any time. He further mentioned that they probably would not see each other for quite a while, but Yan replied that they would meet again in 3 months. Then his father asked if he truly intended to give up that position. Yan's only answer was that the prince would soon turn 15. At that moment, Slayman asked his son if he knew what their family's nickname was. They were known as the Elephants of Karis. For a long time they had never coveted the throne, yet were still powerful. They were called kings of the animals, those whom even predators dared not touch, and who only rose up when it was truly necessary. Then he grabbed his son by the neck and said he was telling him this to show how strong their surname was. He said that Yan had inherited that strength and could do as he pleased. He then complained, calling his son an idiot for making him worry like that, while squeezing his neck even harder. Gasping for air, Yan protested that he was choking. Later, straightening his uniform, he said he needed to leave and that they would see each other next time. Slayman replied that he was truly a Siegfried through and through, even in that strange way of his. Still, he admitted to himself that he had grown curious about Kalyan and wondered when that boy had grown so much. He was different. He didn't know what the boy was planning for the future, but he decided he would keep an eye on him. The following morning, an exceptionally luxurious carriage, recognized by all, arrived in the capital. It bore the emblem of 7 red flowers and a silver staff. It was none other than the renowned archmage Elon Manasil. As he walked, Elon thought that his new disciple had done something rather charming. The previous night, Kalyan had asked him to arrive precisely at 9:30 and pass through the gates at that exact moment. Walking through the middle of all the nobility who hadn't stopped talking about him, Elon realized that the prince had been waiting for the perfect moment to display him to the nobles and thoroughly upset the political game. The butlers received Manasil and informed him that his majesty awaited him. Later, the king asked whether it was true that he wished to have lodgings within the kingdom. Elon confirmed it and said he needed a residence in Kairos. Romain knew that to compete with Celeste, he would need someone as powerful as Elon, but he found it strange that the archmage had offered himself in such a way, and therefore suspected he must be planning something. Then Elon revealed that, the previous night, he had come across a black cat with red eyes in a nearby square. The cat was intelligent, so he thought to teach it a few things. However, since he had nowhere to stay, he needed a suitable place. Not understanding, Romain asked what exactly he intended to teach this black cat with red eyes. Then Elon replied that he intended to teach magic, of course. And not only that, he also wished to create an environment that the cat would enjoy, but for that he would need the assistance of the master of the house, and perhaps a little tidying up as well. It was then that Elon revealed he had decided to accept Prince Kalyan as his disciple. Therefore, Brisson would not be able to stop him. He also stated that he did not intend to spend the entire day teaching magic, and that if a bored master chose to assist his majesty, no one would have the right to interfere. After all, this was the true invitation from Prince Kalyan. The king replied that he would arrange a place for him to stay. He said the royal house was already so messy that it couldn't get any worse. Even so, he admitted he was curious, because he had always heard that the child had nothing particularly special about him. Upon hearing that, Elon thought that the boy's physical condition was wretchedly special enough that it would be hard to find anything normal about him. And yet it seemed the king merely repeated what he heard from others, without truly knowing his own son. So the mage asked directly whether his majesty even knew his son's height. Romain simply turned his face away in silence. In that moment, Elon realized it was true. The king knew absolutely nothing about his own son, so he explained that sometimes too much attention can become poison, while indifference can act as medicine, but in this case, he knew very well that being busy was merely an excuse. The king replied that he would consider that disrespectful attitude as an expression of concern for the prince. He said it was absurd to have to explain such a thing, but that he cherished all his children, especially Kalyan, because he was precious to him. He then suggested they conclude the conversation. But before he could leave, Elon raised another barrier of silence and told the king to stop stalling. He then began listing the prince's symptoms. He said the boy had shortness of breath, chapped lips, a bluish tinge to his skin, and purplish fingernails. His clothes had been hastily adjusted because he had lost far too much weight. He also experienced dizziness upon waking and suffered from nosebleeds. Then Elon looked directly at Romain and warned him that if he continued only watching from a distance, his son would end up dead. Meanwhile, one of Kalyan's maids informed Yan that it was nearly noon, and the prince had not yet had his morning tea, so Yan asked to have the tray tray brought to him, saying he would handle it personally. When he entered the room, he noticed His Highness was still asleep. He thought this must have been difficult for him, but suddenly, Ellen appeared right beside him, asking whether the prince had not yet woken. The shock was so great that Yan asked where he had come from, but Ellen simply ignored the reaction. Irritated, Yan protested that this was extremely discourteous. Then the Archmage replied calmly that he was well aware that people without permission were not allowed inside the palace. Right away, Yan asked if this meant he had broken in without authorization. Ellen replied pleasantly that with a little magic, that was not so difficult, so Yan asked him to leave, explaining that the prince's health had not fully recovered. But Ellen only asked if he truly didn't remember him. He said he had been in Baron some years ago, and called Yan Little Elephant. In that instant, Yan was inwardly panicking. His own father had guaranteed that no one would discover his identity, yet Ellen had recognized him immediately. At that moment, Kallian himself woke up and asked how long he had slept. Then Yan simply informed him that he had a visitor. Recognizing who it was, Kallian asked if that was his teacher. Later, Ellen handed the prince a small pouch full of pearls and explained that it was medicine. He said that at the moment, the boy was facing two problems. The first was the inability to use mana. The second was the fact that he was losing weight far too rapidly. Without explaining much at all, Kallian could tell his teacher was very skilled at identifying symptoms. Then Ellen asked seriously whether he possessed the power of the blessing. The prince replied that he did. He had healing abilities and an affinity for magic. However, it seemed that even his healing power had disappeared. Perhaps there truly was some problem with his heart. But Ellen asked if he had never found that combination of healing and magic strange. Then Kallian replied that he had imagined the blessing fortified his heart, since it was the source of mana. Ellen confirmed that was correct. The blessing's power did indeed strengthen the heart. However, his blessing had not disappeared. His heart had no problem whatsoever, and the mana was not blocked. The true problem was that the blessing was being used completely on something else, pushed to its absolute limit. That was why it could no longer heal wounds or sustain the body normally. Right then, Kallian understood everything and asked whether he was being poisoned. Ellen confirmed it. He said that if not for the blessing, the boy would have died long ago. His body was being destroyed because the blessing was consuming muscles and mana to constantly neutralize the poison. That was precisely why his heart had begun rejecting the excessive strain. Upon hearing this, Kallian recalled that in his past life, that body had been killed, but now he understood that the poisoning had begun much earlier. It had not been something planned at the last moment. It was a slow-acting poison, used to destroy his health gradually. Then a deep hatred took hold of him, not for himself, nor for Baron, who now occupied that body, but for the true original third prince, an innocent boy who had suffered alone until he died. The bloodlust that emanated from him in that moment was so intense that even Ellen was startled. Afterward, Kallian asked whether the medicine was an antidote. Ellen replied that he had prepared it hastily, but was certain it would work. But then the prince asked what would happen if he continued taking both the poison and the antidote at the same time. Right away, Ellen said that was madness. Even with the antidote, the poison would continue to take effect, only more slowly. He could not risk something like that without even knowing who was responsible. But Kallian replied that he already had a suspicion. He believed the source of the poison was the tea he drank every morning. After all, he drank it in front of everyone, and no one else shared the drink with him. They had probably chosen that method precisely because it appeared safe. Then he realized that the true Kallian had likely discovered what was happening to his own body in the previous life, and had decided to stop drinking the tea. That might have been exactly why they decided to kill him directly afterward. But now the situation was different. It was no longer the old Kallian in that body, and precisely because of that, he had no idea what method they would try to use to kill him this time. He at least needed to find out who was behind all of it. So he asked Ellen to keep it secret until he found the culprit. If they discovered that the tea was the problem, Yan and the other servants could end up in danger alongside him. Ellen replied that the little elephant would be fine in any case. Even so, he understood the reason for the request and agreed to keep the secret. He then asked what he intended to do now. In that moment, Baron recalled his past life, when he had needed to deal with vile people to survive and reach the top. And in moments like those, he always ended up thinking of his own father. So Kallian replied that he wanted to meet Elon the following night, outside the palace. Meanwhile, Planche was also having difficulty getting up. First because he simply did not want to rise. Second because he had gotten drunk again. The queen herself entered his room to scold him personally, complaining that he was late again and reeking of alcohol. She said he was still hopeless, even after having been stopped from drinking during the ceremony at the square. Irritated, Planche asked why she was there and told her to say what she wanted before leaving. Then the queen told him that Kallian now had a teacher, and not just any teacher, but Ellen Manaseal himself, a 7th circle mage. Even the aristocrats were hesitating in the face of that news. But Planche only asked what that had to do with him. Then the queen drew very close and said he needed to ensure that all the effort she had made would not go to waste. She told him to get ready immediately, because many eyes would be watching, and it would be better not to disappoint her. In that moment, Planche said nothing, but the moment she left his room, he exploded in rage, smashed the bottle he was holding, and ordered all the servants to leave immediately. In his mind, all of this was Kallian's fault. Later, the official parade for His Majesty Majesty Romaine's birthday took place. The princes rode just behind him, accompanied by the luxurious royal carriages, and some people, unlike what had happened in the past, were specifically waiting to see Prince Callian. Gradually, he was becoming less hated by the common people. As they rode through the parade, Yan asked how he was feeling. It was a relief to see he seemed better than the day before, but even so, he still shouldn't push himself too hard. Callian replied that he would rest properly afterward, and thought it might be the effect of the antidote. Breathing was certainly much easier now, and the pain in his heart had also diminished considerably. Then Yan informed him that the day's schedule was still long. After the parade, there would be an equestrian show, and, later, a ball. In Callian's mind, it seemed almost as though they were trying to kill the prince with one engagement after another. Even so, he told Yan not to worry so much, because he could still handle everything without a problem. But while surveying the crowd, Callian noticed a few people with fair hair walking hooded through the dark alleyways. Among them was someone he recognized immediately. It was Kiri, he was certain of it. Even the black horse, Raven, began to stir, trying to break away from the parade, while Yan struggled to control him. In that moment, Callian realized Raven was responding to his own feelings, but it was not yet the right time, so he stroked the horse and calmed him, saying it was all right. They would go after Kiri later. Deep down, he knew he needed to find Kiri. He needed to repay him for what he had done in his past life. Later, His Majesty was being received by Melfer Paloon, owner of the Paloon Empire. Callian recalled that it was he who had organized the equestrian show in place of the Brisson family. Because of that, the man had been dragged into a pointless power struggle, but that did not concern Callian in the least. If he was not mistaken, Randell would be injured during that equestrian show, and Baron Paloon would be hanged because of it. As soon as they entered the first hall, Callian immediately noticed the chandelier that would fall on the prince's head. That was far too suspicious. At an event where the king himself was present, how had the knights failed to check something as important as a massive chandelier hanging above the royal family? Just thinking about that commander made him irritated. Even so, perhaps he should help Paloon. Perhaps he could give him a chance to survive. So he quietly passed beside him and remarked that the chandelier above seemed a little unsafe. He then asked if it might not be better to check it once more. Paloon was confused and looked up at the chandelier without understanding. Later, the equestrian show was already in full swing. The audience was captivated by each performance, and Paloon himself was animated to be seated beside His Majesty the King. He had prepared far too much for this event and could not afford to waste this opportunity. But then he looked back at Callian and remembered the warning about the chandelier. As a precaution, he decided to check. When the staff examined the chandelier, they discovered that one of the cables had been cut. Had it not been for Callian's warning, the chandelier would have come crashing down directly onto one of the princes. This left Paloon shaken. How had the prince known? Could it have been mere coincidence? Callian himself was also impressed by his response. After all, Paloon had risen from his seat even while sitting beside the king, all just to check a chandelier. At least he was decisive, and that was good. Even so, Callian couldn't understand to what extent the Brisson family hated the Polonaise to engineer an incident of that magnitude. It was then that Planchet stared at Callian and said loudly that he did not know his own place. He further stated that he felt like vomiting just looking at that filthy, pathetic blood. Everyone heard this clearly. Outwardly, Callian feigned irritation, but inwardly thought that Planchet had no idea what he had prepared. That was certain. He also knew Celice must be furious in that moment, and indeed she was. She thought that idiot should never have said something like that, especially not that day, but she also noticed that he had done it deliberately. Meanwhile, rumors about the second prince began to spread among the nobles. They said he only caused embarrassment in front of His Majesty Romaine, that he was nothing more than a drunkard with no future prospects whatsoever. At the same time, many commented that if Ellen Manisil supported Prince Callian, then he would be a far more fitting candidate to assume the crown. That day, everyone would need to decide whom they would support. When the performance ended at sunset, Randell had managed to avoid the incident. Romaine also showed little reaction to what had happened with Plancius. For Callian, everything was unfolding exactly as he had wanted. Even so, the queen remained far too quiet for someone who had supposedly planned the incident against the Polonaise. Strangely, perhaps even she had not anticipated it. While thinking about this, Baron recalled a chess match he had once had with his brother Chase. On that occasion, Chase had asked whether he truly believed the incident in Karis had been merely a terrorist attack against the royal family. So Baron had asked if there was any other reason to try to hurt the prince. But Chase would not give the answer so easily. He said that would take the fun out of it. They could make a bet, or he could just offer a single clue. According to Chase, the incident was far too blatant, almost as though those responsible wanted to be caught attacking the royalty. And there was a simple reason for that. If the owner of Karis's second largest empire were to be eliminated, the one who stood to benefit most would be Renan Brizon, owner of Karis's most powerful empire. After all, without the colonies, he would have no more competition. Kalyan had also learned through Yan that the Paloon Empire owned a diamond mine, so everything began to make sense. If the Paloonas were eliminated, the Brizen Empire would be able to exert influence over the diamond market. Renan was quite clever, and after observing the whole situation, had decided to save Baron Paloona's life. But now Kalyan intended to take advantage of that, so he had Yan cancel all engagements after the performance. Yan was baffled and asked why. Kalyan replied that the remarks he had heard earlier had been far too shocking for him, and Yan genuinely believed it, growing concerned. But the third prince explained that because of that, he would not be able to attend the ball that evening. Meanwhile, Romain was in his reception room, lost in thought. He recalled Elon's words about his son, and also thought of Kalyan's mother, but his thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Queen Selace. A maid appeared to change the teacups and pour a fresh one for the queen. Selace herself noticed that another guest had been there before her, but Romain only told the maid it was fine, as she would not be staying long. Afterward, he asked what she wanted. Selace sat down and began to speak about the incident that day, asking whether Brisson would take responsibility for the situation. Romain realized that Planche's loose tongue had ultimately discouraged the queen, yet she remained arrogant even so. Then Selace remarked that the performance that day had been impressive and suggested rewarding Baron Paloon for having conducted everything so well. But Romain replied that the very fact she said that made it obvious she had something in mind. After all, he knew very well how Selace operated. So the queen proposed the idea of granting Paloon exclusive rights over the supply of royal horses and the management of the stables. The king was surprised, because that was extremely lucrative, and, as Elon had said before, she was right. Earlier that day, in that very same room, Elon had explained to the king that there was absolutely no chance Selace would give up the royal guards over that incident. That was too important for her to lose. However, she would offer an appropriate price in exchange. Therefore, His Majesty should pretend not to know anything. So Romain decided that during the ball that evening, Planche would enter alongside him. The queen immediately broke into a wide smile and said that her son would be very pleased to hear that. And that was exactly what happened. During the ball that night, Romain and Planche entered together. Furthermore, as a reward for the performance, Paloon received the exclusive rights over the management of the royal horses and stables. Everyone noticed that this was clearly a deal struck between Romain and Celeste to benefit Planche. But the following morning, the one who ended up receiving an enormous pile of gifts was Kalyan. Yan asked what he should do with so many presents, but the prince replied that he had no need for false people who changed sides so easily, so he had everything sent to the Mages Association, with the exception of the 2 gifts sent by Baron Paloon. Even so, he asked Yan to check who had sent each gift, in case anyone important was among them. When Yan opened the Baron Paloon's gift, it revealed a luxurious necklace for Raven, covered in jewels, a large and extraordinarily beautiful collar. Kalyan was bewildered as to how that had ended up there. Yan explained that Baron Paloon had asked what the prince cared most about, and he had replied that it was his horse. Even so, Kalyan remarked that Raven was receiving a more luxurious necklace than anything he himself had ever been given. In his view, Paloon was trying to discover the prince's true intentions, because if he accepted the gift, the Baron would probably send another one afterward, as a way of expressing his gratitude for having his life saved. But for Kalyan, Paloon's life was worth far more than a few jewels, so he told Yan to ask the Paloon Empire for the value of that necklace, because he wished to pay for it. When Yan asked why he didn't simply accept the gift, Kalyan replied that he wasn't paying out of fascination with it. In truth, what had really caught his attention was something else sitting there in the corner. So Kalyan pointed to a carnivorous plant with a dark and sinister aura. Yan drew closer and explained that it was a gift from the Mages Association. Kalyan remarked that he had heard mages typically didn't have much of an aesthetic sense, but Yan replied that according to the letter sent along with the plant, it was extraordinarily rare. After it died, the flower's pollen would glow in the dark and drift through the air, which was why many enthusiasts adored the plant. Upon hearing this, Kalyan had a wonderful idea. He even liked the way the artist seemed to emphasize his every move, first from behind, then slowly turning, until that moment of pure realization emerged. A true eureka. So he said to leave the plant right there, because he had just thought of something interesting. Later, he and Yan put on a little act. Kalyan pretended to spill some tea on his own hand, as though he had burned himself. Then Yan quickly asked the maids to clean everything up. The cup fell to the floor, and the tea spread everywhere. Some of the liquid even reached the plant's pot. One of the maids noticed that the plant seemed to have reacted poorly to the tea. Then Yan asked whether it would be alright. Kalyan replied calmly that it would. After all, it wasn't as though there were poison in his tea, was it? The moment he said this, the maid was utterly stunned. Even so, he continued, telling them to leave the plant where it was, because he had grown quite fond of it. Sometime later, Kalyan and Ellen were riding discreetly, far from the palace. During the ride, Kalyan thanked him for the help he had received. Ellen replied that all of this had happened because of a certain prince's outrageous request to take both poison and antidote at the same time. How could he forget something like that? Even so, he noticed that Kalyan seemed far happier now that he was outside the palace. The prince then asked why that might be. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Upon hearing that, Ellen even wondered if he had nearly let something important slip for the first time. In the end, Callian simply remarked that this was his first time going out like this after so long. Then Ellen asked whether His Highness had permitted this outing. Ellen replied that he probably hadn't, and that he was likely receiving news of it at that very moment. Callian knew this would happen, but he was not in a position to criticize anyone, since he had simply ridden off and left Yan behind. Ellen replied that was exactly it. He then asked if that didn't mean abandoning his own disciple. Shortly after, the mage asked a serious question and wanted to know whether he had truly taken the antidote correctly. Callian replied that yes, both yesterday and again that day. Thanks to the medicine, his body felt much lighter now. Moreover, the person who had served the poisoned tea seemed blatantly nervous. He had planted an interesting seed, literally. Ellen commented that his student was so talented that he might not even need him anymore, but Callian replied immediately that he still very much needed him, master. Afterward, the two began to bid farewell to that brief, discreet ride. The mage explained that unfortunately they would need to go their separate ways from that point on. Since the prince himself had insisted on going alone, there was no stopping him. Callian thanked him for understanding. Before parting, Ellen reminded him once more that the Mages Association was on Tainensha Street and said he would be waiting there should the prince turn up. Then Callian promised that the two of them would meet again. They set off in different directions, but perhaps they were heading toward the same destination in the end. Before stopping by the Mages Association, Callian visited a blacksmith to commission a dagger. He wanted a beautiful weapon, with a simple gleaming hilt and a black blade. That was already perfect for him. In addition to the small temporary sword he already carried, he had now also commissioned a custom-made sword. But he still needed information. To spy on other nations, his homeland Secretia maintained secret agents spread across the entire continent. They were far more efficient than ordinary informants, and had been managed by the kingdom for many years. Beyond being spies, they were all trained assassins and expert disguisers. The one who had created and organized all of this was de Blanc, the king of Secretia and Baron's father, and in the past Baron himself had participated in it. Later, Callian arrived in front of Neilangsha, a carrier pigeon rental shop, or rather Baron, now living as Callian, knew that place very well. After all, he himself had managed one of its information points there for a long time. The street was practically deserted, with only a few drunks wandering back and forth. That made his disguise considerably easier, but he still needed to be careful. After all, he was the third prince of Karis. He could not simply be seen walking freely outside the palace. The problem was that his hair and eyes drew far too much attention. When he entered the shop, he noticed several cages of carrier pigeons scattered throughout the place. At first glance, everything seemed normal. Then the shopkeeper asked if he was looking for a carrier pigeon. Callian replied by saying those birds seemed to never wake from their sleep. The man replied that they did sleep quite a lot. Then Callian remarked that they must have come from very far away, because they looked utterly exhausted. There could be no better reason for them to sleep like that. After all, there was no better place for a tired bird to rest. But Callian knew very well that those birds were fake. Then the shopkeeper asked directly what he had come to retrieve. Callian replied calmly that he needed some birdseed. The man said they did indeed sell birdseed there, but in the very next instant he drew a knife and pressed the blade against Callian's neck, slicing through part of his hood. He then said coldly that regardless of that, he did not recall having sold any birds recently. Callian knew that man was no ordinary person, but he also understood it would be difficult to deal with him in his current body, so he simply placed his hand lightly on the knife and pushed it aside, saying that this little bird had just left the nest and was looking for food. For that reason, it couldn't be sold just yet. In that place, birds were codes used for secret agents who collected information. Secretia kept the identities of its agents in absolute secrecy, even from one another, precisely to prevent information from leaking should any of them be captured. The logist then asked whose bird it was. Callian knew that if he used the name of his father from his past life and pretended to be a Secretia agent, no one would notice the lie, so he answered that it was a bird of Nebulade, which was actually an anagram for Debula. The logist was clearly shocked by this. Taking advantage of the reaction, Callian calmly asked him to give a little birdseed to that newly hatched bird. From that moment on, he would begin acting as the first prince of Kairos, using Secretia's secret agents to steal information. Later, he was led to a secret passage. The logist remarked that he must be a new recruit and asked him to memorize his name, since they would likely be meeting frequently from that point on. He introduced himself as White Eagle. Callian then responded that his name would be Red Swan. White Eagle asked what kind of birdseed he needed. Callian answered that he wanted one item and one piece of information. The man then asked for 8 plurens as advance payment. At that moment, Callian thought he might be trying to trick him, but White Eagle simply replied that was the fixed price. Later, the man truly delivered everything he had promised, the item and the information he needed. Before leaving, however, White Eagle gave one final piece of advice, saying that place was extremely cruel. Callian merely thought that, no matter how dangerous that place was, it perhaps still wasn't more frightening than himself. However, when trying to return home through the nighttime streets, he noticed a large crowd of people gathered together. He tried to pass without drawing attention, but he and Raven had their path blocked. Callian asked why they were blocking his way, and one of the hooded figures apologized, apologized, explaining that a deceased person was departing on their final journey. For that reason, if it wasn't urgent, they asked him to wait just a moment. It was then that Callian realized he was in the middle of a funeral. He hadn't even noticed before, so he replied that it was fine, he would wait there. As he watched, he began thinking about how funeral customs changed from one nation to another. In Kyrus, red flowers were left floating along the river. There was a legend that said if someone crossed the bridge at that moment, the deceased would end up losing their way. In Secretia, they placed a special flower called Sinistar over the grave. During the day it bloomed white. At night it glowed blue. The Sinistar symbolized that the living and the dead would never meet again, representing the separate paths between the two worlds. Callian began to wonder whether his brother had placed a Sinistar on his grave before time had turned back. Perhaps he himself was the deceased who had ended up lost along the way. The hooded figure thanked him for his patience and said he could now continue on his way. At that moment, Callian remembered that he was now the third prince of Kyrus, so he mounted his horse, revealed his face, and said he would pray for the soul of the deceased, wishing them to rest in peace. When he departed from there, Arsene was quite surprised. Callian already knew it was him, but Arsene simply commented that the boy seemed to be a good person. Along the way, Callian began noticing several establishments bearing the name Sisphania. There was Sisphania's Deep Sleep, Sisphania's Food, Sisphania's Rest, and even Sisphania's Deep Alcohol Aroma. When he was still barren, he had already heard stories that Sisphania seemed to be everywhere in Kyrus, and apparently that was truly the case. Upon entering one of the establishments, the man who received him said he could take him to an empty spot, but Callian replied that he wanted the fourth floor of that building. The man was visibly surprised, but quickly asked him to follow, saying he would take him there immediately. The detail was that the building clearly did not have 4 floors. He was led to a room at the back. Then, recalling the information he had received along with the birdseed delivered by White Eagle, he found a hidden lever and activated the mechanism. As expected, there was a secret basement. Only the information he was seeking was not something as simple as a betting table where money flowed freely, though that was indeed happening down there. The place was far deeper and darker than it appeared. Passing through many men completely addicted to gambling, Callian reached an illegal fighting arena. At that moment, 2 men were practically killing each other inside the arena. In the end, the one who remained standing was Gerard, the bloodthirsty. The announcer declared that those who had bet on white could come to receive their dividend certificates for exchange. Meanwhile, some gamblers cursed furiously, saying that damned man should just die already, because they had lost a fortune betting on him. Others enthusiastically celebrated Gerard's victory. Callian felt disgusted by that environment. The constant smell of blood and that scene where all humanity seemed to disappear were things he deeply despised. Upon entering, he still had to pay an entry fee. After that, he was guided by one of the establishment's waitresses. Apparently she could not speak, so she only gestured to indicate the way. Callian quickly noticed that her ears had been cut off. Moreover, she clearly seemed uncomfortable wearing those short clothes. All the waitresses also wore tracking devices fastened to their necks. This made it evident that they had no way to escape from there. At a certain point, the waitress pointed to tray number 27, indicating that he needed to place a bet. Callian decided to simply go with the flow until he got what he really wanted. The rules of that place were simple. You bet. People fought. If the fighter you bet on won, you received double the amount, and then the cycle continued endlessly. Later, the 10th fight of the night was ending. In front of Callian, there was already an enormous pile of money. He had turned just 3 coins into 1,536. The arena's staff were already beginning to talk about him discreetly, but Callian's goal there was not merely to win money. Then came the main fight of the night, a special match, worth 4 times the normal betting amount. On the white side was Sean the Bloody Hammer. The challenger would be the man known as the Relentless. The moment he saw that man, Callian realized he had finally found the one he was looking for. This was someone extremely important to Baron's past. The man who in his past life had mentioned that he used to fight in illegal arenas to earn money, though he took no pride in it whatsoever. The challenger of that night was precisely the man who had saved Baron in his past life, the Relentless Kari. As soon as he was announced, Callian immediately went all in on black. Even the waitress serving him was shocked. People around began asking if that boy was crazy, because he clearly knew nothing. Kari's win rate was 0%. He had never won a single fight. The man beside Callian even tried to warn him, saying he was just throwing his money away, and that it was far better to bet on the other fighter. After all, that wretch had never managed to win even once. Even so, Callian simply asked the waitress whether she had checked everything correctly. He then asked her to take good care of his chips. The other man replied that it was none of his business, but that he was only trying to offer advice. Sean the Bloody Hammer was known for being cruel and utterly vicious. As soon as the two entered the arena, most of the crowd began shouting his name, urging him to finish off that newcomer at once. Some people laughed, saying the rookie bettor had lost all his money out of pure greed. Kiri himself listened to all of it in silence as he prepared to fight. Sean then provoked further, saying that thanks to some wretch who somehow was still alive, that brat would end up losing all his cash. Then the main fight of the night finally began. Despite his enormous size, Sean was extremely fast. In the very first move, he advanced, pressing Kiri without giving him room to breathe. A brutal kick sent him crashing against the arena fence, making blood run from his mouth. Kalyan felt worried watching this. He knew very well that without a sword, Kiri couldn't fight at his full potential. Even so, the young man kept resisting. Kiri tried attacking quickly, but couldn't land hits on his opponent. The physical difference between the two was obvious. He was being completely dominated. Then, when he was thrown against the fence once more, Kalyan himself called his attention in the middle of the fight. He warned him that before attacking, he shouldn't expose his shoulder. Kiri was confused for a moment, thinking about what that meant, but in the next exchange of blows, he noticed the mistake. This time, he didn't leave his shoulder open. He dodged Sean's punch, and finally managed to land a clean hit right in the giant's stomach. And after that, the situation completely turned around. Kiri launched an incredible series of punches that brought Sean the Bloody Hammer down without giving him any chance to react. The entire crowd was in shock when the newcomer, with a 0% win rate, managed to win his very first fight. Immediately, everyone began cursing Sean relentlessly for having made them lose money by betting on him. Meanwhile, Kari simply stared at Kalyan, who watched everything with a wide smile on his face. Only the problem came shortly after. One of the arena's staff approached Kalyan, saying that someone was looking for him and that he needed to come along immediately. Later, he was brought before the owner of the arena and casino. The man remarked that he was quite talented, having managed to turn just 3 coins into over 6,000, but he also said he was concerned about handing such a large sum to a child like him. Kalyan replied that he thought the man would at least try to negotiate. Apparently, he was more of an idiot than he seemed. The casino owner grew irritated and asked who was protecting that boy for him to act with such boldness. Then he ordered him to take off his hood and show his face already. But Kalyan calmly replied that things would become quite troublesome if he did that. At that moment, around 10 subordinates approached, pointing knives and swords at him. However, when the first one tried to lay hands on the prince, Kalyan reacted immediately, driving a knife into the man's hand. He then said, with disappointment, that he thought the only useful thing that place still had was common sense. The casino owner replied that it was too much money to simply hand over all at once, but Kalyan made it clear that he didn't want the money. He wanted Kiri. The man was outraged and replied that their master would never allow that, because that wretch had just started generating money for the arena. While thinking that this brat must be crazy, the man tried to convince himself he still had the upper hand. After all, no matter how skilled the boy was with a knife, they were still the majority. Only that thought vanished the very next instant. Kalyan made a quick slash through the air and cut across the table with an aura attack using just the knife. The strike completely destroyed the casino owner's clothing, leaving the man practically in his underwear in front of everyone. In that instant, he realized it truly was aura and panicked, ordering them to bring Kiri immediately. Yet while maintaining his calm composure, Kalyan himself was already at his limit. He hit his mouth with his hand as he discreetly spat blood, thinking he couldn't use that strike a second time. His body simply wouldn't withstand it. He then realized he needed to finish this quickly before he passed out. Shortly after, one of the guards came running back and reported that there was a problem. Kiri was refusing to leave without a girl named Hina. It was at that moment that Kalyan remembered that at that time, Karya still had a younger sister. In his past life, he had never been able to save her while she lived in that arena. That had ended up becoming one of the greatest regrets he carried for the rest of his life. Even so, the casino owner simply replied irritably that it didn't matter whether it was 2 or 3 people. He told them to bring everyone over at once. So Kalyan himself decided to go fetch them personally. But before that, he made it clear that he wanted his money back. Later, the siblings were finally being rescued by him. Even so, the 2 of them remained suspicious and withdrawn. Kiri thanked him, but asked why he was doing all of this. Kalyan simply placed his cloak over Hina's shoulders and told them not to be so suspicious. He said he had no ill intentions. It was then that Kiri finally recognized his face. In that very instant, he begged forgiveness, addressing him as Your Highness and saying he had not been able to recognize him before and had even dared to suspect him. But the prince told him not to lower his head. He said he was not someone who needed to do that. Kalyan understood their situation very well. Half-elf siblings, with no money and no one to protect them. He then also commented on the habit Kiri had of exposing his shoulder during fights, explaining that it was something common among novices who practiced fencing. He then asked whether he wanted to become a knight, but Kiri replied that wasn't exactly what he wanted. He said he wished only to become a sword capable of protecting everything, not necessarily a knight. That greatly excited Kalyan. He then handed the young man a sword and said that perhaps he couldn't be a knight just yet, but he could act as his protector, and if he still wished to learn how to use a sword while doing so, he could come find him at the palace. Kiri couldn't understand why he was receiving such a good opportunity just like that. Kalyan answered only that, in the future, he would need a good sword at his side, but deep down, he knew that was his way of repaying everything Kiri had done for him in his past life. Meanwhile, in Ellen Manassel's office at the Mages Association, he was analyzing a recently arrived message. According to the mage sent sent to accompany the equestrian presentation. The one who had warned Melfer Poloon about the candelabra had been Prince Callian, and thanks to that, Melfer Poloon ended up discovering the cut rope above the prince. Ellen Manasil himself was left wondering how his disciple had known about that. And as if summoned by the thought, Callian appeared at that very moment. Ellen Manasil immediately asked what had happened, wanting to know if he had gotten into a fight. After all, the state of his clothes was terrible. The prince simply replied that a few little things had happened. The mage then commented that, judging by how calmly he said that, what he had done that day must have been something quite complicated. Callian admitted it had been an extremely long day. He had managed to find Carrie, set a trap to uncover the culprit behind the poisoned floor, and overall, everything was following exactly as planned. Even so, something still left him uneasy. Perhaps because he had done too many things in too short a period. Ellen Manasil himself was astonished by his disciple. He then began serving tea using magic, making the beverage pour itself into the cups. Seeing that, Callian remarked that he was finally seeing an office that truly looked like a mage's. After all, tea serving itself was exactly the kind of thing he had imagined. But Ellen Manasil asked what he expected to find there. A strange soup full of bubbling oils? Callian replied that, actually yes, because the office was far more normal than he had imagined. Even so, one thing caught his attention. There was an unsheathed dagger on the table, something that didn't fit the decor of the place at all. But then he realized that dagger was his own weapon. Ellen Manasil asked why he thought the dagger was there, and said it truly should be in that place. Shortly after, using telekinesis, he sent the blade flying directly toward Callian's heart. Observing the prince's reaction, Ellen Manasil remarked that for someone with such a weakened body, he was quite fast. Even while spitting blood, Callian managed to deflect the weapon's trajectory using his own blade. The mage then explained that it was a magical tool created by Sisphenea, capable of copying the hidden weapon carried by the opponent. It worked as a kind of warning. At that moment, Callian realized that from the very beginning, Ellen Manasil had genuinely intended to attack him as a test. With no patience left to keep hiding everything, he activated his aura. Sensing it, Ellen Manasil asked since when he possessed aura, because that made no sense for someone who barely knew how to use a sword. He explained that since their first meeting, he had already found the prince strange, but had chosen to ignore it. But things had started becoming more and more suspicious. The king had mentioned that the prince was afraid of horses, and then suddenly he became a different person. Furthermore, when he discovered he was being poisoned, instead of fearing death, he showed a thirst for blood. To Ellen Manasil, that energy clearly belonged to someone who already had blood on his hands. Not to mention that Callian knew an incident would occur during the equestrian presentation before it even happened. While speaking, Ellen Manasil was already using healing magic on the prince's body. Deep down, he wanted to believe in him, not suspect him, so he asked whether Callian could finally explain everything to his master. After a moment of silence, Callian revealed the truth. He said that in reality, he was not the true Callian. His real name was Baron Secretia. After hearing the entire story, Ellen Manasil spent some time trying to properly absorb everything. He then asked whether the true Prince Callian had died, but Callian replied that he believed not. In the beginning he hadn't known, but he could still feel the true prince's presence within that body. Even so, Ellen Manasil recalled that when they first met, he had said he did not covet the throne, so he asked what his true objective was. Callian replied that he only wanted to prevent the war. He still didn't understand why Planche wanted the axis of time, but if the root cause of the problem continued to exist, everything would repeat itself once again. For that reason, they needed to uncover the truth. But Ellen Manasil wanted to know one thing first. He asked whether Callian was doing all of this for his own sake or for the sake of Baron's brother. He then revealed something shocking. In Secretia, there was only one first prince, Chase. He had always been the only son of the royal consort. The queen didn't even have a male child. In other words, someone named Baron had never existed. Upon hearing that, Callian was completely shaken. He realized his existence simply didn't exist anywhere, not in Secretia, nor in any other country. He then began thinking that perhaps something had gone wrong when he traveled back in time using the axis of time. Perhaps the space-time had been distorted, and he had ended up taking over someone else's body. Ellen Manasil then explained that the current Chase had already secured his position as Crown Prince of Secretia. Just as the past and present were different from the reality Baron knew, the future had also changed. Therefore, he no longer needed to worry about Chase, because the prince was living very well. Callian understood that the mage was telling him to stop clinging to the past. He then explained that he understood his concern, but assured him that wouldn't happen. Since the day he had opened his eyes in Karis, he had already abandoned the idea of living as Baron once more. After that, he asked whether Ellen Manasil truly accepted all of this, even knowing he wasn't the true prince of Karis. But the mage replied that it had never mattered to him. From the start, there was only one person with whom he had formed an alliance, and that was precisely the man standing before him at that moment. Later, as they rode together, Callian asked whether his master already knew about the axis of time, because it seemed as though he recognized the object from his reaction. Ellen Manasil then told him that about a year ago, Prince Chase had also asked about the axis of time. He had even traveled secretly to Secretia to investigate the matter, but only discovered that the artifact had not been created by humans. Furthermore, a month ago he had received news that the axis of time had disappeared from Secretia, so he asked whether it wasn't exactly around that time that Callian had appeared in that body. The prince then realized that the artifact had disappeared precisely when he traveled back in time. Unable to understand the reason for all of this, he asked Ellen Manasil why he thought it had happened, but the mage replied that he had no way to answer that question yet. However, there was someone who knew far more than him, and who would soon meet the prince, Sisfania herself. At that instant, Callian recalled that he would soon reach his coming of age. The Rosalita was the coming of age ceremony of Karis's princes, a ritual where they were officially recognized as members of royalty upon finding Sisfania's empty nest. It was in that place that they could hear her will, but Elon Manasil reminded him that none of that would matter if he died first. So he said the first problem to solve was the poison tea, but Callian replied that the seed he had planted had probably already borne fruit. When he returned to his room, he noticed that the carnivorous flower received from the Mages Association was still alive and healthy. Then Jan appeared, saying that he had finally returned, and asked whether he had any idea how worried he had been. After all, the prince had said he would return by midnight, but it was already the early morning hours. But Callian asked if he wanted to see something interesting. He then took Jan out to the terrace. Confused, Jan asked why they were there in the cold of the early morning. As he observed the plant, Callian began explaining what he had discovered. That flower was extremely rare, so almost no one knew its properties. On purpose, he had spilled the poison tea near it to observe the reaction of the palace maids. The poison used was so strong that an ordinary person wouldn't survive even a week. If the plant had truly absorbed that poison, it should be dead. But the flower in his room remained perfectly alive. In other words, someone had swapped the original plant for another one. It was then that small beams of light began to appear in the darkness of the early morning, looking like many fireflies glowing through the air. Enchanted, Yan remarked that it was truly beautiful, and in that instant, Callian finally understood. The flower glowed when it died, and those lights served to guide him to the culprit. The beams began advancing through the palace garden, and led directly to the personal garden of Queen Celeste Breeson. Callian woke the following morning to the sound of rain beating against the window. His condition seemed much better than before, so much so that even Jan noticed the difference. When he brought the prince's tea, Callian noticed on the very first sip that the dose of poison had increased once again. He then asked Yan whether there were any important engagements that day, and whether all the nobles would be present that week. Yan replied that the nobility conference would be taking place, and that even the king himself would attend. Upon hearing that, Callian began to think. After the conference, there would be a grand banquet, and that would be the perfect moment for the poison to finally take effect. This meant that Celeste Breeson was accelerating her plan to the fullest. After finishing the tea, he discreetly took a dose of the antidote. When Yan asked what that was, Callian casually replied that they were just vitamins to help him feel better. Even so, Yan remained suspicious. Something about that tea had been bothering him for some time. After the incident at the equestrian presentation, Blanche stopped attending the prince's breakfasts. For Callian, that was great. After all, it would be problematic if Blanche ended up interfering with his plans as well. While eating, Callian remarked to Randall Sale Karis that the roses would soon be blooming. The prince stared at him for a few seconds in silence and, after finishing his meal, simply left without saying anything. Confused, Yan asked why he had suddenly talked about roses out of nowhere. Callian then calmly explained that he had seen some flowers while walking, and remembered that Randall Sale Kairos liked to cultivate them. There was no hidden meaning in it, or at least, that was what he said. Later, even with the rain falling heavily, Callian continued his usual morning training. Seeing that, Ellen Manasil asked whether his disciple was perhaps a masochist. Callian replied that actually, things got worse for him whenever he stopped training. He then asked where the mage had come from. Ellen Manasil replied that he had a quick conversation with Roman Laroon Karis, but was curious to know why he had been summoned there. Callian explained that he needed to ask his master for two things. First, he wanted to discover the identities of two people. Ellen Manasil replied that wouldn't be difficult. He then asked what the second request was. The prince explained that he also wanted to investigate suspicious cases involving nobles, particularly any incident related to the Brizons. Before he even finished speaking, Ellen Manasil replied at the same time, because he had already expected precisely that request. Even so, he commented that his disciple was demanding too much of the old master by asking for two important things at once. That only showed he was in quite a hurry. Callian then revealed that Celeste Breeson had increased the dose of the poison. Upon hearing that, Elon Manasil remarked that he had probably already found the culprit then. After all, he had already suspected who it might be. Callian also warned that she would soon try to act against the mage himself. It might be difficult to attack someone as powerful as Ellen Manasil, but that still created a good opportunity for them to grow stronger. The mage asked whether he intended to use him as a shield, but Callian replied that he did not. He wanted to use him as a weapon. He knew the power of mages very well. After all, in the future, the White Demon's army composed of mages had destroyed his homeland and taken his life. He therefore told Ellen Manasil that he wanted to create a mage troop, but the mage replied that mages were not knights, and that kind of organization was extremely difficult to develop. Even so, Callian insisted it was was possible. At that moment, Elon Manasil reminded himself once again that his disciple knew the future. Callian then explained that when Romain Laruncaris proposed the creation of a mage squadron in the future, everyone had laughed at the idea, including the Breezens, especially the Breezens. No one thought it important enough to deserve attention, and it was precisely thanks to that contempt that Romain Laruncaris was able to continue the project without interference. In the end, he truly did create the squadron, but after the troop stabilized, he died under suspicious circumstances. After his death, the squadron ended up being handed to Planche, who had inherited the throne, and as for the results of that magical army, Elon Manasil already knew very well what they had been. Even so, Callian admitted that this time around it wouldn't be easy to repeat all of that. He then revealed that he intended to negotiate using Célice Brizen's poison tea case. Curious, Elon Manasil asked how he would do that, but Callian replied it was still a secret and that he would explain afterward. The mage only commented, in a tired tone, that this was truly a very reassuring answer. Callian then suggested he ask Romain Laruncaris's opinion, because he was certain the prince would have a great deal to say on the matter. He intended to use the moment when Célice Brizen had made a mistake to manage to close the negotiation. Meanwhile, a maid was informing the queen that she would increase the poison dosage as ordered, but Célice Brizen replied that they needed to handle it properly because she had been hearing worrying things lately. The maid replied that she would be careful. At that moment, Planche appeared, but seemed to have no intention of doing anything, so the queen coldly commented that the person who truly should be acting was doing nothing at all. He replied not to worry about it, saying he had only come to mention that, but Célice Brizen countered, saying that someone incapable of acting had no right to make decisions either. Afterward, she began acting as if she were a victim of fate itself, saying that all that suffering was inevitable for a poor queen like her. Upon leaving, Planche was extremely irritated. Even his own mother saw him as a weakling. At that moment, he decided he would personally ensure that nothing stood in his way. On the day of the palace entrance, the queen was in a fine mood, attending to her duties while humming pleasantly. At the same time, Kiri also seemed cheerful. Holding her sword, she communicated through sign language, saying she was finally going to the palace and would be able to meet the prince. They then asked whether she liked him. She immediately answered yes, wanting it to happen soon. Meanwhile, Callian was preparing for the important event of the day. Yan informed him that the nobility conference would begin shortly and that the banquet would follow right after, within an hour. The prince then asked a favor of him. The time had finally come to put an end to the whole situation. The tea slowly poisoned to the weakest prince in the palace would finally be used against those responsible. Upon arriving at the banquet, Callian immediately looked directly at Célice Brizen. In his mind, this would be the decisive moment that would change everything. Meanwhile, Yan rode hastily to fulfill the task he had received. He delivered 2 letters, one to the Mages Association and another to Elon Manasil. Even so, he remained worried. Was the third prince truly going to that banquet alone? But Callian had already said he could handle the rest alone, and that Yan shouldn't worry. Even so, Yan felt that it was very similar to something that had happened before, and that only heightened his anxiety. At the Mages Association, Aurea Sarin, president of the organization in Karis, was finishing organizing some documents and books for Elon Manasil. She had gathered various official records and commented that it seemed extremely suspicious that nothing had been revealed until now. Elon Manasil replied that the weaker nobles simply didn't have enough power to sustain an accusation against the Brezens. Aurea Sarin then asked exactly how the prince intended to use all those materials. It was at that instant that Yan appeared hurriedly, bringing the 2 letters. After reading the contents, Elon Manasil immediately grabbed his coat and asked where the banquet was being held. Yan replied that he wouldn't be able to enter without an invitation, but the mage retorted that this was not the moment to worry about formalities. After all, his disciple might be dying. Summarizing the contents of the letter, Callian was essentially warning that he would be doing something enormously reckless that day, and that, if everything went wrong, he wanted Elon Manasil to save him. About an hour earlier, Callian was already alone with Célice Brizen, drinking tea together. He then remarked that the 2 of them should be sincere with each other that day. The queen replied that they could speak frankly, but that it wouldn't change anything. But Callian made it clear that when he spoke of sincerity, he didn't mean abandoning etiquette. Irritated, Célice Brizen asked if he had called her there just for that kind of discussion. She then commented that she regretted having been entertained for a moment. She further stated that, just like the tainted blood he carried, he was also extremely rude. But then Callian finally brought up the real subject, the poisoned tea. He said he was tired of pretending not to notice, and that he had been patiently drinking it until now. Even so, Célice Brizen feigned surprise and asked what exactly he was talking about. Callian replied with a wide smile on his face, saying he had been expecting that. He then began to prepare himself, because he felt he needed to put something at risk if he wanted to prevent her from repeating it in the future. But at that moment, the only thing he truly had was his own resilient heart, so he decided to put it to the test. He pulled from his bag a poison capable of stopping the heart for a few seconds. It was the same poison he had obtained from White Eagle. Moreover, he explained that it didn't react to silver power and couldn't be detected by magic. Since he possessed the blessing, his heart wouldn't stop completely. The power of the blessing could only act on one thing at a time, so while it neutralized that poison, everything he had been gradually ingesting would spread throughout his body. After that, he asked who people would first suspect. Celeste Brisson began laughing upon hearing that, and asked whether he truly thought everything would go the way he wanted. She questioned whether he imagined this was the first time she had done something like this. She then revealed that it had been her who took his mother out of this world. Even so, Callian picked up the cup and asked what he should do with that tea. The queen replied that he could try to drink as much as he could manage. He took that as a rejection of his proposal and drank the tea without hesitation. Celeste Brisson remained calm. In her mind, he was simply pathetic. No one would dare suspect her. Not even the king would have the courage to treat her recklessly. There was no situation she couldn't manipulate to her advantage. After all, that was exactly how she had conquered the position of queen. Everything she had done was eliminate the inconveniences along the way. She had achieved practically everything she wanted, with the exception of one thing, completely dominating the king. As soon as Callian finished drinking the tea, he immediately collapsed to the floor. Blood began pouring from his mouth, giving a clear impression of poisoning. The queen observed this, thinking he would be just another stepping stone in her ascent, like all the other people she had eliminated before. The knights began to panic, asking whether it was poison. Some said it made no sense, since even his majesty had drunk from the same tea. But one of the servants ordered everyone to be silent, warning that they could lose their heads if they kept talking like that. Celeste Brisson remained calm, convinced that no one would have the courage to point at her as the culprit. To her, that victory was already guaranteed. But then Romain Laruine-Caris ran to his son in complete desperation, ordering him to hold on. He then began asking where the priest was, and imploring Callian to keep enduring. At that moment, seeing his son in that state, the king remembered his former wife. He remembered the other queen, and above all, the promise he had made to protect his own son. Meanwhile, Celeste Brisson feigned concern and said it was truly a tragedy. She then stated she would return to her palace. But before she could leave, Romain Laruine-Caris asked before everyone whether she was trying to kill his son as well. Everyone clearly heard those words. The princes, the nobles, and the servants all began commenting immediately. Even so, the queen maintained her composure and replied that she had no idea what he was talking about. According to her, Callian had always been a sickly child. The king then replied that she had said exactly the same thing when Freya died. At the time, after assembling all the Brisson knights, she had claimed that the death had occurred due to illness. Celeste Brisson, however, countered by asking who had said the boy was naturally healthy. She further commented that the princes who breakfasted with him every day knew very well about his health condition. She also said she was merely concerned and asked why the king was making such a fuss. She claimed to be concerned about Callian and about her own sons as well. The king grew furious and asked how she dared say that. However, before he could continue, Planche himself stood up and declared that it was hypocritical to call him a son after everything. Of all people, she was precisely the one who had the least right to speak about Callian in that way. He also said that Callian had always seemed healthy and that he had never noticed anything wrong with him. Furthermore, he recalled that the prince himself had said for no one to worry about his health. The queen was outraged to see her own son going against her. Shortly after, the priest arrived to treat Callian, but before he could use his divine power, a magical barrier blocked everything. The one who did that was Elon Menacil. He coldly stated that it would be better to simply let the boy die right away. The king was shocked and asked what he was doing, saying that Callian needed urgent treatment. Elon Menacil then explained that the prince had a magical circle in his heart. If that circle came into contact with sacred power, he would die immediately. Desperately, Romain Laruine-Caris asked how they could save his son in that case, since he was dying. Elon Menacil then replied that only a healer with the power of nature could help him. Ordinary magic wouldn't work. The king ordered that a solution be found quickly, because he couldn't bear to see his son suffering like that. At that moment, Elon Menacil recalled a similar situation he had witnessed in the past. He looked at Callian, his disciple, and remarked that he thought he would never use that spell again in his life. Even so, he promised he would end his pain. After some time, news began spreading throughout the entire kingdom. People lamented for the victims who had been buried and implored for the truth about those monsters to be revealed. The Brisson family was exposed as human butchers responsible for the deaths of 37 people. All of this was revealed by the Mages Association. The Brisson family plunged into absolute chaos. Suspicions that the queen had attempted to poison Prince Callian, combined with the family's cruel crimes, came to light and caused outrage throughout the kingdom. The entire populace began crying out that Queen Celeste Brisson should be eliminated. Later, during a meeting with Romain Laruine-Caris, Elon Menacil revealed another important piece of information. According to him, Prince Callian had mentioned the creation of a mage troupe, and that moment was perfect for acting while the queen had her back against the wall. Upon hearing that, the king realized that his son had arrived at exactly the same conclusion as him. Meanwhile, Celeste Brisson herself went to visit Callian. She remarked that the Mages Association must be quite busy, and asked when he had prepared a mage of that caliber. Callian replied that he had no idea what she was talking about, and said that he had simply been resting there the entire time. He even sarcastically thanked her for her consideration, since he had managed to rest quite well. The queen thought she had heard he had been between life and death for an entire week, but now he seemed completely fine. Kalyan then feigned weakness and said he was so unwell that it would be difficult to keep up a long conversation. He then said she had nothing more to say there and told her to leave. Celicy Breeson asked whether it wouldn't be better to negotiate one at a time, but Kalyan replied that she should have thought of that a week ago, because the situation had now changed. He then asked what exactly she had prepared to offer. The queen, already writhing with rage, replied that if he declared the accusations to be false, she would not oppose what he wanted. Kalyan then began to laugh and said she was misunderstanding everything. He didn't need her permission for anything. He then asked whether that was all she had to offer. Unable to hide her rage any longer, Celeste Brison asked what he wanted, once and for all. Kalyan then finally revealed his demand. He asked how, in a land governed by the descendants of Cisphania, the sound of swords could be heard so loudly by everyone, and he declared that he wanted the revocation of the Pable Knights. From that moment on, the Brisson family would have no more control over any troops. Celeste Bresson immediately replied that it was outrageous. Kalyan knew very well what he was asking. If the Pable Knights were dissolved, the queen would lose practically half of her own power. Even so, he remained firm. He said he wanted the dissolution of Pable and the beginning of the founding of a mage troop. He wanted no other agreement beyond that. He then gave a command to Yan, who immediately delivered a document into the queen's hands. It was a testimony sealed with oath magic. Kalyan had prepared everything in advance. He explained that the oath seal was a magic capable of engraving the contents of the contract directly into the heart. Should anyone break the agreement, their very heart would be destroyed. Meanwhile, Randell Sale Karras learned that the queen had gone to visit the third prince as soon as he woke up. While calmly pruning his roses, he began recalling the words Kalyan had spoken before. He also remembered the moment their eyes had met shortly before he collapsed. At that instant, Randell Sale Karras realized something. From the very beginning, Kalyan had been planning to place him in that political game. Even so, he didn't seem irritated. On the contrary, he was curious to discover how those roses would bloom. For the first time, he was thinking of acting exactly the way he wanted. The fact that Planche had interfered was also something unexpected to him. Everything seemed to be slowly changing. Celeste Bresson, upon hearing about the judgment and the situation she was in, hesitated for a few seconds, but in the very next instant, she took the pen from Yan's hands and signed the contract. As soon as she did so, magic began flowing through both of them, connecting their hearts through the oath. The queen left there completely furious, but before she could depart, Kalyan said one more thing. He remarked that he had never had a good relationship with his brothers. However, that day, Planche had not interfered to help him. In fact, if he had said one more word to Celeste Bresson, the next head to roll would have been hers. The queen simply withdrew without replying. Later, Elan Menacil came to visit the prince and commented that he was shocked to learn that Celeste Bresson had come to see him. Even so, Kalyan appeared to be doing very well. Actually, a little too well. The prince was already devouring what must have been his 10th banana in a row, saying it was delicious. Elan Menacil then replied that after nearly dying, any food must taste wonderful. But Kalyan said that he had also done his part. The mage then asked how he could still smile after everything. After all, at that moment, they could have been visiting his grave had the elf siblings not appeared at just the right time. He also remarked that it had been an enormous stroke of luck that the girl, Hina, possessed nature-based healing powers, because Kalyan truly could have died. The prince replied that, honestly, he hadn't even known Hina was a healer. He had been completely shocked when he found out. Elan Menacil then asked whether he hadn't known that from his past life, but Kalyan replied that he had only had ties with Carrie, and that she had already passed away. Upon hearing that, Elan Menacil was indignant and asked whether he had really ingested that poison, relying solely on the power of the blessing. He then called him an idiot. He said that Kalyan had spent an entire week in bed without any countermeasure and practically pleaded with him to be more careful. Kalyan apologized, but shortly after Elan Menacil handed him a scroll and said he had a message to pass along. Inside were the identification certificates of the children he had requested. At that moment, Kalyan realized he had even forgotten about that. Now, he finally had in his hands the documents for Hina and Carrie. The two had been given the surname Baron. Elan Menacil then explained that they needed to put some surname on the certificates, so he decided to lend his old name. After all, he didn't believe Kalyan had brought those children along merely by coincidence. The prince immediately gave his thanks, especially since those documents were not forgeries. They were genuine identification papers. Moreover, Elan Menacil had also made a point of registering the children as belonging to his territory from the very start. However, he quickly corrected himself and said that it had actually been Roman Leroun Caris who ordered that. He then asked how the third prince felt, knowing that everyone was saying he was the son the king worried most about. Kalyan was surprised and asked whether people were truly saying that. Elan Menacil replied that it was obvious. After all, the king had practically lost control in front of all the nobles. It was impossible for rumors not to start circulating. Even so, Kalyan replied that it must be something another person should have felt, not him. Later, already quieter and more thoughtful, he asked Yan to collect the banana peels scattered around the room. But at that moment, Yan approached in silence and said he needed to say something important. He then revealed that he would stop being the prince's servant. When he was a child, Yan used to visit a secluded room on the second floor of the mansion. It was his brother's room. It was in that place that he left behind all the guilt he had carried. He told how he talked a great deal with his sick brother and enjoyed the company very much. He had also once overheard a conversation between his father and someone else. They were saying that his brother's condition had worsened greatly. His father suffered deeply because of it, but there was nothing that could be done. In those days, Yan didn't yet understand very well how the world worked. Then one day, his brother held his shoulders and told him to look directly at him. He said he shouldn't pretend that his death wasn't coming. Not long after, the house caught fire. That was how his brother, one day before turning 15, chose to abandon everything with his own hands. After that event, summer passed. Then came autumn, then winter, and Yan remained downcast the entire time. He withdrew more and more, until Schlamann von Siegfried, tired of seeing his son that way, forced him out of his room. It was then that Yan, still feeling despondent, encountered another isolated child. The third prince, the child that everyone hated. At that moment, however, he realized he no longer wanted to stop being his servant. Confused, Kallian asked what he was talking about. Yan then replied that, even as the person closest to him, he hadn't noticed anything. It was through his hands that the poison had reached the prince. He was the one who delivered the tea every day. Because of the things he had overlooked, Kallian had nearly died. As he spoke, Yan began reliving those terrible memories of the fire. It was as if he were getting lost in those flames once more. But then Kallian called his attention and told him to look at him. He then asked who was standing right before him at that very moment. Yan replied that it was Prince Kallian. The prince then asked whether he still didn't understand. He was not going to die. It had been Yan who remained by his side the entire time. Thanks to him, he had managed to keep enduring everything until now. Moreover, Yan had only managed to survive in the past because he hadn't ignored his brother. Kallian then said that perhaps they still didn't know everything about each other, but he was certain of one thing: the two would continue protecting each other from that point on. Upon hearing that, Yan finally broke down in tears. In that instant, he realized he would probably never be able to return to his old home. Now there was someone he needed to protect for the rest of his life. Later, he even promised Kallian that he would eliminate every wretch who had made him suffer. The prince asked whether he was talking about taking revenge on his behalf. Yan replied that it was obvious, because Kallian had been hurt far too much. But the prince told him to drop that idea. He said that elephants must remain quiet, because any wrong move could start a war. Yan asked how Kallian knew about elephants, and whether he had known about that for a long time. Kallian only replied that he found out somehow. Yan then commented that it was probably his father who had told him. As they spoke, Kallian even thought he wanted to make a bet with Yan to see if one day he would grow taller than him. But on that very same night, Kallian ended up having a farewell, and it was not with Yan. In his dreams, he encountered the presence of the true Kallian, that boy who was happy with the little company he had, and who truly treasured the few friends by his side. Baron tried to reach him, but the two ended up separating. When he woke up, Kallian immediately went to tell everything to Elon Manassil, and prepared a funeral for the true Kallian. Elon Manassil asked whether, in the end, he had truly disappeared. Kallian replied that he had. He honestly thought the boy would want to make more use of that chance, but that wasn't what happened. The true Kallian had been in a hurry to depart. Before leaving, he said he would entrust that life to Baron and give him what he desired. For that reason, he wanted him to fulfill his objective to the end. Even so, Kallian said that that life was precious as gems. Now the boy was finally free. After all of that, he decided that he would no longer pretend not to know things. He had already initiated many plans, accepted many favors, and because of all that, he resolved to truly live his second life. Shortly after, it was announced that the Pabble troops would be dissolved and returned to the command of the Marquis of Brisson. Meanwhile, Romain Laroon Caris ordered that no one believe the rumors spreading about the royal family. At the same time, Elon Manassil officially announced that he would create the mage troop. 3 months later, Kallian's clothes were no longer fitting him properly. Marilyn Fiat asked whether they could call Mr. Seton Slake, and Yan replied that they could. He said they should inform him that some clothes needed adjustments, as the current ones were already far too small. Kallian had truly grown a great deal. When Romain Laroon Caris saw the prince again, he remarked that he seemed much taller than the last time, and that perhaps he had already surpassed even Planche in height. Kallian replied that he had only grown just a little bit. As they had tea together, Kallian asked whether Elon Manassil had finished the preparations for the Rosalita. He replied that he had, since the prince's birthday was approaching. He then explained that the reason he had summoned him there was to introduce the mage who would serve as his guard during the ceremony. And it was at that moment that Arsene Hertz appeared, the same mage who had killed Kallian in his past life. Romain Laroon Caris explained that he was an extremely talented mage and would be part of the future mage troupe. He also said he hoped the two would grow closer over time. Kallian had to keep all his rage in check, and simply commented that it was quite a special birthday gift. Later, everyone began discussing when the mage troupe would finally be created. Elon Manassil said there was no set date yet, but explained that they already had some names, an initial number of members, and even uniforms prepared. But nothing was confirmed yet. As they talked, Arsene Hertz simply watched Kallian with a small small smile on his face. Manhwa then remarked that the troop still didn't have a name and asked why the king didn't choose one, since it had been him who decided to create it. The king replied that he had actually already thought of a name. The troop would be called Valken. Kalyan then asked Hertz what he thought of that name. The mage was confused at first and asked what he was referring to. The prince then repeated himself, asking whether he liked the name Valken and whether it seemed familiar. Hertz replied that he liked that name quite a lot. Later, Kalyan told everything to Manhwa, who was surprised and said he had no idea about any of it. He also said he could remove Hertz if the prince wished, but Kalyan refused. He said there was no need. Yes, it was Hertz who had killed him in the past, but now everything was different. Circumstances had changed and the future he knew might not even come to pass anymore. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice at the thought of simply overlooking everything. And when Kalyan said that, even Hertz himself felt a chill. Sometime later, Kalyan also had a meeting with Melfer. As soon as they arrived, he asked the man to make himself comfortable, and also apologized for having hidden his identity and appeared without notice before. He asked whether it was really that difficult to expose oneself. Melfer immediately replied that he was exceedingly honored that the prince had come looking for him personally. Deep down, he realized that Kalyan had not yet approached practically any noble, so that visit was a very good sign. The prince then got straight to the point. He said he was there to collect the reward for having saved Melfer's life. The man asked what the prince would like to receive in return. He had been expecting that conversation. He explained that he had recently begun trading diamonds with Tensil and even horses and stables with the imperial family, but he knew that wasn't the answer the prince wanted to hear. Kalyan then replied that he didn't want to exchange commodities. He then asked whether Baron Melfer would be able to manage something beyond his own emporium. The man replied that with sufficient staff and money, that wouldn't be a problem. The prince then explained that he had staff and money, but that Bresson also had the same resources. Melfer asked whether they wouldn't have the prince himself on their side. Kalyan replied that had been a silly question. Of course he would be on their side. After that, Melfer affirmed that having staff, money, and even Prince Kalyan against Bryson managing that would be no problem at all. The prince then revealed the true plan. They were preparing the creation of a mage troop. They had enough money and people to assemble everyone, but they needed someone capable of properly managing it all. Melfer then asked whether that was the price for his life. Kalyan replied that it was, and without hesitation, Melfer accepted the task. At that moment, Kalyan thought that he had finally managed to change destiny. In the original timeline, he was supposed to die after the ceremony of his 15th birthday, but now everything had changed before that could happen. He had people he could trust by his side. The only thing still missing was to discover Sisvania's will during his Rosalita. When he walked out into the ceremony hall, everyone received him with enthusiasm, since it was his coming-of-age birthday, 15 years old, and Kalyan was happy, not exactly because of the party, but because all the preparations were finally complete. Plancha was also present. Kalyan only commented that it had been a while since they had seen each other, brother, but before he could even pass by, Planche murmured something about bloody eyes. Kalyan replied that he wouldn't let that pass and stated that his name was Kalyan, but Planche continued staring at him with suspicion. He asked whether he truly believed he was Kalyan. He said that wasn't his brother. His brother didn't ride like that, didn't use a sword like that, and certainly didn't respond to others like that. He then asked who he really was. Kalyan had to keep himself in check. He had to remember that he was no longer the king of Secretia, the man who had lost his homeland to the mad king Planche, so he simply waited. He remained calm until he could obtain Sisvania's will. Afterward, he simply commented that Planche was saying strange things again. Even so, Planche continued suspecting him. Later, while discussing this with Manhwa, the man commented that it made sense for Planche to notice something. Even if he was a scoundrel, he was not stupid. Kalyan replied that he had pretended not to understand what he meant, but Planche had clearly not believed it. Manhwa then asked what they would need to do to convince everyone that he really was Kalyan. The prince replied that he was no one other than Kalyan himself, and he truly believed that. Even so, Manhwa thought that no matter how much he said he would no longer live as Baron, it was impossible to completely forget an entire lifetime. Manhwa then gave something to Kalyan. It was a magical communication ring. He explained that if the prince needed to talk to an old man at any time, he would hear him and offer his thoughts. He also warned that the ring didn't work inside places reached by Sisvania's power, so within the castle communication would be blocked, but outside of it, he would be able to respond normally. Kalyan thanked him and said he liked having that communication channel with him, but Manhwa asked whether he was worried about being alone. After all the people around him were servants, people subordinate to him. They weren't exactly normal companions. Later, Commander Urin appeared to formally introduce himself. He led the Siegfried Knights and promised that his men would protect the prince until they reached Sisvania's nest, located in Siegfried's territory. Kalyan noticed that the knights were extremely professional. The problem was something else. Most of them clearly had an aggressive aura directed toward him, mainly because Jan, the young master of their family, had abandoned his position to stay by the prince's side inside. Shortly after, Yan himself appeared saying that it was already time to leave and asked whether Kallian needed anything before the journey. The knights watched the scene with an almost murderous look, and it was precisely at that moment that Kallian, in front of all of them, asked Yan to fetch him something to drink. Water, tea, anything would do. Yan went without complaint. Kallian then turned to the knights with a small smile on his face, and they grew even more irritated. Watching all of this, Ellen Manasil could only think about how that boy seemed to multiply his own enemies for no reason. Sometime later, Kallian finally arrived before the opportunity he had been waiting for, to witness Sisphania's will. He proceeded escorted by the knights and his servants, while Planchet simply observed everything from a distance. Salisi Bryson, this time, was quiet, causing no trouble, and Kallian was glad she was staying that way. After one last look at his master, he entered the Rosalita ritual. Meanwhile, later on, Romain Laroon Caris was speaking with Ellen Manasil and asked whether it wouldn't be better to accompany the prince personally, but Ellen Manasil replied that he didn't need to worry. In truth, he was more concerned about His Highness's safety inside the castle than outside it. The king replied that that definitely didn't sound like a compliment and asked whether he truly wasn't worried. Ellen Manasil thought that the king had been acting strangely indifferent for some time and replied that he hadn't said anything wrong. The king then commented that that was precisely the problem with Ellen Manasila. During the journey, Kallian tried to use the ring to get in touch with his master, but since he was still in the castle, communication ended up being blocked. Even so, the prince continued talking to himself through the ring, commenting that he had heard there were deliveries arriving from Tensel and that the palace must be in absolute chaos. He then joked, saying that at least they could talk to avoid getting bored along the way. The knights who were observing all of this only grew more and more irritated. Earlier, before the departure, Yan had given very specific instructions to the knights. He said that Prince Kallian was someone with no magical talent nor any real skill with a sword. According to him, the prince only knew a little self-defense, was extremely fragile, and needed to be protected like a delicate flower. But the knights could only think about how the young master of the Siegfried family had abandoned his position as heir to serve precisely that person. In the middle of the journey, however, something unexpected happened. The group was caught off guard by a presence emerging from the forest, but Kallian immediately noticed it wasn't something truly dangerous. Who came out of the woods was a small elf. The elf introduced herself as Silas and explained that she was hiding because she was hungry. Kallian asked if she had appeared just to get something to eat. The little elf quickly replied that she had been hiding and apologized for appearing like that. But Kallian noticed there was something strange about that conversation. Commander Urin then asked what they should do. The prince replied that they would give food to the child, but at the same time he sensed another presence approaching. Someone was coming on horseback, carrying an extremely menacing aura. Uran immediately moved in front of the prince and demanded that the man identify himself. The stranger replied that he was pursuing a thief and asked whether they had seen a strange child around. Urin replied coldly that they hadn't seen anyone and told him to leave. But the man persisted. He said he didn't want to fight with knights. He was just looking for someone. Urin was about to repeat the order when Kallian intervened and asked what the person he was looking for looked like. The man replied that it was a young elf. Kallian then calmly said that he could check for himself. At that very instant, Silas was terrified. When the man advanced, Kallian approached and whispered for him not to turn around and to just listen carefully. He explained that the people hiding nearby had no intention of protecting either him or the child. As soon as they confirmed the elf's identity, arrows would be fired. But the man made the mistake of looking back. The next instant, arrows flew toward him and the prince. But Kallian reacted far too quickly. Using his skill with knives, he managed to deflect the arrows and even save the man. He then complained that he had warned him not to turn around. The knights immediately noticed the ambush and began protecting the prince. Uran reacted quickly and created a magical shield around Kallian and the man he had saved. Meanwhile, Uran ordered his men to advance after the enemies. But Kallian noticed that the arrows had stopped. The attackers were already fleeing. Kiri then said he would keep the elf under his protection for the time being, and that they could continue the journey with Prince Kallian. But when Kiri approached, the man revealed his true intentions and tried to attack from behind. Even so, Kallian reacted quickly enough to block the strike and counterattack using a magic bullet. The knights were completely confused. After all, how was the prince able to use magic like that? Shortly after, Jan appeared extremely irritated, complaining that Kallian had almost gotten hurt again. He said he had been lucky things had ended well, but the knights noticed something Yan hadn't yet. That prince was definitely not a delicate flower. He was hiding something. After that, Kallian approached the small elf and asked to talk properly, but the child began desperately saying that she knew nothing, that she hadn't done anything, and that it wasn't her who had stolen anything. Kallian then called Arsen Hertz over and asked him to properly organize everything the elf was saying, because she seemed to answer questions before they were even asked. Sometime later, Arsen Hertz appeared nearly losing his mind from the sheer amount of detail he had gathered. He said he had brought a complete report. According to her, the child's true name was Silas, meaning spirit of suppressed words. The name had been given by the mother tree. She worked in the Ririska forest and traveled together with someone named Luca. He also explained that Silas had apparently stolen an important item from the men who had attacked them. During the pursuit, she ended up separated from Luca, and that was how she came across the prince's group. Furthermore, Arkenhertz explained that the reason Cialis answered before questions were asked was simply because he did so naturally. Callian praised the report and said the work had been excellent. He then dismissed the mage. Even so, he knew very well that if they left Cialis alone, the pursuers would come back after him. He therefore decided to keep him nearby during the journey. But the prince also knew they still had a long journey ahead and did not intend to get deeply involved in that problem. A more detailed investigation would be left to some lord of the region. Uran then informed him that around dinner time, they would already be close to Hale Latland's territory. But shortly after, he returned to the prince, bringing something worrying. According to the commander, they had found something suspicious among the captured man's belongings. It was poison. The poison Callian had once taken came to his mind as he spoke with the commander. He then said he needed to see that man personally. The man commented that he had thought he was just a precious young master from some wealthy family, but apparently that wasn't all there was to it. Callian then replied that he was right. After all, he was an even more precious son of a very wealthy family. Without beating around the bush, Callian got straight to the point and asked whether the man knew what he was holding, showing him the poison, but the man replied that everyone there had one of those. He thought it was something valuable, so he had taken a few. He didn't even know exactly what they were looking for. He also said he couldn't see their faces because of the masks. Even without discovering much, Callian noticed that the man didn't seem to be protecting those people out of loyalty or affection, so he asked what his problem was, and said he could resolve it if the man decided to cooperate. He reiterated that he was the son of a powerful family and had the means to help him. The man finally revealed that his wife was in Hansen village, and that those people knew about it. Callian then assured him he could keep the woman safe, and asked what exactly had been stolen. The man explained that it was a small transparent sphere, similar to a marble. He didn't know what it was, but he had heard that a Tensel priest would need to verify the object to confirm it. At that very moment, Callian suspected it might be a sacred relic. These relics were used by the priests of Tensel as substitutes for sacred power, which was why Tensel was desperately trying to gather as many as possible. So it made sense for all the commotion. Something extremely valuable and important had been stolen. But there was still one thing that didn't make sense to him. What did that poison have to do with any of it? The man then explained that that poison was used by the birds of Secretia. In the worst case scenario, when they failed a mission, they used it, and that poison was obtained through White Eagle. The man continued, saying he had only heard the title of one of them, the leader. People called that person Blue Ladybug, and at that point, Callian found the situation completely strange. His former father's bird was supposed to be in Karis, so why was it there? After all, he knew very well who Blue Ladybug was. Later, already during the night, it began raining hard as they finally arrived at Hale Latland's territory. At first, Callian even found that welcome, because the rain had prevented the group from continuing to advance since dinner time, but he was already no longer able to stand Count Hale Latland, lord of that territory. The man was a chatty drunkard who simply would not stop talking. Hale Latland kept saying it was an enormous honor to receive the prince there. He even commented that it seemed as though the sky itself had sent that rain to serve him. While listening to all of it, Callian could only think about how much that man talked. Along the way, Yan asked whether the prince didn't remember him. He explained that he was one of the men who had previously sent gifts. Callian replied that he did remember. He was even among the recipients who had received the gifts returned to them. Yan confirmed this and explained that he had originally been on Prince Randell Sale Karis's side, but had quickly switched to Planche's side 6 years ago, during the War of the Desert and Tensel. Upon hearing that, Callian realized that those men's interests had now completely shifted toward him. Meanwhile, Hale Latland kept talking without stopping. He said he had been eagerly awaiting the prince's arrival, and hadn't even been able to sleep from the excitement. Callian then thought that the servants in that place must suffer greatly. The territory's steward, Malcolm Chadish, clearly seemed uncomfortable with the whole situation, but before the conversation could continue, Arkenhertz appeared, bringing urgent news for His Highness. He approached and whispered that they had captured the carrier pigeon. At that moment, Callian understood what that meant. Someone would try to warn Blue Ladybug that they were there, and in that rain, there was no other bird capable of flying that far. Even so, Hale Latland kept talking and offering the prince a drink, asking where he had been on such a cold day, and saying they should drink to warm up. But Callian ignored all of that, and asked directly whether there was a Tensel priest nearby. King Hale Latland was so nervous at the question that he spilled his own bottle. He said the prince must be drunk to say something like that, and began insulting the Tensel priests, saying those damned people would never set foot in his territory. But Callian lost his patience. He simply snapped his fingers and sent the man to sleep. Hale Latland immediately slumped with his head on the table. Callian then coldly commented that he could no longer tolerate the man's rude attitude. Later, already riding alongside the knights while communicating with his master, Alon Manasil asked whether he was saying that he had ended up getting mixed up with an item being sought by a secret agent, and that his life was now in danger. He then commented with irony that it was excellent news, but Callian replied that he was fine. Ellen Manasil then said that at that rate, he would soon retire and leave his disciple alone without a master. But Callian replied that he worried too much. After all, if it truly was the person he was thinking of, she wouldn't be someone all that dangerous. Even so, Ellen Manassel asked how far his connections extended. Callian then explained that that secret agent had never failed a mission before. There was no way she hadn't realized she was dealing with the Prince of Karis. After that, he asked a favor of his master. He wanted him to investigate the surroundings of Hale Latlan and find out where the Tensil priest was staying. They needed to understand what that secret agent wanted with the priests. Later, Callian arrived at the meeting point. It was a dark, dimly lit tavern. As soon as he entered, he told the innkeeper that everything was fine and that the others had stayed outside. He had come alone. The woman replied that she wasn't cruel enough to harm people who had nothing to do with it. Callian then replied that she had attacked him knowing full well who he was, hadn't she? The innkeeper confirmed without hesitation. She said she knew exactly who he was and had even told him to keep quiet before. But at that instant, every other person inside the cave collapsed to the floor. They were corpses. The woman then coldly remarked that they had simply been too hasty, and that was why they ended up that way. Without showing any fear, Callian slowly approached the counter and asked whether he was now connected to the problem as well. She replied that she would say yes, but even before reaching for the knife, she noticed Callian was already watching her every move. She hesitated and commented that it would truly not be easy to catch him off guard. The first thing she said was that, had she known all of this would turn into such a headache, she would never have pursued that small elf. She explained that she personally didn't like the whole situation, but asked why the prince simply didn't go home after having caused so many problems. That way he would leave the child in peace and everyone would come out ahead. But Callian replied that she was being rude to a visitor. After all, he had traveled so far to get there, so she could at least answer one question. He then wanted to know why she was looking for a sacred relic. He said she clearly didn't look like a priestess. The woman simply replied that relics had been getting very expensive lately and that her usual line of work didn't pay quite so well. Callian then asked whether the buyer was in Hale Latlan. After all, it made no sense to sell something of that value in such a remote place. It would be far easier to find priests in Karis. Blue Ladybug replied that there was no one paying more than that buyer. She also mentioned that it was someone with whom she had an old connection. At that moment, Callian understood the link. There was only one type of relationship a Secretia secret agent would maintain in that way. It was someone selling information from the capital, and now, as payment for that information, they were buying sacred relics. Callian then said he would ask only one more question before leaving. Meanwhile, the king was buried in a pile of paperwork when Ellen Manassel came to visit. The king, Roman Larun Kairis, asked whether he was now being treated as an informant, but Ellen Manassel calmly replied that he had only come because he knew the king would still be awake. There was no reason to waste time investigating something when he could ask directly someone who knew the situation so well. He then asked how many Tensil priests were in Karis and where they were. Roman Larun Kairis replied that he wasn't sure exactly how much Ellen Manassel already knew, nor whether that question came from prior information or was merely a coincidence. Even so, he explained that the representatives of Tensil had gone to the capital specifically because of this. He said that among the 14 priests present in Karis, aside from the one at the palace, Tensil wanted to find all the others and take them away so they wouldn't need to ask for help anymore. And after finally having sent the priests out for what they had wanted for so long, the king admitted it was uncomfortable to see Tensil acting as if Karis had been keeping those men held by force. Upon hearing that, Ellen Manassel realized that the situation in Tensil must be truly dire. They clearly didn't want to reveal what was happening, but they desperately needed the priests. So he asked what His Majesty had done. The king replied that he didn't control the priests. He had only told the Tensil representatives to find the men themselves and take them if they wished. After that, he asked why Ellen Manassel wanted to know all of that. He then replied that Prince Callian wanted to discover their whereabouts. At that moment, Romain Larun Karis found the whole thing completely strange. There was no reason for Callian to want to know where the priests were, especially since he had apparently already arrived at precisely the location where they were hiding. Meanwhile, on the other side, Callian asked his last question to Blue Ladybug. He wanted to know whether the buyer of the sacred relic was Count Hale Latlan. She replied only with a who knows. She said that wasn't such a simple question to answer. Shortly after, while riding quickly on his way back, Callian received a message from Ellen Manassel. His master explained that Hale Latlan had pretended to know nothing, had hidden the priest he had, and had acted as if there were no priest in his home. Callian then replied that he already knew that and said he was returning immediately to the castle. Just by the tone of his voice, Ellen Manassel sensed the urgency of the situation and asked whether something had happened. Callian then explained that when he had put Hale Latlan to sleep with magic, he had noticed something strange. The man had not been truly drunk. Meanwhile, Jan was having to stall Malcolm Chadish, the steward of Hale Latlan. He said the prince had gone out for a walk, but Malcolm Chadish replied that he only needed a brief word with His Highness. He explained that the count wished to apologize for the unpleasant attitude during dinner. Jan then asked whether he was trying to cover up for his master's insolence. He also questioned since when a count's steward had the right to interrogate the whereabouts of a prince. At that moment, Malcolm Chadish was embarrassed, but inwardly, Jan was also worried, because Callian had not yet returned. Even so, the steward persisted and asked whether he could at least least know when the prince would be back. Yan then thought irritably that that old man was far too persistent. But at that very instant, Kalyan himself came out of the room complaining that he couldn't even rest in peace. He then called Yan incompetent, saying he should just make up a decent excuse and send everyone away, because it didn't seem that difficult. Yan immediately apologized and explained that that old man had been insisting too much. Shortly after, he shut the door in Malcolm Chaddish's face. Outside, the steward quickly apologized, saying he hadn't known His Highness was resting, and that he would take his leave immediately. Watching all of that, Kalyan thought with relief that he had made it back in time, and at that moment, he realized he had ended up acting exactly like a certain person. He had been just like Planche, and that left a bad taste in Kalyan's mouth. Good grief. Yan then replied that he had returned faster than expected, and on top of that through the window. What a mess he had made. Kalyan said it was a long story, but then asked whether anyone had come looking for him. Were they already suspicious? Yan replied that only that steward had come looking, but also commented that it wasn't every day he saw a prince jumping through windows like that. At the time, he had been in a complete panic. Even so, Kalyan asked why he seemed so angry. He didn't act that way at the palace. Yan then explained that that steward simply wouldn't listen. First, he had said the prince had gone for a walk, but the man kept insisting on knowing when he would return. He even seemed far more interested in the time of his return than in finding out where he had gone. After that, Kalyan relayed all of that information to Ellen Manasil. The count was clearly standing guard and was probably investigating his movements. And in the end, the prince realized he had been right. Hale Latlan had not been drunk at that time. Ellen Manasil then asked whether he had already managed to connect some pieces of the investigation. The prince replied that the exchange of sacred relics with Blue Ladybug was supposed to take place on that very day, which explained why she was there. The wine would have been nothing more than a convenient excuse for the count to leave without raising suspicion, but the plan had been ruined because Kalyan had put him to sleep with an enchantment. Afterward, when he discovered that the prince had left the castle, he had sent the steward to investigate his intentions. Ellen Manasil replied that it made perfect sense, but asked why he would be so desperate for a sacred relic. Kalyan then explained that he was probably trying to use those relics to get on the good side of Contentio, the homeland of Randell Sale Karis's mother. Upon hearing that, Ellen Manasila commented that while maintaining a good relationship with Randell Sale Kairis, the man was also flirting with Planche's side and secretly sending gifts to Kalyan. On top of that, he was selling information about Kairis to a secret agent of Secretia. He truly was very cunning. The prince already knew that helping Silas, who was being pursued, had only been the beginning. The man who had been chasing the elf revealed the name of Blue Ladybug, and he had also discovered that Hale Latlan was sending sacred relics to Tensal simply to curry favor with Randall Sale Karis. If all of that together was not a coincidence, then the count was involved far more deeply than he appeared. Kalyan then commented that the rain would not stop until the following day. Since he was stuck inside, he would deal with the traitor himself. Meanwhile, Hale Latlan was having a complete breakdown. He smashed cups as he complained that that audacious brat must have realized he would be a problem the moment he returned those gifts. The prince had clearly used an enchantment at dinner, because only magic would explain such a heavy sleep like that. Now his plans were completely ruined because of Kalyan. Furious, he also cursed Selesh Brisson, saying that stupid wench should have killed Kalyan before all that mess began. He had worked hard to win over the nobles, spent a fortune on gifts, and done everything to maintain his influence. Shortly after, Malcolm Chaddish returned, saying he still hadn't managed to make contact with Blue Ladybug, but they might receive a response later. But Hale Latlan replied by hurling a cup at his face and shouting that he never did anything right. Outside, it was still raining, which meant the half-blood would spend another night inside that castle. Malcolm Chaddish then asked whether they should postpone the transaction. The count replied that they didn't have much choice. He couldn't take risks while the prince and his men were still there. After that, he took out his frustration on the maids as well, bellowing that that damned half-blood would pay for everything. Later, everyone had gathered for a meal. During dinner, Hale Latlan was discreetly staring at Kalyan, thinking that the damned prince was acting as if nothing had happened. But in Karis, the title of count demanded respect, and the nobility would not stand idle if it were discovered that magic had been used against him. In his mind, that foolish prince's royal blood would not be enough to protect him. Sooner or later, he would be on his knees begging for forgiveness. Even so, he first resolved to apologize for his conduct the previous night. Kalyan replied calmly that it was fine. The count then asked directly whether he had used an enchantment. The prince confirmed it without even hiding. He said he had put him to sleep because he had already become unbearable. He also told him not to worry so much. It must have been his first time receiving someone from the royal family, so it was understandable he had made that kind of mistake. He was probably nervous. Inwardly, Hale Latlan grew even more furious. He thought that cunning little ferret truly believed he could put all the blame on him. Shortly after, Kalyan casually remarked that he was tired of investigating the person responsible for the attack against him, but that they had ended up discovering a very interesting piece of information. It was about the name of a bird. At that very moment, Hale Latlan even spat out the wine he was drinking. Malcolm Chaddish ran to help him, while Kalyan didn't even bother hiding that he had expected exactly that reaction. He then continued, saying that they would still need to investigate further, but imagine the count would also have an interest in discovering discovering what was happening within his own territory. Trying to maintain his composure, Hale Latlan replied that he would do everything within his power to help. After all, a prince being attacked on his lands was something he could never permit. At that moment, Euron approached Callion to whisper something in his ear. Meanwhile, the Count was thinking he could no longer keep watching that pompous prince act that way. He needed to expel him from the territory as quickly as possible. But then Callion looked at him and said it was truly unfortunate for the Count, because it appeared that someone wanted to speak with him. Shortly after, Hale Latlan accompanied Euron, Yan, and the prince to a dirty and unpleasant place, asking along the way how they intended to bring that person there. Callion knew exactly what the man was thinking. The Count was already extremely agitated and practically holding himself back from doing something foolish, but the prince had also already prepared the perfect bait for him. The previous night, he had spoken with the man who had tried to attack him. The man immediately asked whether something had happened to his wife. Callion then replied that his family would not be harmed. He gave his word. The man explained that at that point, he knew very well he would be executed. After all, he had attempted on the life of a prince. As soon as the investigation concluded, he would be taken to Karis and hanged. And even if, by some miracle, his life was spared, he still wouldn't receive proper care. His arm would end up necrotizing, and in the end he would die the same way. The man asked what exactly Callion meant by that. The prince then explained that he would like to offer him a way out, a life far from that territory, a plot of land to cultivate, and a home where he could live in peace beside his wife. But that would only happen in exchange for his help. With his cooperation, the sentence could be reduced. Instead of execution, he would only suffer the amputation of his arm, which was already going to necrotize anyway. Faced with that, the man accepted the proposal and asked what he needed to do. When Hale Latlan arrived at the location, the first thing he heard was the man saying that the person known as Blue Ladybug was a Secretia secret agent. She would be negotiating certain goods for her client, and apparently the two had been meeting for quite some time. The man also commented that this was strange, because relationships with secret agents rarely lasted that long. Callion then replied that it truly was strange, unless of course there was a double agent in the mix, a traitor, someone secretly selling information. He then asked directly whether Hale Latlan didn't agree with that. The Count replied with a forced laugh, clearly nervous. He kept repeating ha 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 as he agreed in an uncomfortable manner. At that moment, Callion noticed that he was already desperate. It was the perfect time to make his move. Later, Malcolm Chittish appeared begging for mercy. He implored the prince, saying that everything he had done was simply follow his master's orders. He knew he wasn't innocent, but even so he pleaded for Callion's compassion. The prince listened to all of that without showing much reaction. He then asked whether Malcolm Chittish wasn't the Tinsel priest. If he were, he was probably the one buying and reselling the sacred relics. Moreover, the reason for acting in such a submissive manner toward the Count was likely because Hale Latlan had discovered his secret. Desperate, Malcolm Chittish admitted that if Tinsel found out he had been selling sacred relics, they would take his head before he could even return home. But that ended up becoming a great twist. Even Callion himself hadn't expected to discover that he was reselling the relics, and in his desperation, Malcolm Chittish ended up revealing something even greater. He said he had sold relics to the older brother of Queen Selace Breeson, Viscount Renan Breeson, and that the man was using those sacred relics to give gifts to Tinsel. So here is what happened. Renan Breeson established a connection with Tinsel, which meant he had betrayed Plancha and taken Randell's side. This also meant he had turned his back on the Breeson family itself, on Selace, and on everyone who wished to see Plancha as crown prince. Callion managed to set a perfect trap and ended up getting something far better than he had hoped for with the bait he prepared. Through the communication ring, Ellen asked what he intended to do now, because that would certainly cause a great uproar. The best course of action would be to discuss everything with Romain first. Callion agreed, but before that he asked Ellen to write a letter to Count Hale Latlan. Later, Callion summoned Euron and Jan and ordered them to take care of the man imprisoned in the basement. His arm was in serious condition, and since they had taken too long to treat the wound, amputation would likely be the only option. He then ordered them to give the drug in his hand to the prisoner, and Euron immediately replied that he would do so. Next, Callion asked Kiri to go to Hanson Village, find that man's wife, and bring her to a safe place. At that moment, Silas opened the door, saying that Hina had come to clean the room, and that she had decided to accompany her. She also asked them, please, not to scold her. Callion said nothing and simply thought that was Arxan's problem, not his. Shortly after, Silas stopped to play with a carrier pigeon that was inside a cage. Yan asked what His Highness intended to do with the bird and whether he planned to take it along. Callion replied that no, he would return it to its rightful owner. He noticed that Hina had also grown quite fond of the pigeon and promised he would give her a bird as a gift when they returned to the palace. Unfortunately, that particular one would have to be returned today. Hina then remarked that Marilyn probably would not enjoy having a bird inside her room. Callion then suggested they help release the pigeon after dinner. He also reminded them to leave the window wide open because someone was expected that night. Later, the visitor truly appeared through the balcony. Callian remarked that the person had arrived earlier than he expected. The woman known as Blue Ladybug replied that she had been moved by the contents of the letter. It stated that, unless she wished her actions to be reported to the White Eagle, she was to meet with the prince. She then asked why she was being threatened in such a manner. Callian explained that they had already confirmed evidence that King Olaton was negotiating sacred relics and selling information. He also said that if she handed over the relics, her secret would remain kept. The woman was silent for a few seconds, and Callian asked if that was her answer. Unfortunately, she confirmed that it was. She said she hated complicated relationships, and in the next instant, fired several magic bullets at him. Callian managed to block the attack using his magic shield, but found it strange, because in the past she fought with a sword. The explosion drew the attention of the castle's servants, but he locked the door with magic and ordered no one to enter. He then asked if she had really come there with the intention of killing him, and if there was anything else she would like to say. She replied no, and immediately advanced, closing the distance to strike her sword against his. Callian knew that the ordinary iron sword he carried would not withstand his opponent's aura for long. He needed to end the fight quickly without revealing his own aura. Using his ability, he disarmed her rapidly, but she had anticipated that. The woman was hiding one last magic bullet. He realized he would not be able to block the shot without using aura, so he ended up channeling power into the sword. Even so, the blade snapped in two. Surprised, Blue Ladybug asked if he was a master swordsman. At that moment, Callian decided to call her by her real name, Isla. She was completely stunned and motionless, allowing him to approach and hold her face. When he checked her mouth, he found the poison was not there. All secret agents of Baron Secretia were supposed to carry hidden suicide poison in case of capture. He then asked what she truly knew. Isla asked if he intended to let her leave alive after all that. Callian replied that he had always heard that Secretians were extremely resolute, but apparently that was not the case with her. He said he did not know whether she had always been that way or had changed over time. She then remarked that perhaps it would be better to let her go. After all, the fact that a master swordsman carried a sword worse than his own guards made it obvious he was hiding his abilities. If he did not want to be found out, he had better let her go, because otherwise she would tell the knights everything she had witnessed there. In the other timeline, the Blue Ladybug had been completely loyal to Baron Secretia, a true master swordswoman devoted to her own blade. Because of this, Callian ended up feeling disappointed. He grabbed her by the collar and warned that, if she wanted to stay alive, she should not take that story too far. He also said she should not have faced death before him. Even so, he managed to control himself and released her shortly after. He said it was not a secret significant enough to be worth her life. He then simply demanded the evidence. He also explained that he had no intention of interrogating her himself, because the White Eagle would be the one to do that. Meanwhile, Count Hale Latland still had not received any word from Malcolm. Furious, he wondered what was happening and what kind of absurd letter he had just received. The message stated that the dear Count needed someone to represent him. It also stated that everything he had sold during that time had already been explained to Queen Selesei, so he need not worry about anything further. The letter was signed by Ellen Manasil. The Count grew furious upon realizing that even the sacred relics had been discovered. He called the mage cunning and complained about the situation. He said it was irritating to have to bow before that wretched commoner prince, and imagined they must have thought he would come running, trembling with fear. Even so, he declared they should not underestimate him. He then opened the enormous vault full of treasures and walked toward a far more valuable box. Inside it was a small chest filled with sacred relics. He remarked that he would earn a fortune with those items, and decided to take everything to trade and flee from there. However, Arsene, who had been invisible behind him the entire time, took the chest first. The Count immediately asked if that was invisibility magic. Arsene then introduced himself as Arsene Hertz, mage of Prince Callian, and thanked him for having gathered all the evidence with his own hands. Finally, Arsene told the king not to worry, as he would perfectly relay his message to the wretched cunning mage and the wretched commoner prince. Later, Arsene personally delivered the sacred relics to Prince Callian. Along with them, he also brought all the documents related to the leaked information from Karis and the king's illegal relic trade. Callian replied that Arsene had done excellent work, and that thanks to him, all that mess was finally concluded. Shortly after, however, Yan appeared saying there was something important the prince needed to see outside the estate. When they went out, they found the king's personal cavalry stationed there. Those knights were supposed to be protecting the king in Karis, but they were in that territory now. Meanwhile, upon learning what had happened, Elan questioned Romain, asking why he had sent his own personal cavalry to that place. He said they should have sent the royal knights, and complained that the moment he stepped away for an instant, he went and did something like that. Romain replied that in an incident involving the Brisson family, they could not send soldiers who might be their spies. He said he only trusted those worthy of being his sword. Even so, Elan asked why he was treating Prince Callian in such a special manner. That could end up putting the king in ruin. The moment people started thinking Callian was being favored, his life would be in danger. He also reminded him that the king had never shown special interest in any of his sons, precisely to avoid that kind of situation. Romain replied that something like this could not happen again. Because Because of that, the following day he would have lunch with the other two princes to better understand the state of their relationship. Ellen then replied that that would be valuable time for His Majesty. Meanwhile, Malcolm asked if the prince was truly leaving. Callian replied that he was. He explained that Kayla, the king's personal guard, would handle the rest, and that all the criminals would be taken to the capital. However, unfortunately, one of them had died before even being transported. A true shame. In reality, Norton, the man who had lost his arm, was officially declared dead and safely escorted out of the castle. At that moment, he was likely already crossing the Whitling territory together with his wife. Callian then told the worried Malcolm that no matter how loyal he was to the king, he should be aware of the grave crimes he was involved in, especially regarding the sale of sacred relics. Malcolm admitted he had made a mistake. Even so, Callian stated that he had been very useful in capturing the true culprit, and therefore asked for a degree of leniency regarding his punishment, but he made it clear that from then on, he expected absolute loyalty. Malcolm replied immediately that he understood completely, but was caught off guard when Callian announced that he would now be the new administrative agent of Latlan. Unable to believe what he had heard, he asked if that was truly serious. Later, the journey toward the nest of Cisphania finally resumed. Along the way, Callian heard several pieces of news. Hale had lost his noble title and would spend the rest of his life in prison. In addition, Isla's sentence had already been carried out. Meanwhile, during lunch among the princes, Randell remarked to his brother that the plaza was covered with Linaceta leaves. These leaves resembled ordinary tree leaves, but were in fact enormous thorns of the Linaceta cactus, capable of intensely absorbing all the moisture around them. Because of this, when a plaza became covered with Linaceta leaves, the ground remained dry and clean even after a public execution. So when someone said the plaza was full of those leaves, it normally meant someone had been executed there. Randall said it merely to plant doubt in Planche's mind, trying to make him believe that Queen Selese had been executed. However, Planche immediately replied that his brother was wrong. Randall then remarked that he had heard that, after Callian's departure, Planche had stopped drinking alcohol. Planche asked if he missed the smell of liquor. The first prince replied that he certainly did not, and suggested the two spend the rest of that moment in silence. Even with his body still full of aches, Planche asked how silent exactly he wanted it to be. Meanwhile, on the road to the nest of Cisphania, Callian and the knights found the path completely blocked by an enormous landslide caused by the rain. They realized it would be much faster to go around the area than to clear all the earth and stones from the road. Irritated, Callian thought that first they had to remain in Latlan because of the rain, and now they would need to make a huge detour because of a landslide. This journey seemed like it would never end. He then muttered to himself that as soon as he reached the capital, he would create a teleportation device for the love of God. At that moment, Silas remarked that this was a wonderful opportunity to visit the elf village. She said Luca was there, along with the elders, so the prince could rest there. Callian replied that was probably the best thing Silas had said since joining the group. After giving him a few flicks on the head for acting like a foolish elf, they genuinely decided to head to the elf village. As soon as they entered the forest, everyone was left in awe of the landscape. The place was so incredible that even Callian himself had never seen anything like it, not even when he was still barren. When they arrived at the village, one of the older elves greeted them and asked which of them was the king of the human clan. Callian replied that he was nothing so impressive, merely the representative of the group. The elf then introduced himself as Zera of Heriska village, and said he had a favor to ask of the king of humans. Callian immediately corrected him, saying he was not a king, but Callian Reincarnated. Even so, he asked if Zera was really requesting help from someone he did not even know. Zera explained that some time ago, some elves had gone to a nearby human village but had disappeared more than 10 days ago. Afterward, they sent 2 others to look for them, but those 2 never returned either. He then asked the prince to find the missing ones, because the elves did not know the human world well enough to keep sending more people. As he listened, Callian thought the elf was insistent and somewhat self-centered. He also wondered if all elves were like that, because the ones he knew were usually not that way. He then asked why exactly he should help them. Zera replied that it was because he was the king of the human clan. Once again, Callian corrected him, saying it was not a clan but a kingdom called Karis, and that he was not a king but a prince. He explained that those words had completely different meanings. Zera then said that in that case, he was not asking for help solely because of that. He asked whether they were heading towards Siegfried's territory, and explained that human roads were slow, but that using the forest routes they could drastically reduce their travel time. Callian calculated how much time they would lose doing that, and also how long it would take to get there. He then asked if 5 elves had truly disappeared. If that was the case, it was obvious he would help, and so the prince set off together with the knights. Along the way, Euron remarked that there was still no evidence of slave trafficking as his highness had suspected. The forest lay between 2 villages, Narika and Sting. There were some men with the appearance of mercenaries in the area, but they did not appear to be committing any crimes there. there. This put Carrie somewhat at ease, because the first thing he thought of upon hearing about missing elves was precisely human trafficking. The prince then decided to follow the original plan, and first sweep the nearby villages. Euron explained that continuing along that road would bring them to Sting. Both regions were of similar size and comparable strength, so there was enormous rivalry between them, especially since the two lords were close in age and competed constantly. Callion remarked that in reality, that actually worked out well for the area's development. He also took the opportunity to say he needed to buy a new sword, since his had broken. But when they arrived at the forge, the blacksmith replied that he had no swords to sell. Confused, Callion asked how a shop full of weapons could have no swords available. The shopkeeper then asked if he was a mercenary, saying he seemed too young. Callion replied that he was a mage, and that the man beside him was the swordsman. The shopkeeper explained that it was not ordinary mercenaries who were buying the weapons. According to him, numerous mercenaries were being secretly gathered inside the castle, and so all the weapons produced by the forge were going directly there. He added that if they were looking for mercenary work, they should go to the castle, but Callion replied that he did not want work, he just needed a weapon immediately. He then asked whether the situation in the neighboring village of Narika was different. The blacksmith said no. The situation there was exactly the same. It was at that moment that Callion finally understood what the elder had done to him. If both lords were buying weapons and gathering mercenaries, it was obvious they were preparing for war, and the elf village was right in the middle of the two territories that were about to come into conflict. The elder had not sent him there merely to find missing elves. In reality, he wanted him to resolve the entire mess. Later, Callion returned to the elf village carrying 2 letters for Elder Zera. He asked that one be sent to Sting and the other to Narika. He also said that, on the date set for the meeting between the lords, the 5 missing elves would return home. After that, he announced he would leave the place the following morning and asked them to prepare the forest path. Confused, Zera asked if that meant there would truly be a war. Only then did he realize he had said too much. Callion replied that he had assumed that, being an elf, the elder would think it unlikely that he would see through the truth. Even so, he had deliberately deceived him while knowing full well that a war was underway. He also remarked that the 5 elves had likely gone to work as mercenaries to earn money and were waiting inside Sting's castle for the conflict to begin. It made no sense that the elves would know about the war, and yet the elder would not. If even he, a prince, upon discovering something like that within his own kingdom would try to prevent the conflict, it was obvious he had been sent there for exactly that purpose. Zera was left completely speechless. Callion then continued, saying he no longer needed the forest's secret path or any other help. Their agreement ended there. The elder asked if he truly did not care that a war was happening within his own kingdom. Callion replied that both sides were fighting for a reason, and that it would eventually come to an end. He also said that if that place was so important to the elder, then he should protect it himself instead of relying on cheap tricks to manipulate others. This time, Zera did not even try to argue back. He simply remained silent inside the office. Later, Carrie informed the prince that the root cause of the entire situation was the Breezen Empire. It was the only empire in the region, and after the incident in the Latland territory, they had halted local trade. Callion remarked, irritated, that the problem always came back to the name Brisson. They then explained the whole situation. Both Sting and Narika had land unsuitable for farming, so they were entirely dependent on wheat imported from the Breezen Empire. However, when the empire halted trade without warning, Sting attempted to buy wheat from Narika. The problem was that Narika charged an absurd price, and that ended up pushing both territories to the brink of war. Callion also disliked the way they monopolized food like that. In the end, the ones who truly suffered were not the lords but the common citizens who went hungry. The conversation, however, was interrupted by knocking at the door. It was Zera. The elder asked for forgiveness for what he had done. He admitted he had known from the beginning that the prince was involved in that incident because of Luca. He also explained that the origin of the war was tied to that very incident, and so he believed the fault was his. He then revealed that Luca was his son. Furthermore, he confessed that the boy was involved in the disappearance of the elves, so he had assumed that if the prince knew the full situation, he would end up helping. That was precisely why he had hidden part of the truth. He asked for forgiveness once more, and knowing it was selfish of him, he begged for the prince's help. But Callion cut him off before he could continue. He told him to meet with the lords, deliver the letters, and find out what else they needed beyond wheat. After that, they would also meet. Unable to believe it, Zera asked if he truly intended to help them. Callion replied that he was not doing it for the elves, so the elder had better not deceive himself. Even so, Zera expressed deep gratitude. He said elves valued promises above all else, and would never forget the help they received. Later, alone again, Callion returned to thinking about Renan Brisson, the man who kept interfering with his plans. He then used the communication ring to contact his master and said it was about time they got rid of him. The following morning, at the Brisson estate, Evan Brisson, the patriarch of the family, was preparing to receive an important guest. The servants found it strange, because Evan normally participated in central nobility meetings and almost never received visitors in the main hall, especially without prior notice. But the visitor was precisely the man who never announced when he would arrive, Ellen Manisil. When he received him, Evan remarked that if he had given notice beforehand, he would have prepared something special for his arrival. Ellen replied that he had imagined Evan would need to make many preparations before that conversation, but in the end he had simply come to give a testimony. He then revealed that his second son had been watching the first son of His Majesty. Evan appeared interested in the subject but said Renan did not have enough ability to do something so significant. Ellen replied that he was being too critical of his own son, but perhaps it would be better to trust the evidence rather than his own judgment. He then handed over several documents. When Evan finished reading everything, he asked what exactly Elon was trying to imply. Elon replied that he should think about what he would do with Renan from that point forward. Evan shot back that this was not a matter for a mere mage to interfere in, but Elon replied immediately that a mere swordsman should not be saying that to him. In that instant, Evan aggressively released his aura, indignant at the audacity of someone speaking to him in such a manner. Swordsmen carried killing intent and aura, but mages carried something different. They mastered the logic of mana and true fear, that deep terror connected to death, hidden in the depths of people's hearts. And Evan was completely crushed by Elon's presence. The dread emitted by an 8th class mage was suffocating. Even so, Elon calmly asked that they speak as two civilized men. After a while, Evan managed to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Ellen thought that the man had truly endured considerable pressure. He was definitely not just a simple master swordsman. He then said he trusted Evan would resolve the situation with his own son, but wished to suggest a more efficient solution. At that point, Ellen began repeating exactly what Callian had told him to say. He suggested that Renan Brisen be expelled from the family, and that they show interest in selling the Emporium. According to Callian, there were rumors that Selasi had poisoned part of the trade, and as a result, the Emporium had suffered enormous losses. The only reason it was still standing was that it generated too much money. But the Brisen family was a family of knights. Renan had only created the Emporium because he had no talent for fencing, and Evan Brisen had probably been thinking for a long time about getting rid of that business, which was no longer as profitable and still tarnished the family's name. Even so, Evan asked why he would do something that would end up benefiting the third prince. Elon replied that he had expected that question, but explained that it would not be Callian who would buy the Emporium. Evan then asked if he had someone else in mind. Elon confirmed that he did. He said the buyer would be the person who managed the second largest Emporium in Karis. Evan could invent a convincing excuse for the sale and still get an excellent price, because Melfer Paloon would buy everything immediately. Meanwhile, Renan was tending to his beloved little plants. Ever since he heard about King Olaton's imprisonment, he had been extremely anxious, and only his plants could calm him somewhat. He was worried about the possibility of needing to sell everything and flee to Tensil if his connection to the king were discovered. Fortunately, he had cut off all contact before that could happen. At that moment, Renan was so stressed that he accidentally clipped a tiny piece off one of his plant's leaves. He then stared at it with an absurd degree of sadness. He tried to reassure himself by thinking that he still had some trade agreements in other territories, though none of them were important enough to be cause for concern. But before he could even turn around, a knight grabbed him from behind. After that, a rumor began to circulate throughout all of Karis. It was said that a large quantity of sacred relics had been transferred to Tensil, and that the one who had helped was Renan Brisen. Then, suddenly, Renan disappeared completely. Even with Marquis Brisson using every possible method to investigate, no one could find any trace of him. Of course, Evan first suspected Ellen and Melfer Paloon, but in the end confirmed that the two apparently had no connection whatsoever to the disappearance. Later, Ellen contacted Callian through the communication ring and reported that they were successfully taking over the Emporium through Melfer Paloon. He also asked them to send the items to the region as quickly as possible, and told them to get in touch if anything was needed. At that moment, Zara approached and asked if all preparations were complete. He explained that he had already sent the request to the Mother Tree, and that they would soon be able to leave through the forest path. He then asked if his son Luca could guide them, but Callian replied he would prefer it to be Cialis. He then asked if she would be able to guide them through the forest. She replied that yes, she could. Callian also asked if she was certain, since she would need to return alone afterward, but Cialis told him not to worry. She said she could cross that path with her eyes closed. It was then that Callian noticed something strange. He was conversing normally with Cialis, as if she understood his language perfectly. She asked if something was wrong. She then showed her a stone covered in strange runes. At once, Callian asked if Luca had stolen that, along with the sacred relics. Luca replied that he did not know, and that he did not even remember clearly. But Arson asked if that too could be a sacred relic. After all, the black stone had been found alongside several other similar objects when Luca returned to the village. Urin then remarked that it seemed far too dangerous to be an ordinary relic. The smell of blood coming from the stone was too strong. Callian immediately agreed. Arson could not sense it, but that stone carried an extremely menacing aura. It possessed an energy connected to life and blood forcibly torn away. In other words, the stone's original owner had likely been murdered. That needed to be investigated. Even so, Callian told Cialis to use the stone for now, since they would need to communicate during the journey through the forest. Cialis asked if it did not belong to Luca, but Callian replied that it would was now his. Poor Luca simply stayed quiet in the corner. Cialis then said she would hold onto the stone and return it when they reached the other side of the forest. As she stepped away, Euron approached Callian to talk about the girl. According to him, the fact that she answered questions before they were even asked indicated she could see the future. But Callian replied that from what he had heard, those were not exactly predictions. Even so, he agreed with Euron. It seemed like the future arrived a little faster for her than for other people. He had seen something similar before. The future, temporal distortion, the stone that nullified abilities related to time. Perhaps everything was connected to the time axis. Meanwhile, Randell continued to dwell on his brother's words, in which Callian had said the roses would bloom again soon. He realized that Callian had truly managed to get rid of Renan this time, but Randell also possessed a sacred relic, so he used the power of the relic to make the rose bloom once more. He gazed at it in silence, saying it was still beautiful to behold, and asked it to remain that way for a little longer. Later, during the journey, when they stopped to rest for the night, Callian began to meditate in order to concentrate his mana. It was then that Ellen congratulated him, saying it was remarkable. He had not gained an additional circle, but his aura was far stronger. However, Callian immediately replied, asking him to stop making fun of him. The mage explained that, even if only for a moment, it would not be easy to abandon the habit of wielding a sword. That was why his mana did not convert into magic circles normally, but ended up becoming aura instead. Callian replied that he understood that, but still found it strange how the principles behind aura and magic circles seemed entirely different. He had enough mana, so he could not understand why. Subconsciously, it always ended up turning into aura. Ellen replied only that he should not return to Karis until he had found that answer. Perhaps he would find it, perhaps not, but either way he was following his own path. He said Callian needed to trust in that. After all, every path leads somewhere, does it not? The next morning, they finally reached the end of the forest trail. They were now in elephant territory, the Duchy of Siegfried. Silas then remarked that this was the moment to say goodbye. She said she could return the stone now, but Callian, out of courtesy, asked whether she truly needed to go back to the village. Silas's reaction upon hearing that was immediate. She was visibly elated when she realized he wanted to bring her along as a guide in Luca's place. Even Callian himself noticed that. For a moment, she had thought she would be left behind. He then remarked that perhaps she could seek out Sisfania's will and ask about him as well. He then asked directly whether she wanted to continue traveling with them. Before he even finished the question, Silas replied yes. She explained that sometimes people in the village felt uncomfortable around her, but the mother tree always said that was part of who she was, and that being different was not something bad. Even if she spoke in strange ways, she was still an elf. Callian replied that she was right. He then took the stone back and told her to be very happy from then on. Silas thanked him once more for having saved her. The farewell ended up being quite emotional. Arxen clearly did not want to be separated from the little elf, but there was no other choice. The determination to protect Sisfania's land could be felt even in the massive walls of Siegfried's castle. As they approached the enormous stone guardians at the entrance, someone remarked that everyone should probably be grateful that Siegfried had no desire for the throne, because if he did, perhaps no one would be able to stop him. As they advanced, Callian asked Yan to stop acting like a simple servant once they entered his territory. He said that if those knights were already irritating, then the people of his lands would be even worse. But Yan replied that he could handle it on his own. Hearing that, Callian ended up remembering the many times he had said the exact same thing to Yan, when he cut his hair, when he grabbed the knife that flew toward him, when he was poisoned. Callian then sincerely apologized for all of it. After finally managing to take a good hot bath, Callian remarked that he had thought they had already arrived at Siegfried, but no, they had merely crossed the outer walls. It would still take about 2 days to reach the inner castle. He even asked what kind of castle was the size of an entire city, but complaining would change nothing, so he used the time to better investigate that mysterious stone. While analyzing the object, he thought that Silas was truly a very different kind of elf, and then he realized he was too. Even if his mana converted into aura, that did not change his origin. Until then, he had always believed he was different from others, but perhaps the answer lay precisely in that. If he could not abandon the habit of converting mana into aura, then perhaps he could simply create magic circles using aura. With that thought, he began to meditate deeply and concentrated all of his power. On the other side of the door, Arxen watched everything, astonished. Callian's energy was completely different from ordinary mana. Normally, mana was warm and gentle, but his was cold, aggressive, and gave one chills. Arxen had no idea of the true extent of the prince's capabilities. And then, in that moment, Callian finally reached the fourth magic circle. That problem had been resolved. But another problem still remained, including Callian himself, who was hiding his true identity. There were only 6 other master swordsmen on the entire continent. Masters could perceive the aura of those weaker than them, and Slyman, who was receiving his highness at that moment, was also a master swordsman, and he was on a level far above Callian. When the two met, Callian remarked that it had been quite some time. Duke? In that instant, Slyman was surprised. For a moment, it seemed as if he would immediately discover that the prince was also a master swordsman, but all he asked was how the prince had grown so much. He said Callian was much taller now and truly looked like an adult. He also remarked remarked that he had changed quite a bit, and for the better. Callian replied that yes, he had improved just a little, but Slimon immediately denied it, saying it was far more than just a little. He then began guiding him through the castle while remarking that the wretched mage had truly found himself an excellent disciple. After all, to think that the sixth sword of the continent would be capable of using magic was simply absurd. Callian then asked if he had already recognized him as a master swordsman. Slimon replied that he simply had not wanted to cause a commotion in front of everyone. He said he knew full well that Callian still could not perceive his own aura, but that he could clearly see Callian's. He then asked whether he had already reached that level, and said the mage must be extremely pleased. But Callian replied that the one who was suffering was Yan, being dragged through Elend's training. At that, Slimon laughed and said they should make Yan suffer even more. When night fell, Slimon apologized to the prince, but explained that he would need to step out for an important engagement. He had to carry out the routine inspection of the western area. Callian replied that there was no problem at all. After all, they had arrived earlier than planned. Slimon then asked if he would be departing again the next day, and asked him to take care of himself. He also said that when he returned, they would have many things to talk about. Meanwhile, Elend was drinking a glass of wine beside the king. He remarked that he had not imagined His Majesty would ask for alcohol right from the start. He then informed him that Prince Callian had arrived safely in elephant territory. He then asked whether the king was relieved, or whether there were still other concerns. He also wanted to know why he was drinking so much. The king replied that he was concerned about the moment the fire of Camelon would be lit. Elend asked if he was speaking of the succession. The king confirmed it. He said that as soon as Callian returned from Rosalita, the three princes would finally be considered adults. That meant the moment to decide who would become crown prince was drawing ever closer. According to him, Randell seemed overly cautious, but it was impossible to know what truly went through his mind. Planche was the strongest, but was following the wrong path, and Callian was still growing. All of that worried him greatly. Elend replied that the solution was extremely simple. Just choose as heir whichever son he liked least, and all problems would disappear. The king did not even bother responding to that nonsense. Even so, Elend continued, saying that Randell would probably behave himself until Callian left that place. Only afterward would it be revealed whether His Majesty could truly see through him. But until then, Romain himself should not reveal his own thoughts. Worries could never be allowed to dominate a king. Regardless of who ended up lighting the flame, all of them would prove themselves in that moment. Meanwhile, Callian finally arrived at the nest of Sisphania. He walked through an enormous dark cavern for a long time, unable to see the end of the place. He continued walking for several minutes until he finally reached a gigantic garden hidden deep within the cavern. But the instant he sensed the presence that dwelled there, he was completely struck with awe. The amount of mana was staggering. The power before him was terrifying. Callian immediately dropped to his knees in respect, and he greeted the great Sisphania. Sisphania herself, the first queen, appeared before them. The moment he entered the nest, a gigantic pillar of light cut across the sky, so enormous and bright that it could be seen from very far away. While everyone observed in shock, Callian greeted the great Sisphania, but could not conceal his confusion. He had always believed he would see only a manifestation of her will, not the first queen in her true form. Suddenly, all the weight of mana disappeared from his body. Sisphania then asked why a child who should not even exist in this world was searching for her. As she observed him, she noticed he carried memories from entirely different realities, and soon questioned why he had forgotten the blessing left within the sword. After that, she approached slowly, drawing so close she nearly touched him, and explained that she had called him precisely because of that. Outside, everyone who had accompanied the third prince there was startled by the enormous pillar of light. No one understood what was happening. Yan was especially shaken, and then his own father remarked that his son's expression was interesting, asking if he was so worried about that child. Confused, Yan asked how that made any sense, since his father should be on the expedition. He had left the previous night, so he could not understand how he was already back. The man simply replied that he had returned. The shock grew even greater when they realized Yan was calling Slimon his father, and moreover, he had not returned alone. He was accompanied by Veronica Manacil, Elend's granddaughter, and also by Rachel Grace, his daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, inside, Sisphania continued to draw closer to Callian, asking him to let her enter his memories. When she touched his face, she was able to see everything: Baron's past life, the war, the time axis, his return, and all the events that had followed. She then said something completely incomprehensible. His mind simply could not process those words. Noticing this, she asked whether he had truly been unable to hear. She then explained that perhaps he was not yet permitted to understand. Confused, Callian asked if she meant Sorrente. The queen then confirmed it. She said that if that was what he called her, then yes, she was speaking of the supreme goddess Sorrente, the one who had sealed the evil god during the war between the two deities. The prince replied that he had heard Sorrente had fallen into a deep slumber after performing the seal, but Sisphania explained that being asleep did not mean her existence had vanished. After all, even she herself had left her will behind and was still present. She then remarked that he probably still had many questions. And he truly did. Callian wanted to understand the time axis and Baron Baron Secretia. Sisfania replied that she knew of it. He then asked why Caris desired the time axis so greatly. Once again, her answer could not be comprehended by him. The words simply made no sense in his mind. Sisfania then explained that Sorrente was not doing that out of malice. The goddess wanted him to discover everything in his own time, at his own pace. According to her, revealing too early the truth surrounding his death could end up disrupting important events of the future. Upon hearing that, Callian asked whether the event was so significant that even Sorrente herself was preventing him from learning the full truth, and Sisfania confirmed that yes, it was precisely that. In that moment, he realized the situation was far greater than he had imagined. If a goddess was directly interfering, then there was something enormous hidden behind it all. Shortly after, he began to think about Chase, and wondered if his brother had done something else. He then asked directly whether it had truly been Chase who had used the time axis, but Sisfania's answer was simple. Before being his brother, Chase was a king, and a king would not be foolish enough to disregard logic merely to prioritize his own family. That made Callian realize that perhaps it had not been his brother who used the time axis after all. Sisfania then turned her gaze back to him with curiosity, wishing to know exactly what he carried with him. When he handed over the stone, she once again said something impossible to understand. She then asked him to keep it. She said he would discover the truth when the right time came, and that he need not be disappointed for not having heard the answer he wanted yet. When he was ready, he would understand everything. Meanwhile, numerous carrier pigeons began to fly across Siegfried, rapidly spreading the news. After all, Callian had entered the nest of Sisfania, and a gigantic pillar of light had appeared in the sky, so bright it could be seen from outside the castle walls. Upon seeing that staggering number of pigeons, Slayman remarked that he had never seen so many in his territory. He then asked his daughter if she agreed. The one who approached at that moment was Demiria Siegfried, the family's heir. She replied that everything would be fine if people simply admired the pigeons, but reminded him that there were always those who envy the powerful. She also remarked that the owners of those pigeons would certainly try to uncover information about the family, so she believed it would be necessary to find out which servants of the great houses were present and keep them under watch. Upon hearing that, Slayman let out an amused sigh and remarked that he had truly married well, since both she and Yan were far too clever. Even so, he explained that if the family began to act with excessive caution, that could end up becoming something political. After all, they were people who protected, not people who governed. The reason they strengthened their own power was solely to continue being a shield. But Demira replied that she understood that. Even so, she believed the current situation was different, especially now that Callian was there. In the end, Slayman partially agreed. He said he would look into which servants were living in the territory and take some precautions, without turning it into excessive surveillance. He then tried to reassure her, telling her not to worry so much. He also mentioned that her brother was there, and asked why she did not spend some time with him. Shortly after, Yan appeared also, remarking on the staggering number of pigeons. Slayman then replied enthusiastically, pointing to the sky as if it were the most impressive thing in the world. Seeing the two of them acting that way, Demiria simply thought that they were two idiots. Meanwhile, the third prince remained still, reflecting on everything he had heard from Sisfania's own lips. The only thing he could think was when exactly the right moment would come for him to discover the full truth. Sometime later, Yan came to serve him tea and remarked that the prince had been standing at the window for a very long time. He said he was worried. He then asked if Callian was also watching the pigeons, but the prince only responded with a question of his own, asking if there was someone in the garden. When Yan looked outside, he noticed Hina was petting the dog named Yan. Yes, a poodle that had exactly the same name as him. Unable to believe it, he asked what kind of father would give a dog the same name he had given his own son. The prince then calmly replied that the two resembled each other quite a bit. Even so, both of them ended up noticing something else. Hina seemed to genuinely love animals in general. At that moment, Hina had just tried to use sign language with the dog, but naturally, the animal did not understand anything at all. Watching that, Yan remarked that if they truly wanted to give her a dog, they would have to teach it sign language as well. But Callian grew curious and asked how Yan was so proficient in sign language. Yan replied that he had a sick brother. It happened long ago, so he could already talk about it without any trouble. He then tried to lighten the mood by saying that besides that, now he had the prince there with him too. He then asked if Callian was genuinely thinking of getting a dog. After all, the other princes probably would not be very pleased with the idea. The prince calmly replied that in that case, he would go to Camelon. But Yan reminded him that Camelon was a palace reserved exclusively for crowned princes. He then began laughing to himself upon realizing the situation and remarked that Callian was probably the only person in the world who wanted to become a crowned prince, just to be able to keep a dog. The prince then replied that he was also probably the only prince to have seen Sisfania's true form. For a few seconds, Yan simply froze. His mind took time to process what he had just heard, and all he managed to do was stutter in complete shock. Meanwhile, Queen Celeste received confirmation that the letter had been safely delivered. She was extremely anxious waiting for a reply. After some time, Callian finally contacted Ellen to share what the master had most been wanting to hear, and to do so, he went precisely to a place where Sisfania's influence did not reach within Siegfried. Siegfried. Not understanding at all, Elon remarked that he had not even known such a place existed. Callian then replied, somewhat awkwardly, that he was in the cemetery. Before anything else, Elon asked if his dear Rosalita had gone well. The prince replied that it had, and said there was a long story to tell. When Elon heard everything that had happened, he was left in complete disbelief. He asked how it was possible that Callian had seen Sisphania's true form. He then complained that if he had known something of that magnitude would happen, he would have accompanied the prince without a second thought. Callian himself admitted he had also been surprised. He then shared what she had said. According to Sisphania, he would meet her again when he was ready, or perhaps when the right moment arrived. Even though he was frustrated to have missed it, Elon said he unfortunately still had a great deal of work to do. After that, Callian asked how Selesay had reacted to Renan's disappearance. Elon replied that she obviously found the whole thing very suspicious, since it had now been 10 days and they had found no sign of him. Furthermore, Evan Brisson had visited the palace that very morning. The prince then asked what the chances were of them revealing the truth, but Elon explained that even if he wanted to, he could not. He had made a seal of oath. Upon hearing that, Callian remarked that he had not needed to go that far, but Elon replied that even the prince's own disciple had made a seal of oath with the queen before becoming a master. He then admitted he also did not have much moral authority to speak on the matter. Even so, he assured the prince there was nothing to worry about. But Callian understood the situation perfectly. Renan was merely in charge of the dirty work. The true mastermind had always been Selesay, so it was obvious she would look for someone else to fill that role. It was then that Elon mentioned he had a very interesting letter in his hands. According to him, it had left Romain quite unsettled. Callian immediately asked if it was a letter from Margrave Brisson. Elon confirmed it. He said he believed Selesay had summoned the man as soon as she noticed Renan's disappearance. He then explained that Grey Brisson was the eldest son of Marquis Evan Brisson, as well as the Margrave responsible for a territory near Tensel and one of the 6 master swordsmen of the continent. Continuing his explanation, Elon revealed that the content of the letter was a request to send someone who could temporarily manage the territory, as Grey Brisson had been injured in battle against savage tribes, but to him, that was clearly just an excuse to turn Grey into Selesay's new operative. After hearing everything, Callian thanked him for the information and remarked that meeting another master swordsman seemed interesting. Later, he went to speak with Slayman. The two ended up sitting on an extremely simple and rustic bench, nothing more than an enormous log. During the conversation, Callian mentioned that he had personally met Sisphania during the ritual and had even seen her true form. He then said that perhaps they would not believe him, but before he could even finish, Slayman nearly burst with excitement. He said he knew. They had always known she was still alive. For years, many people had criticized the family for protecting the empty nest of an ancestral dragon that might no longer even exist. But in the end, they had been right all along. All their perseverance had not been in vain. After that, the prince remarked that he believed he would meet Sisphania again soon. Because of that, he wanted to create a magic teleport connecting Karis to Siegfried. Slayman replied that he understood the importance of his opinion, but asked whether he truly believed His Majesty would permit such a thing. After all, there was the possibility it would increase Karis's exposure to external invasions. Callian then explained he was thinking of connecting the teleport to his estate in Wittling, near the capital. In addition, he intended to establish another point about 1 day's distance from Siegfried's outer castle. He also made it clear that access would be extremely limited, and only authorized individuals would be able to use the portal, and if it ever became a security risk, they could simply destroy it. Sleeman replied that if His Majesty permitted it, the 1 day distance would pose no problem for them. After all, it was his request. But Callian then said he had one more request. Slyman immediately asked if he wanted a duel. The prince replied it was something along those lines, just a little different. He then produced a beautiful crystal formed from magic and aura. Slayman was surprised to realize Callian had made it without using a mediator. His surprise grew further when he saw the prince transform the orb directly into a sword. Callian explained that he wanted to make that weapon his new blade. Slyman then asked if he wanted to test its strength. Without waiting long, he drew his own sword and told him to come. After all, Slyman von Siegfried was the second strongest master swordsman of the entire continent. From the very first blow, the ground of the training field cracked completely. As he fought, Callian immediately realized how monstrously powerful the man was. The Duke's sword was heavy, just like its owner, yet at the same time incredibly fast. His movements had no openings whatsoever. Every blow was precise. The prince barely managed to escape the last attack, but even so attempted a counter at the very last instant. At that moment, Slayman noticed something remarkable. Even if only for a split second, the prince had managed to exploit a gap. He also noticed something else. Callian's sword did not possess much brute force, but it was staggeringly fast. The duel continued intensely. Though he lacked in physical strength, Callian possessed an extremely refined technique, and what was most frightening was that Slayman was not holding back for even a second. The fight remained balanced for quite some time. As they exchanged blows, Slayman began to think that the boy was far too talented. He also wondered exactly when he had become this way. Even so, he still believed the prince was no match for him. At this rate, he would soon discover the true limit of the boy's power. He then released his aura. Sensing it, Callian also summoned his own aura. aura. Sliman's first blow pressed the prince so hard that he was forced to fall back immediately. Even so, he managed to retaliate using his radiant and incredibly swift sword. The attack was fast enough to cut Sliman's neck, drawing blood for the first time. But shortly after, the master amplified his aura further and responded with a monstrous blow that sent the prince crashing to the ground. Even while blocking the attack, Kallian could not contain the full force. His radiant sword ended up shattering. However, Sliman's sword also became cracked. At the end of the duel, Sliman remarked that the moment the prince had wielded that sword, he had also perceived something important. But before he could finish the sentence, the door of the training field simply fell over. The reason was simple. Yoren and several soldiers had been trying to eavesdrop on the training from outside. When they came in, Yoren immediately saw Sliman's cracked sword and also the blood running down his neck. Stunned beyond belief, they asked if the master had lost. Later, after all that commotion had passed, Sliman appeared playing the violin with a surprisingly delicate touch, and frankly, no one would have imagined a brute of that size could play the violin that way. When the performance ended, Kallian replied that he was surprised. He had not imagined Sliman would be talented with both the sword and the violin. He said it was a shame to be the only one listening to the performance at that moment. Was it not? Sliman replied that if someone was a Siegfried, even without being able to wield a sword, they could still play the violin, and he assured him it would be an honor to play at the banquet as well. At that moment, Kallian noticed Sliman had a bandage on his neck and asked if the wound had hindered his performance. He replied that his skill would not rust from a mere little scratch. He said what had truly been hurt were his feelings, especially since Jan had seemed far more concerned about the prince than about him. Even so, Kallian thanked him for the training. Now he understood how long his sword could last, and realized that against a power exceeding a certain threshold, it simply could not hold. When Sliman had released his aura earlier, the sword had been unable to sustain that power, and his future depended precisely on overcoming that. Duke Siegfried remarked that when the sword vanished, a shard ended up grazing his cheek. Was that right? He then asked if Kallian was alright. He replied that he was not even bothered. He was fine. However, the Duke continued by saying that subconsciously, he had perceived something strange and ended up using too much power. He also explained that the swift way he wielded the sword was unusual. When he cut with it, or after a sequence of blows, he did not place weight in the waist. It was a very subtle habit, but still noticeable, and that was a trait typical of Baron Secreech's knights. Kallian remained silent, clearly uneasy. The Duke then remarked that it was a strange habit for someone who had learned swordsmanship in Kairos, was it not? Kairos swordsmanship placed weight in the legs. In the earlier situation, for instance, the balance should have come from the thighs. Furthermore, when making transverse cuts, he had the strong habit of placing his weight in the waist as he turned, rather than in his legs. He said Kallian needed to be careful, because while other people might not notice, Margrave Grey Brisson would pick up on it immediately. Kallian then asked if Sliman would not question him about it. Sliman von Siegfried replied that it would change nothing even if the leader of the elephants discovered what lay beneath the third prince's skin. He then simply asked that they duel again later. Was that alright? Kallian thanked him, but asked whether the Margrave would truly be able to perceive his aura. Sliman then explained that when Margrave Grey had chosen to follow the path of the sword, there were rumors that Evan Brisson had not been pleased with it, and had ended up giving him the Margrave title. But there were also rumors that Grey was even better than his own father. Because of that, there was a strong chance he could truly perceive his aura. It would be better for his highness to prepare. Kallian replied he would take that advice. 10 days later, Ellen remarked that Arsene Siegfried must truly be remarkable, because the prince simply refused to leave. Kallian replied that his preparations were taking longer than expected, but as soon as he finished checking everything, he would depart. He then asked if Margrave Brisson had already headed to the capital. Ellen replied that he had not yet. He also said that although they had tried to delay the procurator's arrival in the territory as long as possible, 15 days had been their limit. Kallian thanked him for that, saying it was already enough. He would use that time to prepare. As he walked through the corridors, he thought that he was a mage, and also a swordsman who was not publicly known as such. If Evan and Grey perceived his aura that way, they would become even more alert. Because of that, the following day he went to Arkin and asked how he could conceal his mana. Arkin replied that of course there was a method for that. Since he had 4 circles, he could certainly hide his mana. He also explained that both circles and aura drew from mana as their source. Thanks to Ellen's guidance, they also began researching the construction of magic teleports. Rachel and Veronica helped considerably in that area. Ellen then remarked that his daughter-in-law was truly a gifted mage. She had been researching magic teleports for quite some time, and it had been precisely she who had reduced Duke Siegfried's investigation time. She would certainly be of great help. And so, little by little, they built that project together. Arkson, Veronica, and Rachel worked on the research while Arkson taught him how to conceal his mana. The magic itself was not so difficult for him. The real problem was managing to retain the mana, and since only Slayman could confirm whether the energy of the aura was still showing or not, he was unable to leave Siegfried's castle during that period. After many repetitions between the teleport research and the aura training, he finally managed to conceal it completely, and Slayman was astonished. He said he could see absolutely nothing. Now Kallian appeared to be merely a well-behaved prince who had never touched a sword sword before. In the end, Callian managed to prepare everything he had wanted. He then prepared to leave elephant territory. Before departing, he said he would return stronger. "Do you hear, Slayman?" And so he resumed his journey back to the capital. Meanwhile, Gray was receiving reports from the procurator. After hearing everything, he asked if that was all. He remarked that interesting things had happened during his absence, and asked whether he should head to the capital soon. At the same time, Ellen, upon entering the prince's personal vault, remarked that it never ceased to amaze him. There was the money that arrived every month from Karis's largest wheat field, from the territory of Whitling, and also from Apolloni's profits. He then informed Marilyn that the prince would never run out of money. She asked if he had finished everything he needed to do, and if he was going to lock the room again. He replied yes, and thanked her for the good work, Marilyn. But before he could go down the stairs, he ended up running into Prince Planchy. What a coincidence. He remarked that it had been quite some time, had it not? Planche then asked if that boy had changed after meeting him, or if he had already changed before. He then said that Karis would not say anything, so he asked if the mage knew the truth. Ellen asked whether he had so many thoughts because he had stopped drinking, or whether he had stopped drinking precisely because he had too many thoughts. Planche asked if that bothered him. Ellen simply replied that everyone changes, Prince Planche, whether by stopping drinking or by losing fear of one's brother's reckless actions. Everyone changes. Simply that. Time passed, and it had already been 20 days since Callian had left Siegfried's territory. At that moment, they were stopped at Raddington, gazing at the region's beautiful lake. Callian thought it was a shame they could spend so little time in such a beautiful place. The only reason they had managed that pause was because Veronica's horse had fallen into a hole along the road, which ended up delaying the journey. Shortly after, Yan appeared carrying a tray and remarked that Viscount Raddington suited that place quite well. He was known as someone serious and attentive. Since they would soon be arriving in Karis, Yan said to take this as a brief rest. Callian agreed, saying they probably would not have another opportunity to relax like that, because everything would become quite hectic once they returned. But their peace ended quickly, when an exceedingly lavish carriage appeared. Upon seeing it, Callian told Yan to send a message on his behalf. Yan asked the Viscount whether he would truly reveal that the prince was staying there. Tessid Raddington was clearly nervous, thinking that even someone as removed from high society as himself knew very well that Prince Callian and the Brissons had a terrible relationship. He therefore suggested it might be better to turn them away, since they had been the first guests. Yan replied he would do that if it were any other member of the Brissons. However, since this was specifically Margrave Brissons, then Callian should meet with him. At that moment, Tessid realized it was indeed the Margrave himself and remarked, already relieved, that the prince had saved him from that complicated situation. Later, everyone was gathered in the same room. Tessid Raddington, Callian, and Margrave Grey Brisson. Grey did not even stand up to receive the prince. He said perhaps his highness was unaware, but he was injured and therefore could not demonstrate the appropriate etiquette by standing. Tessid was extremely nervous about that. Callian, for his part, knew very well that only one noble was authorized to greet a prince while remaining seated or mounted on a horse. Duke Slayman von Siegfried, and this was definitely not that man. Grey insisted that his injury hurt too much for him to stand. Callian then coldly replied that he should at least lower his head. Outside, listening through the door, Yan began to grow worried. He wondered why Callian was being so aggressive, and if the Margrave lost his temper and reacted violently, should he call Mr. Hertz? At that instant, Arkson appeared asking what Jan was doing standing at that door. Jan replied that he had come at a good time, because he would probably need his help and someone else's. Arkson remarked that he was still thinking about some ideas related to the teleport, but asked why they would be needed right now. Before Yan could even explain, they saw Hina running down the corridor in tears. Yan asked what had happened. Hina replied that her brother was having trouble with the knights. Arson immediately said he would go check on it personally, but Yan warned him not to hurt anyone just yet. Arson replied that he knew. Even so, Yan had a very bad feeling about it. It seemed like only a matter of time before things exploded on both sides. Meanwhile, inside, Grey asked if he had heard correctly. Had the prince truly ordered him to lower his head? Callian replied yes, and also said it was quite rude to ask a prince to repeat himself. It should not be his mouth moving, only his head. In that moment, Callian even released his killing intent to force Grey to lower his head. From the information he had received from Yan, since that body was not originally his, and many memories were still vague, Callian already knew Grey personally. Precisely because of that, the Margrave had never imagined the third prince would act in such a manner. Even Grey had received a letter from Celisay warning him not to see the third prince the same way as before. Callian then grew curious to see what decision Grey would make. Would he respond by also releasing his killing intent, or simply lower his head? Either choice would be the worst possible one. Grey had thought the queen was out of her mind, but now he could clearly see that the prince truly seemed like a different person. Even so, he still could not accept it. Before the situation deteriorated further, Tess had interrupted the tension by saying that since the Margrave had managed to stand up, he might as well show respect to the prince. The Viscount was clearly trembling with nerves, and Callian noticed he had needed to summon a great deal of courage to say that. Internally, Grey cursed the Viscount, calling him a useless wretch. Even so, he ended up kneeling and bowing bowing before the prince. He then declared that he, Grey Brisen, paid his respects to the great third prince of Karis. Callian only replied that all of this was an exhausting waste of time. He then told Tessid he would go up first and ask him to take good care of the Margrave. After all, he seemed to be in a great deal of pain. Just look at his face. Grey was indignant and asked how the prince dared speak in such a way. But at that instant, an enormous flash of light erupted from outside, completely flooding the window. Callian recognized that magic immediately. It was Arsen's work. He normally used ice magic, so a gigantic explosion of fire like that could only mean Arsen was calling for the prince on purpose. Outside, after destroying a carriage with a fireball, Arsen remarked to Kiri that he did not know exactly what had happened, but the prince would certainly not be pleased. Kiri replied that he knew that very well. The knights, furious, asked if he had any idea whose carriage that belonged to. Arken then asked if they knew who they had just provoked. One of the knights replied that they were probably just the third prince's lackeys. Arken calmly confirmed that yes, they were exactly that, but then he asked if he too was merely the son of the Marquis's little dog. The knight grew furious, but at that moment Callian appeared and said that what his lackey meant was precisely that. He was just the son of the Marquis's little dog. The knights immediately bowed before the prince. Callian then asked if he needed to compensate for the destroyed carriage. Arken replied that it was unnecessary, since they could simply deduct it from his salary. Even so, Callian asked what exactly was happening, since all of his people were gathered there. He then noticed something strange, and asked where Hina was. She always followed her brother everywhere, so why was Kiri alone? Arsen replied that he had initially not even known she was one of the prince's servants. He then explained that the knights had made remarks about a pretty mute girl that the Margrave would like to have. Callian simply asked if that was it then. He then, enraged, questioned where all these wretches kept coming from, and what kind of miserable cesspit this was. When Grey finally came outside, he found all of his knights with their tongues cut out. The prince himself had done that personally. Arsen then asked if those were not Grey's knights. After all, they had greatly irritated the prince by harassing one of his servants. He wanted to know if the Margrave was aware of that. Grey, internally, could only curse those idiots. And worst of all, several nobles were witnessing the entire scene, including Tessid himself, lord of that territory. Callian also informed Grey that the carriage Mr. Hertz had accidentally exploded would be paid for by Mr. Ellen Manasil once they arrived in Kairos. Grey was indignant and asked how that boy dared act that way. Callian then looked at Kiri and asked if he had anything to say. Kiri stayed silent for a few seconds. In his mind, this was nothing new. He had been through that kind of racism and elitism countless times. It was the kind of thing he always endured in silence, simply waiting to hold on a little longer until it passed. That was precisely why he had let the knights beat him. He wanted to stop his sister from suffering in his place, and also prevent the prince from having to intervene. In the end, he simply replied that no, Your Highness. He had nothing more to say. After that, Callian simply withdrew. Later, over tea with Tessid, he remarked that now that things had finally calmed down, the tea tasted even better. Tessid asked if His Highness was truly alright, because the Margrave had left there extremely angry. He was worried that Grey might end up doing something against the prince. After all, he was a master swordsman. When he first encountered Grey, Callian had clearly sensed the powerful aura he emitted, but that also meant something else. If he could sense Grey's aura in that way, then Grey's level was equal to or lower than his own. In other words, Callian had a real chance of winning. He therefore replied calmly that everything was fine. Tessid found that fascinating. He could not detect any sign of anxiety on the prince's face. Callian appeared genuinely calm and confident. Even so, there was still something that bothered him. He then asked whether the prince would continue letting that servant of his act that way. Outside, Kiri was running laps around the estate without stopping. Tessid remarked that he had been running for hours. Callian replied that it was no problem, since he wanted to teach Kiri something important, and to learn, he would have to make a genuine effort. He also made it clear that he could not rely on someone who could not even endure that much. The two had different problems to face, and it was time for Kiri to understand that. Tessid then realized this was not a simple punishment, especially seeing that the mage responsible for destroying the carriage was resting calmly in the meantime. It was clear to him that Callian was not punishing the boy. In reality, the trust between the prince and his servant was so strong it almost made Tessid envious. Shortly after, Callian remarked to the Viscount that he had heard the Margrave had asked to borrow a carriage. He then asked what would happen if, by chance, the wheels of the territory's carriages happened to also be broken, and they simply could not lend any. At once, Tessid realized the prince had understood the whole excuse from the beginning. He knew perfectly well that the Viscount did not want the Margrave in his territory. Tessid then replied that if the lord of a small territory like his were to lend a carriage without thinking about the consequences, he would end up with no way to get around. Callian then remarked that he had heard Tessid's family was in Karis. Though that territory was peaceful and wonderful for raising a family, he asked if he did not miss them. Tessid found the question strange and wanted to know its purpose. Callian then handed him a letter sealed with his own emblem and explained that using it, Tessid could request an audience with him whenever he wished. He also suggested they could travel to the capital together. Tessid accepted the letter and replied that as soon as the horses members of the group had recovered, the carriage men would be ready to depart. Meanwhile, Selace was having tea with her beloved son Planche. She remarked that Callian would be returning soon, and that he was spreading remarkable rumors wherever he went. She even said that Planche would probably be happy to hear all of it. But this was the first conversation she had had with her son in 5 months, and the only thing she talked about was Callian. Planche then asked if she had summoned him there because she missed his brother. Celeste completely ignored the question and said that the Margrave would also be arriving soon. She remarked that she did not know exactly what Grey was so pleased about, but that this was a path Planche would inevitably have to walk one day. Planche replied that he hated that word. Eventually, he also said he had no idea who had decided that path for him. The queen then asked why he was behaving so childishly. Even if he complained like that, his fate would not change. She then repeated once more that the Margrave would be arriving soon. Planche then remarked that on that day, he simply should have stayed quiet. One person had changed completely, while the other remained exactly the same. Selace replied coldly that he need not bother. Planche then said that yes, they certainly still had a great deal of work ahead of them, so he would stay very quiet, exactly as he should have done last time. During the journey back, Callian contacted Ellen, using the communication ring. He informed him that, despite the delay, they would arrive at Raddington within the following week. Ellen replied that was excellent, because they might be able to prevent Baron Melfer Paloon from literally dying of overwork. According to him, the subordinates were suffering quite a bit. Callian then asked whether the rumors about the accident had already spread, and also wanted to know what his father had said about the entire situation. Ellen replied that the king had decided to accelerate the creation of Valken. He then recalled an earlier conversation and told the prince everything. According to Roman, after the incident in Siegfried's territory, all expectations had shifted toward that child. That alone would be enough to make the Brezens nervous. And now, after the humiliation suffered by the Margrave, the situation could become even more dangerous. For that reason, the king had decided to hand over to Valken the constructions and grounds previously used by Pabel's Knight Cavalry inside the palace. Ellen remarked that was practically a declaration of war against the Brezens. Romain replied yes, but if that served to divert their gaze away from Callian, it would not be a bad choice. Even so, the prince grew concerned and replied that this would put his majesty in danger. Ellen said the king had already taken that into consideration and announced that the formation would take place as soon as Callian returned. The inauguration ceremony would be held the following week, but Callian knew the situation was not so simple. Even with the master by the king's side, Kayla, who protected Romain, still needed to complete the path of the sword. If Grey arrived in Karis in that state, Romain's life could truly be in danger. It was then that Callian asked Yan if this was the only possible route to Karis. Yan replied yes, provided they made no detours. At once Callian felt an overwhelming urge to cause another commotion. He simply did not want to let the Margrave reach the capital so easily. Meanwhile, Grey was already traveling in a carriage far too small for his size, demanding they go faster, for the love of God. But shortly after, the coachman announced that someone was following the carriage. When Grey stuck his head out, he realized it was the prince himself, mounted on Raven. Immediately, Grey wondered how the prince had managed to catch up with them so quickly. In his mind, that could only be some trick learned from that mage. And the prince simply replied that Grey had still not corrected his old habit of not greeting royalty. The man grew irritated at once and said he would teach that boy a lesson, that he would end the boy's lowly lineage right then and there. But before he could do anything, Callian released an enormous explosion from his mana blade. The impact was so powerful that everyone around was left in shock. He then seized Grey by the neck and said coldly that it was Grey who had first shown hostility. He had also insulted a prince, so this was nothing but self-defense. Shortly after, Callian began to slash the man's body without any hesitation, asking how he dared insult his lineage in such a manner. Already fallen on the ground, completely bloodied, Grey began to beg for forgiveness, saying he had made a mistake. Even so, Callian continued speaking calmly and asked whether he had never been curious about the disappearance of his own younger brother. He then revealed that someone had paid the Marquis Bresson a great deal of money to deal with Raynon, and that was how he had disappeared. But he did not stop there. Callian remarked that he was also curious about whether the Marquis would accept money to get rid of the family's firstborn son, the very one who held the title. After that, he ordered Grey to answer carefully and asked who had beaten him so badly like that. Trembling with fear, the man replied that it had been Marquis Evan Brizzen. Even upon hearing that, Callian stepped on the Margrave's body once more and remarked, in an almost ironic tone, that a father leaving his own son in such a state was truly cruel. He then asked the servants around them if they all agreed with that information. Without the courage to contradict him, all of them immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness." After that, they took the poor battered man and escorted him back to his own territory. When everything was over, Callian looked at Kiri and asked whether he had truly heard nothing. After all, he had watched the entire scene while holding the horse. Kiri only replied that blood had splattered onto his face. "Your Highness." He then tried to bring up the earlier subject, but Callian said it was alright. The simple fact that Kiri had followed him all the way there already showed that his thinking had changed. According to him, the old Kiri had understood certain things better. Confused, Kiri asked what that meant. Callian then simply told him to get ready ready because he had something important to tell him, a story from 10 years ago. Since the road to their destination would still be long, there would be enough time to explain everything. When Prince Callion finally returned, he was received with applause. Shortly after, he joined his brothers for a meal. He apologized for the delay and, for the first time in a long while, greeted both brothers in the appropriate manner. The reaction was so unexpected that the others did not even know how to respond, especially since even Planchet had returned the greeting. The king himself sat with them and began by asking Randell if he had finished reading the editorial. The young man replied yes. Romain said he would hear his opinion later and turned his attention to Planche, remarking that he had heard he had been training swordsmanship quite intensely lately. He said his body looked stronger and suggested they go hunting together sometime. A hunting trip could be fun. As he observed all of this, Callion realized it had been a very long time since he last felt such a light atmosphere within that family. After all, the king had changed considerably compared to the past. Before, he used to be much colder toward his own sons, but the tranquil atmosphere did not last long. A subordinate approached the king and whispered something in his ear. After listening, Romain authorized the person's entry. At once, Callion noticed that Planchet already appeared unsettled, and with good reason, because the one who walked into the hall was none other than Queen Celeste. Callion greeted her by saying it had been quite some time since they last met. She replied yes and remarked that he looked well. She also said she had been worried about the journey back, since it seemed tiring, but Callion replied calmly that he was in one piece and nothing had happened. In fact, he even said the journey had been comfortable, perhaps because he had managed to deal with a few threats along the way. Queen Celeste replied that that was a relief, and mentioned she had also heard about what had happened in Siegfried's lands, which had worried her further. According to her, the people's praise had already reached Assia Palace, and that was surprisingly pleasant to hear. Shortly after, however, she asked the king directly whether he was truly considering Callion as the next crown prince. The moment she asked that, the entire hall fell silent. Even the brothers seemed unable to believe she had said it so openly. In Callion's mind, she was so desperate she had already given up the pretense of the gentle act she usually performed. The king then replied calmly that some time ago, Lord Manasile had suggested sending whichever son he liked least to Camelon, since that way the problems would disappear on their own. He said that since they were all his sons, he had always been conflicted. But now, thanks to her excessive worrying, he was beginning to seriously consider making a decision. Queen Celeste replied that she did not know how long his arrogance would last, but that a day would come when he would regret treating her that way. After that, she left the hall, slamming the door behind her. As soon as she was gone, the king apologized for what had happened and said he had no intention of provoking it. Planche replied only that he understood. Romain then continued and said he was certain that everyone there knew what had become of their uncle. Therefore, he did not wish any of his sons to follow the same path or repeat the same mistake. Later, as he walked through the garden at night, Yan remarked to Callion that princes excluded from the succession normally had to leave Caris upon reaching the age of 20. Furthermore, they could not maintain personal guards and were restricted from remaining in the capital for more than 5 days. In compensation, they received their own territory to govern. Yan then explained that Callion's uncle, the king's brother Romain, named Aslan, was a different case. After Romain was chosen as crown prince, Aslan revolted against the decision and launched a rebellion. As one would expect, the uprising failed. Currently, he lived imprisoned in a tower built deep within Werika Canyon, to the south of Siegfried's lands. After hearing that, Callion concluded that the king probably wanted to prevent his own sons from ending up in a bloody war between siblings, where they might die or end up imprisoned in the same way. Instead, he wished them all to enjoy their time together and maintain a good relationship. Yan replied that perhaps it was presumptuous of him to think so, but he believed that was exactly it. But before they could continue the conversation, Callion noticed something strange emerging from among the garden bushes. A rose appeared slowly amid the leaves, shining with an intense light. What was strangest was that it emitted the same glow as the rune-covered stone he carried with him. The prince noticed it was far too strange. That was the only rose in the garden still standing upright. Furthermore, it was clearly resonating with the unknown stone he carried. The moment Callion touched the flower, it immediately turned to ash and dissolved into the air, carried by the wind far away from the palace. In that instant, the sensation was extremely strange. It felt as though time had been frozen for a very, very long time, and then, suddenly, had begun moving all at once again. It was in that moment that Callion began connecting all the dots. Time, the stone, the rose, the elf, the time axis, Sethphania, and then he recalled the words of Sorrente, who had told him to follow his own pace and take his own time. But Callion simply thought that obviously, he had no intention of being that patient. 2 days passed after that. During that time, Callian did not leave his room even once. He simply rested in silence and completely ignored any meeting or engagement he was supposed to attend. But in the middle of the night, someone interrupted his rest. The person entered through the balcony and remarked they were impressed he had sensed their presence so quickly. Without even properly getting up from the bed, Callian asked why that person had come in such a manner. It was none other than Planche. As he observed his brother, Callian thought it truly made sense to say Planche took after their mother quite a bit, especially when it came to freely entering places where he had clearly not been invited. Planche then remarked that the garden rose had disappeared and asked directly if that had been Callian's doing. At once, Callian raised a soundproofing barrier around the room and asked, in a provocative tone, if Planche valued that rose so much. After all, he had come all the way there in the middle of the night, and in such a rude manner just because of that. But Planche replied that he was certain Callian had noticed that was not merely an ordinary flower. He then asked if that was the reason he had not even appeared at breakfast. In Callian's mind, that only confirmed once more that Planche was far cleverer than he appeared. The second prince then explained that the rose had been cultivated by Randell. Since Randell carried the blood of Tensel, the land of priests, Planche had suspected it might be related to sacred powers. He himself had asked Randell countless times about the garden flower that never wilted, but every time Randell pretended not to know the reason. After hearing that, Callian asked what exactly Planche expected to hear, that he would simply admit something like, yes, it was me who put the flower there, but Planche replied that was a rude way of deflecting. He then explained that without the power of a priest, that rose could never have stayed alive for so long without wilting. Therefore, he could not understand why Randell was hiding the fact that he possessed priestly abilities. He then explained the true reason he had appeared there that night. He had told Randell that Callian had burned the rose, and after that, he had simply decided to leave things as they were. He also said that if Callian wanted to keep pretending he understood nothing, then he would leave. But before he could leave the room, Callian blocked his path and asked why he was doing this. After all, they did not have a close enough relationship for this kind of help. Did they, brother? But Planche simply replied that he thought Callian had already noticed. No matter how strong Callian became, he would never be able to defeat Randell, just as Planche himself could not either. Callian then asked if that meant Planche was helping now, because Randell had never been capable of standing up to Solace. In response, Planche simply smiled. Later, alone, Callian stayed reflecting on all of it. A flower that bloomed through the power of a priest. The black stone he carried, permeated with the scent of blood, reacting directly to that flower. Everything was clearly connected. But to discover exactly why the stone had reacted that way, he would need to act directly against Randell. He needed to find out both why Randell was able to make the flower bloom, and why he was hiding his own powers. And in the end, there was only one way to force Randell to act. He needed to strip Solace of the power she still held. The problem was that Callian knew very well he did not have that much time to make it happen. That very morning, in another part of the palace, Queen Solace asked the messenger irritably what had happened, and told her to repeat everything from the beginning. The maid explained that Grey Brisson had been gravely wounded along the road, and had returned to his own territory. That immediately made Solace suspicious, because she had been certain he was still near the capital before the information had simply stopped coming. She asked again whether it was truly the case that he had been wounded. The maid replied that when the Margrave had approached the capital, Marquis Evan Brisson had sent men to attack him. Not understanding anything, Solace asked if his own father had done that, and wanted to know why. The maid then explained that Marquis Evan had sent word that Grey was never to return to Carys again. Apparently, he had discovered that the Margrave was trying to seize the family's title for himself. Immediately, Solace began to wonder whether the father had discovered the secret arrangement she maintained with Grey. But that made no sense, since no one should have known about that contract. She asked again whether the father had personally gone after him, but the maid replied that he had not. Celeste then wanted to know who exactly had wounded the Margrave so severely. A master? A swordsman? But the maid replied they were still not certain. In the end, Solace ordered that medicine be sent immediately to Grey Brisson. Furthermore, she wanted to find out as quickly as possible whether he was truly that badly wounded, and above all, who had been responsible for leaving him in that state. She considered the possibility that Grey had truly been injured, but quickly realized it made no sense. She did not know who had done it, but she was certain the person had used their head. Someone was trying to pin the blame on her father. What was most ironic was that it had been precisely she who had suggested to Grey to use the injury as an excuse. That very afternoon, she was already bribing one of Pable's most loyal knights, Tael, the vice commander of the knights. Many people were fooled by his appearance, but behind it lay a cold-blooded assassin, someone who would kill anyone for a few gold coins. She ordered him to investigate whether the third prince's guard had encountered Grey Brisson during the events in Rosalita, and if he had, she wanted to know exactly what had happened between them. She also made it clear that if it became necessary to silence him, she would pay double. Upon hearing that, Tael asked double of what, and wanted to know who he was supposed to eliminate. She then replied that the target was Arson Hertz, a mage mage. Meanwhile, several nobles began to gather for the king's announcement. The hall was filled with whispers and gossip about everything that had been happening, especially the rumors that Evan had attacked his own son. When the ceremony began, King Romain announced that he had something very important to reveal. For a long time, Karis had kept its distance from magic, placing all its trust solely in the strength of the sword. Because of that, the imperial family had decided to officially create a mage squadron. The news left everyone in shock. Karis had always had a troubled relationship with magic, and prejudice against mages in that place was practically normal. Even so, Romain continued the announcement and revealed that the new squadron would receive the name Valken. The opening ceremony would take place in 1 week. All preparations were already complete, and Valken would begin using the facilities that had previously belonged to Pabel's knights. After the announcement, Romain decided to step back a little to avoid having complaints whispered in his ear. It was at that moment he encountered Callian, who asked if he would truly be alright. The king told him not to worry, but wanted to know why his son had requested a secret meeting. In truth, Callian wanted to ask about something important. He intended to begin meeting with the nobles of the knight families. Romain immediately understood what his son meant. The growth of Callian's power could end up threatening the king's authority. Rather than feeling bothered, Romain felt proud of his son's audacity. He said Callian could do as he wished, but warned that to accomplish it, he would need to avoid the eyes of the Brisson family. He also asked whether he had considered expanding the hunting excursion together with Planche. Later, Yan was excitedly celebrating the fact that the prince finally had his own power and, above all, a mage squadron. Callian, however, reminded him that Valken was not yet officially linked to him. Even so, Yan replied that he could not hide his joy. It was then that Arsene appeared, looking like a genuine zombie from overwork. The poor mage was completely drained to exhaustion, barely standing upright. Even in that state, he reported that he had finally obtained an answer about the magic teleport. According to Arsene, through the principle of the Oath Seal, it would be possible to create mass contracts between the traveler and the magic circle. In other words, Callian would be able to monopolize the magic teleport system. The prince praised his work and said they would discuss the details later. He also mentioned there would be a banquet, and told Arkan to rest for at least that day. The mage was genuinely grateful for the consideration, but explained that he still needed to meet Lord Manasil after the celebration. Just imagining what he would hear the next day if he showed up at home in that state already gave him a headache. Callian then said he would handle that personally, and told Arsene to rest immediately. The mage was truly thankful and decided to follow the advice. Honestly, it seemed as though the only reason he had not collapsed right there was that a small shred of good sense still remained in him. Before leaving, Callian also warned him not to fall asleep on the way, and that was exactly what happened. Later, inside the carriage, Arkson drifted off to sleep. However, he recalled the prince's warning and woke up just in time to notice a group pursuing his carriage. Without hesitation, he leapt outside and ordered the coachman to flee. He then raised an ice barrier to block the first enemy attack. He then finally introduced himself as Arsene Hertz, vice commander of Valken. Meanwhile, when the prince found Elon, the first thing Elon asked was where Mr. Hertz was. The prince replied that he was busy with work at the moment. News about Gray had probably already reached Salese, so she would certainly make a move. Ellen immediately caught on and asked if they were using Arsene as bait. The prince confirmed that the queen was likely growing suspicious as to whether the Margrave was still on her side. After all, Gray had not come to help her out of brotherly love. The market title would only become available if Evan Breeson died, so the possibility of betrayal had certainly crossed Salese's mind. Ellen remarked that it would take him a little while to fully understand the entire situation. Even so, the prince was certain that Celeste was unaware of Arksen's true potential. His power had never been publicly revealed, so she had probably only sent a few middling knights to eliminate him. In the prince's view, that would not even be a real threat to Arksen. Ellen then admitted that after what he had witnessed in Rosalita, his confidence in Mr. Hertz had grown considerably. When asked whether that was a good thing, he replied yes. After all, Arsene had been the last person he had seen before coming to that life. And indeed, Arsene was handling the assassins with ease. Ice stakes pierced through soldiers in the blink of an eye. Everything was happening far too fast. Tail began to fall into shock. That mage was not supposed to be this powerful. Normally, mages needed time to select targets, memorize spells, and recite incantations, but Arsene was using multiple spells simultaneously without showing any difficulty at all. Even so, Tail tried to convince himself that he was still just a mage, someone weak in close combat. He then ordered everyone to advance at once. The knights closed in rapidly, but their attacks were blocked by magic barriers. Before they realized it, ice stakes were piercing through their bodies. In that moment, Tail realized he should never have accepted that mission. They had truly believed they could win with just 10 men. They were completely massacred. Desperate, Tail tried to flee, but the instant Arksen noticed, he simply teleported to right beside him. The mage calmly said that only he remained now. Seized by fear, Tail begged for mercy. He said he would reveal anything. He could tell Prince Callian everything he knew. He admitted it had been the queen who had sent the group and swore he would testify against her if necessary. But Arsene replied that he was certain the prince no longer even cared about what had happened back then. Desperate to survive, Tail kept pouring out information. He asked if they knew who was behind Renan Brison's disappearance. Arsene already suspected it was the prince himself. He then asked if they knew who had wounded the Margrave, and once again, Arsene already suspected the answer. Tail then revealed something that truly caught his attention. He disclosed that the Marquis maintained a gambling arena in Kyrus where people bet on human lives. Upon hearing that, Arsene remarked that there was someone beside the prince who understood such matters quite well, but Tail still had more information. He said that ever since the Marquis had chosen to follow the path of the sword, his weapon had been completely destroyed. Even so, he had been hiding that from the Margrave for a long time. Arsene immediately realized the prince would want to hear that information, but before Tail could say anything further, his head was severed from his body. Coldly, Arsene remarked that if someone is good at keeping secrets, then they should carry them to their grave. After that, he decided it was time to head back. However, he did not want to spend mana by using teleportation again. It was then that he heard horses approaching rapidly. Later, Callian received a bag clearly far too heavy to contain anything ordinary. Inside it was a severed head, and at the same time, Evan ended up being accused of kidnapping Arkson Hertz. Of course, upon learning this, Evan was furious. His butler and messenger explained that Callian's knights had come there because of the disappearance, and that made Evan realize that His Majesty probably believed he had gone after one of the Valkan. Annoyed, he questioned why Tail had gotten involved with that mage of all people. The butler then revealed that Tail had visited the palace that morning, most likely after being summoned by the queen. Without wasting any time, Evan decided he would personally go to the palace. The butler asked whether they should inform the queen beforehand, but Evan irritably replied by asking if the butler wanted to see him kill his own daughter. Right after that, he made it clear that she was not the one he wanted to meet. His real objective was to speak with Planche. The next morning, during breakfast, Randell commented that he had heard about the disappearance of the Valkan vice commander and imagined that Callian must be very worried about it. Callian answered that he was, but explained that the man had been closer to His Majesty and their master ever since the days of Rosalita, so the two of them were probably far more concerned than he was. The conversation changed when Planche mentioned that the preparations for the hunting competition had already been arranged, and asked whether they would participate as well. Randell replied that they probably would not, because he knew very well that Romain had created that competition solely with Planche in mind, so there was no reason for him to join. Even so, Planche commented that it might be good for him to get some fresh air once in a while. As he listened, Callian began to think that hunting was clearly not one of Randell's interests, and Planche knew that. Even so, it seemed like he was only confirming his brother's absence, perhaps even trying to help him in some way. Planche's behavior was different from usual, but suddenly, Callian felt an absurd pressure striking his soul. An extremely powerful magical presence made his body tremble. It felt like the energy of his own master. It felt like Elon, except consumed by pure rage. Sometime earlier, Evan had personally met with Elon. He commented that the mage seemed very calm for someone who had just lost an important subordinate, and implied that the third prince must be more important to him than his own men. Without changing his expression, Elon replied that Evan also seemed far too calm for someone who had supposedly lost 10 subordinates. He then questioned whether the second prince was really that important to him, since instead of preparing funerals or taking care of his own men, he was there at the palace. The provocation irritated Evan, who asked whether the mage was trying to lecture him, and whether he acted that arrogantly, even in front of His Majesty. He also stated that someone without a title should be grateful just to stand in that place. Even so, Ellen coldly replied that it was none of his business. But Evan continued provoking him. He said that seeing how much the king favored someone like him made it difficult to trust His Majesty's judgment. Then he threw out the phrase, like master, like disciple, implying that the third prince was just as troublesome as the mage himself. Ellen immediately fired back, saying he would not be so sure about that. According to him, the third prince was far more trustworthy than a family of knights that had lost 10 elite men trying to defeat a single mage. After that, he even asked how much money Evan had received that time, and whether it was more than what he had earned on the day he sold his own child. At that very moment, Evan lost his temper and released his aura in an attempt to intimidate Ellen, but the mage simply responded by unleashing his own magical pressure. Fear completely overtook Evan. Ellen then reminded him that he was not weak, and that perhaps the Marquis had forgotten that. He then told him to use his brain and think carefully about who he truly was dealing with. Even shaken, Evan replied that strong people who stand alone never last very long. But Ellen countered once again, saying that he was not alone. Many believed Brizon was strong on his own, but he asked whether Evan had even checked who the Margrave trusted before coming there. That completely shocked the Marquis. In his mind, it made no sense for the Margrave to appear in the capital. The only person capable of offering Grey Brezin the position of Marquis would have to be someone extremely important. He then started wondering whether Renan Brezin had abandoned Brezin in order to choose Randell, or perhaps even Soleil was involved in this. He became furious at the thought that she would dare do something like that. While all of this was happening, Callian merely watched from afar. The butler then reminded Evan that a great deal of time had already passed and that they should head to Chermiel Palace as planned. At that moment, Evan realized that he had originally gone there only to confirm the relationship between Soleil and Planche, but now the situation was far bigger than he had imagined. Because of that, he decided to return to his territory first. The meeting with Planche would only happen after he discovered which side he truly stood on. Later, rain began to fall and continued for hours. While watching the weather, Callian commented to Planche that at this rate they might have to cancel the competition, but Planche replied by saying that earlier he had seen the mage driving away a knight. Callian then asked whether he had also noticed the traces of mana, commenting that perhaps His Majesty had not been exaggerating when praising his abilities. After that, he questioned whether Planche met with the Marquis often. Planche replied that he had never met the man alone. Then Callian commented that he knew very well how united his family was, and that even a small provocation would be enough to tear them apart. Because of that, he believed Planche had gone to see him in order to destroy his own mother, the Queen, and send her back to Camelon. Even so, he made it clear that if Planche wanted his mother to withdraw from the conflict, he did not necessarily need to stand by his side. However, if he truly wished to become king, then he would need to meet Evan. Even so, Planche replied that he had already given his answer before. Then Callian asked one final question. He said that Solace would probably make the worst possible decision at that moment, and that Planche seemed to be planning exactly that. On top of that, he showed no intention of helping her. If he wanted to continue staying in that place, he needed to be prepared to follow the path the Queen had worked so hard to build. At that moment, Callian began to wonder whether there was any ending other than that inevitable fate, and it was precisely then that the two of them formed a contract. Later, Yan asked whether the prince had truly chosen to ally himself with Planche instead of Randell, and whether that meant Planche had turned against his own mother, but Callian answered that it was not like that. According to him, Planche had simply closed off his own heart. He could no longer endure Solace's cruel actions, as she would do anything to place him on the throne. Because of that, he had started acting like a rebellious son. Then Callian explained something he had realized over time. Planche's body always smelled like alcohol, but his breath never did. That was because he literally poured alcohol over himself and smashed bottles over his own head to pretend he was drunk. Furthermore, from Callian's memories, every time Planche bothered him, it was only in public. When they were alone, he never did anything. That was when the second prince finally realized that nothing would ever be able to stop Planche except death itself. Confused, Yan asked why Planche had bothered Callian so much all this time then, but he replied that he did not know, and asked why Yan did not simply ask him directly. After that, he commented that even if Planche had a reason for all of that, the only person capable of understanding and forgiving him had already left. Meanwhile, later on, Romain was receiving a report from his investigator. He informed him that they had been unable to find Arsène Hertz, but they discovered that someone was imprisoned within Brizon territory, most likely Renan Brizon himself. Romain simply answered yes and ordered her to leave. Even so, the investigator asked whether that truly was the best decision. Irritated, the king ordered her to stop complaining and remember who he was, even if he was temporarily serving as commander of the Valkan. He then explained that Ellen wanted to show the entire court what the true position of the Valkan inside that palace really was. Right after that, he ordered Kayla to intensify the search efforts. When Evan finally returned to his own territory, he realized that everything had been completely turned upside down. There, he ended up encountering the king's personal investigator, and obviously had no choice but to cooperate with the investigation. Later, Ellen commented that only a few days remained before the opening ceremony and that time was running out, but Romain replied by saying that people who judged others solely by their titles always saw mages as nothing more than mages, until they experienced their true power with their own eyes. Ellen then realized that it seemed Romain already knew very well how much Evan despised him. Even so, the king simply asked whether he had received the title of Viscount. Ellen answered that he had, but explained that most people still only knew him as an archmage. Officially, he was a baron in secret and a Viscount in Heberon, but he said that the title he liked the most was Ellen Manacil, master of the third prince of Kyrus. That was when Romain casually asked why they did not stop calling him the third prince's master and instead call him Count Ellen Manacil of Kyrus. The proposal caught Elon completely off guard. He was stunned. While the king calmly asked whether something was wrong, Elon then replied that His Majesty spoke of something so significant so casually that it sounded like he was merely commenting on the weather. When the rain finally stopped, Callian celebrated because it meant the hunting competition could proceed as planned. However, the moment Jan opened the bedroom door, he realized that Callian was already returning from his morning walk. But this time, he had something in his hands. Yan asked who that was for and commented, relieved, that at least this walk had been in the morning and not another nighttime escape. After that, he remembered that he also had something the prince needed to see. Baron Melfer Paloon had sent gifts for him. Callian was then greeted by two extremely beautiful purebred horses. According to Yan, apparently Viscount Tessid Raddington had arrived in Karis without any problems. In addition, the list of gifts even included Raven's siblings and a cat. Soon after, Yan brought over a basket containing a kitten with heterochromia. Although Callian was not particularly fond of cats, he immediately thought of someone perfect to take care of the animal. So he handed the kitten over to Hina, saying that there was no problem raising cats in Chermion, so she could take good care of it. The kitten quickly snuggled snuggled up against her, and Henna thanked him emotionally, saying that the prince had remembered her. But at that moment, Yan discreetly approached and whispered into Callion's ear that His Majesty had ordered Kayla to investigate the Breeson territory the day before. In addition, there was new information regarding arson hurts. Upon hearing that, Callion replied that his master would probably say something like, "My people would not be that weak. I'm sure he's being protected somewhere." Even so, he made it clear that he had no intention of letting the matter slide. The disappearance of the Valkan vice commander was far too serious to ignore. Because of that, he decided that he would give the Breezons a few little gifts. Later, while already mounting his horse, Callion commented that it was finally time for the hunting competition to begin. Meanwhile, a completely unmotivated Planche overheard several people commenting that the competition had been created especially for him. At the same time, he also heard that the second prince would not participate because he claimed he was not feeling well, something he had already been saying for quite a while. At that very moment, Planche began wondering whether this was the exact day Callion had mentioned before. He clearly remembered his brother telling him not to participate in the hunting competition. He then started suspecting that perhaps Callion was planning to come down with a very severe cold. Because of that, he replied that maybe his body truly was not in the best condition to go hunting that day. Callion then commented that it really was a shame and said that he would personally inform His Majesty. As he watched his brother leave, Planche thought that he had no idea what that brat was planning, but if he did not want to explain it, then it was better to leave it alone. After all, something inconvenient could happen. At that moment, he heard the meowing of a cat running through the hallway. It was the very kitten that had been given to Hina, and Planche immediately recognized her as Callion's personal maid. The problem was that she ended up entering the direction of Randell's rose garden. The moment she appeared there, one of the knights immediately restrained her and demanded to know how she had entered Chermel Palace. He ordered her to answer, but Hina did not have her notebook with her, so she could not explain that she was Prince Callion's maid. The knight then ordered her not to move, because any suspicious movement would cause her to be treated as a spy. Hina was already desperate, but at that moment, Planche appeared and sarcastically asked whether Randell truly brought people of that level to serve as guards. According to him, the man could not even recognize a personal maid, and he could not tell whether that was due to poor eyesight or simple stupidity. The knight immediately sheathed his sword and apologized to the second prince, saying that he had not realized she worked at Chermel. Planche then merely looked at Hina and ordered her to get rid of that cat quickly. She bowed, thanked him in a hurry, and ran off. After that, Randell asked whether he had really told them to hunt him down and still would not participate in the competition. Planche replied that he had only stopped by to check whether his brother would be present and said that he was already leaving. But before he could go, Randell commented that he and Callion seemed to have grown quite close lately. Meanwhile, at the hunting competition, Ellen was struggling absurdly hard just to use a bow. Beside him, Romain watched the whole thing with amusement and commented that he needed to put more strength into his arm. Ellen replied that he was concentrating and that he did not need the king worrying so much about him. At that moment, he was aiming at a small bird perched on a tree above the area where the guests were gathered, but the people around them began commenting that the hunting competition felt far too strange. Some said that everything had already seemed odd from the beginning, because normally they did not form groups like that during hunting competitions. In addition, they realized that practically every group was filled with knights allied to the Brezin family, leaving very few people on the third prince's side. Then Ellen finally released the arrow, but the shot was terrible. The arrow flew weakly and passed far from the target. Romain laughed so hard that he could barely hold himself together, while Ellen merely commented that he could hear him perfectly well. "Your Majesty." Right after that, he stated that mages only needed to be good at magic. The people around them also began laughing, saying that His Majesty really would not be able to accomplish anything with a mage in a hunting competition. But suddenly, the little bird dropped dead onto the ground. No one could even see what had struck it. Ellen then calmly commented that there was no rule saying magic could be used during the hunt, but there was also no rule forbidding it. Then Ellen asked what His Majesty thought about that. Romain calmly replied that it would not be considered wrong and that he could hunt everything there using magic if he wished. At that exact moment, the guests, especially the allies of the Brezin family, felt an enormous weight in the air. Everyone realized that if Ellen's attack had been aimed at any one of them, they would have died before even noticing it. That had not merely been a demonstration of skill, it was a direct warning to every Brezin ally, a true ultimatum. Even so, Ellen merely commented that the little bird was perched on such an exposed tree that it would be impossible to miss the target. Meanwhile, in another area of the hunt, Callion held his bow while saying that he had never hunted anything besides eagles and lions, so he would need everyone's help there. After that, he commented that they would see each other later at the palace. At the same time, as always, Queen Selace was furious about something. When she was not angry, she was unbearable, so it seemed those were the only two moods she could possibly have. When she finally saw the man's condition from afar, she realized he was far more injured than she had imagined. Even so, they told her he needed to rest both body and mind, so he could not even receive her personally. Grey Bryson himself ordered her to leave, and warned that he would contact her again once he had recovered. But the word recovered kept echoing inside Celeste's head as she stared once again at the bag bag full of coins on top of the table. Earlier, Callian had been invited to have tea with the queen. During the conversation, he noticed that exact open bag filled with money, right in the same place where Hat had disappeared. Before Selasi could even pretend innocence and say she knew nothing about it, Callian calmly replied that he was certain she truly knew nothing. After all, she probably did not even remember meeting the Night Tail. The queen answered that she truly did not remember, but mocked him by saying it was funny to think he would run around like that just because a single mage had disappeared. Then she asked whether by any chance he had made some kind of deal with the Margrave or promised something grand in exchange for help, but Callian replied that her imagination was far too vivid. He also said that he would never work together with Grey Breezen because he had no need for people like her. Then he made it clear that she would learn exactly what happens when someone lays a hand on his people. Finally, he promised that he would bring her down. Furious, Soleil threw the bag full of coins away and answered that if that was what he wanted, then they would settle everything once and for all. That very night, someone tried to secretly invade Planche's room, but he noticed immediately and commented that it seemed a certain mage had nothing better to do. On top of that, he also realized the intruder had dismantled the room's magical alarm. Callian then appeared and replied that the spell was his master's work, but asked Planche not to worry. He also said that he probably would not be able to do that again, so he would stop visiting him secretly like that for a while. After that, Callian remembered that he still had 3 things to discuss with him. The first was to ask whether Randell already knew that he was working together with him. Planche answered yes, because his brother had already figured everything out. Callian then commented that he had hoped it would take them a little longer to notice, but admitted that the people there were simply too intelligent. Then he asked what Randell had said. At that moment, Planche remembered the conversation in which Randell commented that he and Callian seemed to have grown quite close, so he answered by asking whether that bothered him, but apparently to Randell, it made no difference at all. According to Callian, that only proved that Randell would never truly end up losing. He explained that his brother would not be paying such close attention if there were no possibility of their factions joining forces. Even so, he said he would be more careful from then on. Then came the second thing. Somewhat awkwardly, Callian thanked Planche for helping Henna, but he immediately replied that he did not want to hear any thanks for that. Then he asked whether anyone had told him that the girl had helped him before as well. Earlier, after recovering her notebook, Heine had sincerely thanked him for the help he gave her. Then Callian commented that there was only one last thing left. The next day, Valken's foundation ceremony would take place, and he asked what Planche thought about the idea of remaining sick for one more day. Immediately, Planche answered that he was already going too far. Even so, Callian made it clear that this time, he should not interfere with anything, regardless of what happened. The following morning, a younger maid brushed Queen Celesta's hair while carefully asking whether her mood had improved at all, since the queen's temper had been terrible these past few days. But accidentally, the comb got tangled in a few strands and pulled her hair from the roots. Before the maid could even properly apologize, she had already been slapped across the face. Trembling in fear, the girl immediately begged for forgiveness. The veteran maid then tried to take the blame, saying she should have trained the newcomer better, but Celeste coldly replied no. She said she would deal with it personally. Then she approached the girl while commenting that she could still be useful. Later, Elan officially presided over Valken's foundation ceremony. Before the entire court, he declared that it was an immeasurable honor to announce the birth of Karis's very own circle of sorcerers. He stated that, right in the heart of the kingdom, thanks to His Majesty's will and the court's unwavering support, Valken would usher in a new era in the kingdom's history, bringing prosperity and harmony through the wonders of magic. But in the middle of the speech, a sudden explosion shook the entire place. Everyone was shocked when they realized the attack had happened precisely in the queen's wing. Right afterward, people began accusing Arsene Hertz of being responsible for the explosion. The moment he heard that, Callian immediately found the situation suspicious, and at that instant practically everyone present turned their eyes toward the third prince, since Arsene Hertz was officially one of his direct subordinates. At that very moment, Callian realized that Celeste had finally revealed her true intentions through that dirty trap, so he decided that he would personally investigate everything. But the king placed a hand on his son's shoulder and asked everyone to sit down. According to him, chaos and commotion were exactly what the criminal wanted. Everyone needed to regain composure and remain calm, because panic would only place more people in danger. Nothing could be confirmed yet, until they discovered the true cause of the explosion. However, at that moment, the queen appeared, saying that she had seen the culprit with her own eyes. According to her, the person responsible for setting the palace on fire was right there. Planche looked even more shocked than Callian, while the third prince commented that they had heard the explosion and asked whether she was alright. Selese answered aggressively, saying that his act was shameless, as if this were somehow news to him when he was behind everything. Callian asked her not to jump to conclusions, and reminded her that the king had already stated the cause would be investigated, but the queen insisted, saying that before the attack, that mage had accused her of luring him into a trap, and claimed that the mastermind behind it was the third prince himself. In truth, Celeste had already taken care to eliminate witnesses and evidence. She handed a magical sphere to a novice maid, and ordered her to place the object inside the chest located at the entrance to the drawing room. She said it would be the girl's redemption, and that that if she carried out the task she would be forgiven. Without suspecting anything, the maid did exactly as instructed, but the moment she opened the chest and placed the sphere inside, a massive explosion occurred, killing the poor girl instantly. The queen's plan was simple. All she had to do was point the finger at Hertz, and the third prince would be forced to hunt him down and prove his innocence. And since the mage had disappeared, he would have no way to defend himself against the accusation. It was a perfect trap to corner Callian. The prince remained silent with his head lowered while the queen thought she had finally won, but suddenly, someone asked whether she was truly certain that was the mage she had seen. Then Hertz himself appeared before everyone, calmly introducing himself as the mage mentioned by the queen. Celeste was left speechless upon seeing him there, especially accompanied by her own father. Callian merely stared at the queen with a dark expression and said that now she was finally witnessing her own end. In truth, after killing the knights, the one who found Hertz was not an enemy, but Kiri, the prince's most loyal squire. They simply hid the mage for 5 days to prevent him from falling into the queen's trap. During most of that time, he merely rested and slept. Even so, the mage's disappearance ended up planting doubts in the mind of someone from the Brazen family, someone who could not ignore a false accusation, much less allow the real culprit to escape punishment. Afterward, Hertz even met Evan personally. The mage explained that Prince Callian had already expected the queen to turn his disappearance into a massive political scheme, so he decided to remain hidden until the day of the ceremony. He also told Evan that he would help the prince put an end once and for all to the false accusations placed upon him. Everything Callian did completely turned the tables. Then he reminded the king that the investigation should begin immediately, since the queen herself had demanded the mage's presence and he had appeared before everyone. The king agreed, saying that everything was now perfectly clear. Callian then walked past the queen and said that this was exactly why he had warned her several times not to act recklessly against him. At that moment, Celeste realized that everyone was against her, even the king himself. Even so, she merely commented that Callian truly was his mother's son, because that insolent expression was exactly the same as hers before she died. Then the queen made her final desperate move. She pulled out a knife and tried to stab the prince right there. Blood splattered across her face, but the blade never reached Callian. The one who took the blow was Planche, who stepped in front of him to protect him. Even after the prince told him not to interfere, Planche still chose to do it. And the most terrifying part was that the queen was not shocked even for a second. On the contrary, she called her own son a traitor and drove the knife even deeper into his chest. The king ran forward in despair while the guards rushed to stop the situation. He shouted for Celeste to release the prince, saying that everything was already over for her. But before the queen could do anything worse, Callian himself severed her hand using his sword coated in aura and magic. While some people restrained the queen and brought the situation under control, others were left stunned after realizing that the third prince could use aura. That meant Callian was a true master swordsman. After that, he dismissed his sword and immediately rushed to help his brother. Planche, already coughing up blood, merely asked whether he had truly managed to use aura before losing consciousness right there. The hall descended into complete chaos. The guests were utterly stunned. The guards ran back and forth protecting the king and the nobles, while Callian asked his master to take care of the king. Ellen said that everyone needed to leave because the place was no longer safe, but Romain was still worried about Planche. Then the master replied that he understood that feeling better than anyone, but the king needed to think about everything that was at stake at that moment. Now all that remained was to trust Prince Callian. In desperation, they started calling for a priest. Meanwhile, Callian tried to stop his brother's bleeding, but the wound was far too severe. He grew furious thinking that, after all the effort he had made to keep that idiot alive, the fool had gone and done something like this. Not even the will of Cisphania, which he possessed, was managing to deal with the wound. At this rate, Planche really would die. Callian ordered Carrie to bring a priest immediately, but he replied that Jan had already gone to call Hina from Shermiel Palace. However, the prince knew there was already a priest inside that hall. He looked directly at Randell, the first prince. The problem was that, in moments of chaos, every person reveals their true nature, and Randell was far too cold. Even while watching his own brother dying right in front of him, the first prince simply turned his back. To him, hiding the fact that he was a priest mattered more than saving his own brother's life. Callian then desperately prayed in his mind for Planche to endure and stay alive. Later, already inside the prison, he went to visit the queen. Celeste asked whether he was hiding something, and the prince replied that everyone has 1 or 2 secrets they cannot reveal to others. But he also asked her a question. He wanted to know whether Queen Aisha's death had been her doing. Celeste coldly replied that she would never forget it, because it was the first life she had taken using poison. Callian felt disgust toward that woman and said that everything ended there, but the queen asked whether they had not agreed to be honest with each other. Then the prince answered that, honestly, he thought her first concern would be whether her own son was safe, considering she herself had stabbed him. The queen replied that Planche had proven himself an obstacle until the very last moment of his life. According to her, she had done the best she could for her son, but he had always been a foolish boy who made the worst possible choices and never helped with anything. To Celeste, her own survival was proof of adaptation and strength, but Callian argued that people always move toward what they wish to protect. protect. Her attack had been useless from the very beginning. The queen had no combat training, so the strike had been far too slow. He did not even need to block it, merely dodge. On top of that, his master's shield spell had already been activated at that moment. Planche knew all of that, and still chose to step in front of him, because, in the end, he had not tried to protect Callian. What Planche truly wanted to protect was the queen herself. Callian said that none of that ever needed to happen. If Celeste had stopped for even a moment and looked back, she would have understood the reason behind all of it. Planche always said that she was meddlesome and incapable of changing, yet he still kept trying to protect her. But the queen replied that she regretted nothing. There was nothing to lament. Then she began laughing completely uncontrollably, trapped in that miserable situation, no longer able to distinguish love, pleasure, or power. She could no longer tell what mattered more, herself or her own son. She could not even say whether she had truly done anything wrong. She did not even seem to understand whether she herself had really made all those decisions. After that, the nobles who had once been loyal to House Brezin quickly turned their backs on Celeste. The queen's crimes eventually became public, but the person responsible for revealing everything remained hidden in the shadows. As soon as the verdict was delivered, the queen's execution was decreed. None of her favorite flowers were placed upon the stones of the square, because no one wanted those flowers stained by her blood. Instead, Celeste was offered a vial containing a slow and painful death. That day, red flowers drifted down the river like a silent farewell to the queen's soul. Sometime later, the palace servants dismantled Celeste's enormous extravagant greenhouse, and her famous tea table as well. But even while working, the servants could not stop talking about the third prince. Everyone's topic of conversation was the fact that Callian, at only 15 years old, was already a master swordsman, perhaps the youngest in history, and on top of that, he could still use magic at the same time. However, since the incident with Planche, the prince had not left the room anymore, and nobody could really complain about that because his brother's condition still worried everyone. Planche still had not fully regained consciousness, or at least, that was how it seemed. In truth, Planche had already been awake for quite some time, and was staring at Callian sitting beside the bed, devouring a mountain of bananas. The third prince explained that he was still trying to come up with a convincing way to justify his swordsmanship skills without raising suspicion. Then he told his brother not to mind him and get some more rest. But Planche irritably replied that he was covering the bed with banana peels like some damned animal. He also complained that if he was going to sit around doing nothing, he should at least do it in his own room. Callian asked where his hospitality had gone, since it was Planche himself who had thrown himself into that situation. Then he said the least he could do was help come up with some kind of explanation. His brother replied that the one who decided to use aura in front of everyone was Callian's own stupid self, but the prince already knew that very well. The moment he stepped out of that room, everyone would start asking questions about his sword aura. That was why he had decided not to leave until he came up with a solid story to explain everything. Even so, he still offered his brother a banana. Planche simply told him to get lost. One of the first people Callian ran into afterward was Ellen, who commented that the living always show up eventually. Then he asked if Planche had finally kicked him out of the room. The prince replied that he had, and added that it came with a look of pure disgust. Even so, he had managed to stay in there for 4 whole days, which was already quite generous considering his brother's temperament. Ellen laughed and commented that those had been 4 days of happy brotherly bonding. Then he admitted that he honestly thought the prince would stay hidden there for at least another week. Callian replied that that really had been the plan. But as soon as they passed by a few maids, the two of them overheard whispers about the third prince's sword aura. Ellen then commented that it clearly was not his brother's anger that made him leave the room. In truth, he had probably only decided to show himself because he had finally found a convincing excuse. Callian admitted he was a terrible liar, but said there was someone capable of helping him with that. Then he went to see King Romain, who was extremely happy to see him again. The prince knew his father could help him, but he could never be allowed to discover the truth about that body, so they decided to create a false explanation for the entire situation. Romain listened in shock, as Ellen explained that Callian had been blessed by a spark of enlightenment from Corville of Cisphania, awakening to the path of the sword during training against the layman. To reinforce the lie, Callian demonstrated his sword formed from mana and aura. He could shape the weapon however he wanted, even transforming it into daggers. Quite an impressive trick. The king asked if Ellen had known about this for a long time, but the mage merely shrugged while the prince apologized for hiding it. However, Romain said he did not need to apologize. The palace was not a safe place for him, so it made sense for him to act cautiously. But now there were too many witnesses, and the people demanded answers. Because of that, he announced that the founding ceremony of Valken would be the ideal moment to officially reveal the prince's power. Callian thanked him for the support, while the king complained to Ellen, saying he could at least have given him some hint beforehand. The mage replied that he actually had given several hints, but Callian commented that no one would have understood anyway, because hints given by mages were practically impossible riddles to decipher. As he watched watched the two of them, the king began thinking about the consequences of that revelation. Now that everyone knew Callion was a swordmaster, Evan would certainly begin watching his every move. And besides the Marquis, there was still the problem of Randell. The first prince had remained disturbingly calm that day, even while watching his own brother on the verge of death. If someone like him reached the throne, things might become even worse. For now, all they could do was wait. Only time would tell whether Callion's power would become his salvation, or just another poison in his life. 1 week later, the founding ceremony was held once again, and before everyone present, the king officially proclaimed the birth of the 6th swordmaster, the youngest in all of history. Meanwhile, House Brisson shut its doors and cut off all contact with the outside world. But the person most irritated and frustrated by the entire situation was Evan, who had spent all that time obsessively training with his sword. And the reason for his anger was not even the queen's downfall. What truly infuriated him was the fact that he had not been able to sense the boy's aura even for a single moment. With the end of autumn's commotion, the winter of Carius finally arrived, and amid the cold, Hina's kitten, wearing its silver collar, appeared calmly walking beside Prince Planche. Apparently, the prince liked the kitten quite a lot, and the kitten liked him too. It just pretended otherwise. He passed through Celeste's garden, thinking about how the flowers no longer carried the same fragrance as before. Spring had arrived, bringing with it the feeling of a new beginning, and that reminded everyone that Romaine's birthday took place during that very season. During the celebration, the king thanked everyone for attending, while Callion remained lost in his own thoughts. As the king himself had said, this was supposed to mark a new beginning. However, an unexpected presence ended up surprising everyone there, especially Callion and Ellen. The person who appeared was Chase Secretia, the brother of Baron Secretia from the previous life. 2 months earlier, spring had arrived so gently that it seemed to have completely erased winter. The atmosphere carried a sense of change, as though something new was beginning, even if it was difficult to explain exactly what. During that period, Romain personally delivered the invitation to his birthday celebration to Elon, even though there was no need for it. The mage commented that it was already the second time he had received an invitation directly from the king, so Romain asked in a casual tone whether he planned to ignore the invitation again like he had the previous year. Elon replied that he should not worry, because he doubted he would leave Caris anytime soon, invitation or not, and added that time always passed far too quickly. The king then recalled that it had been around that same time, the previous year, that Elon invaded the palace, and admitted that he kept wondering what that year still had in store for Kairos. Meanwhile, Callion was training against Arson Hertz. He destroyed the mage's ice blades using his sword coated in aura and magic. At one point, he transformed the weapon into a shield to block the ice shards, and shortly afterward reshaped it back into a blade, nearly striking Arson Hertz. The mage managed to escape using short-range teleportation, but even while trying to defend himself with a barrier, Callion pierced through the defense, closed the distance, and subdued him with an aura dagger pressed against his neck. The strike even managed to lightly wound him, forcing Arson Hertz to admit defeat. After the fight, Callion commented that it had been an excellent battle. Several people had been watching, all of them impressed, especially the members of Vulcan. He then asked how Arson Hertz managed to use teleportation so quickly, without reciting any chant. The mage replied that, in truth, Callion should be the one impressed, since he could now shape his aura sword with extreme precision. He had broken a defensive spell without causing any real harm to the caster, something that required absurd levels of control. However, Callion answered that he had not been holding back at all. That had been a fight to kill. The response left Arson Hertz completely shocked. Planche was also watching the training session, although he commented that he had not enjoyed the spectacle very much. Even so, Callion asked what he thought about training the mages of Vulcan. In the other timeline, the organization had also been founded by Romain, but it was Planche who truly guided and shaped those mages. In other words, he was the one who would decide whether they became monsters or not, so Planche asked why Callion himself would not take care of them. The prince replied that he already had enough power as he was. At that moment, Yan approached to inform them that Marquis Evan had requested an audience. Callion replied that he had already expected that. Evan wanted to discover how far his aura had evolved, so he ordered Yan to tell him he would attend. Before leaving, he also commented to Planche that everyone already knew they were on the same side now. Because of that, he could not keep hiding in Planche's shadows forever. Sooner or later, someone would come after him, and alone he would be easy prey. As he walked through the corridors, Callion reflected on the fact that Evan had finally made his first move after spending the entire winter training in isolation. Until that moment, he had kept his aura hidden using magic, perhaps enough to make Evan believe he was still too weak to detect it. The problem was that he also could not sense Evan's aura. Besides that, there was another important issue. Planche did not possess a faction of his own within the court, and that would probably be the first thing Evan tried to secure. It was the true beginning of the struggle for Carius' throne. throne. The person who most needed Callion's attention ended up appearing directly in his path. It was Randell, the cold prince. He admitted that he had almost felt like helping him that day, but explained that he stood on a higher step, and directly involving himself with a prince of another level was considered a great taboo. Callion replied that it would only take 3 steps to break that taboo and tear off his mask. At that moment, Randell, always compared to a rose that never withered, finally seemed to understand the meaning behind Callion's words. For a long time, Callion had wondered why Randell left everything so exposed in that way. Perhaps it was because, within his garden, flowers could bloom and shine freely, as long as they never grew higher than his feet. When Randell confirmed that was exactly the case, Callion made it clear that he did not want to live like that. Later, while speaking with Elon, the mage asked why he had stopped there. He said he might as well have summoned Marquis Breezin too, and introduced him to his own brother so they could conspire against him together. He also commented that Callion possessed an impressive talent for making new enemies. However, the prince simply ignored the provocation and remarked on how good the chocolate he was eating tasted. Elon then laughed, saying that he truly was his apprentice, since he was just as stubborn and hard-headed as him. Even so, Callion explained that he had not provoked Randell without reason. According to him, the prince would not make any reckless moves while there was still a possibility of an alliance between him and the Marquis. As for House Brisson, Evan would also hesitate to act, since he still could not read his sword aura, and now that he was standing beside Planche, the Brisson family would be forced to reconsider their options. However, that did not mean he should become part of their plans. Later, at the Symphonian Alcoholic Breath, the arena's illegal fights were taking place. When an employee asked who the hooded man was and said he could not enter like that, especially without paying the entrance fee, the stranger simply tore off his head without the slightest hesitation. It was Callion who sent Kiri back to that place. Before that, he had given clear orders for the swordsman not to touch the girls working there as servers. He was only to kill the real criminals. He said the customers might even deserve death, but they would still be spared. As for the arena fighters, they were to be set free. Regarding the employees, Kiri could do whatever he wanted, as long as he left no one alive. And that was exactly what happened. Kiri carried out the massacre with ease. His swordsmanship was absurd, and he eliminated all the enemies within seconds. But when he entered the final room to hunt down the last remaining employee, the situation changed. The man took a girl hostage after realizing Kiri was not killing the women working there. He began demanding that the two of them be allowed to leave alive. However, even before entering the room, Kiri had already heard 2 whispers. Being a half-elf, his hearing was extremely sharp. He clearly heard the girl telling the man to use her as a shield on purpose. In that instant, he understood that the two of them were working together. Without showing the slightest reaction, Kiri pierced both their necks at the same time with his sword. The employee still tried to say his final words, but Kiri did not even care to listen. He had no interest in excuses, regrets, or pleas for mercy. He simply finished the job and killed them both. Not long afterward, the royal investigators arrived at the scene and were met with the complete massacre. One of the guards looked visibly disgusted by what he saw and immediately ordered Kiri to drop his sword. Without resistance, he let go of the weapon and introduced himself as a servant of Prince Callion, stating that he had been sent to deal with the situation. However, on the way back, while one of the investigators was heading off to report everything to Marquis Evan, he ended up being intercepted by Callion himself. The prince calmly appeared in his path and asked where he was rushing off to. Later, Evan was already completely furious. In a fit of rage, he even threw a teacup against the window. He complained to his investigator, saying that everything would have ended as nothing more than a city guard investigation if the report had been delivered immediately. But now even the royal family was involved in the situation, all because they had given enough time for that low-class criminal to mention Callion's name. The investigator then repeated the words he had heard directly from the prince. Callion had calmly said that his master would pay for the mistake that had been made. When that happened, he was to answer only one thing. The man then explained that, when questioned about the attack on the arenas, Callion's servant had told them to blame his prince, referring to Prince Planche. In addition, he commented that it seemed Callion had failed to completely bring Planche over to his side. Upon hearing that, Evan began to reflect. All that time, he had believed that his constant devotion at Planche's bedside had brought the two of them closer together, but he had been mistaken. Fortunately mistaken. That alone might be enough to reduce the prince's influence, but even so, someone would still need to be sacrificed. So he decided that Viscount Xeris would take all the blame. Shortly afterward, he declared that he would personally meet with Planche the following morning, as soon as the sun rose. The next day, Planche told Callion that Evan really had come to visit him. The third prince was not surprised. From the very beginning, the attack on the arenas had been planned specifically to make Evan suspicious of an alliance between them, so he asked whether Evan had believed the act. According to Planche, Evan had shown up acting extremely friendly, saying that the last few days must have been very stressful for him. That sickeningly sweet conversation alone was enough to make it clear that he had truly believed the story. Even so, Callion commented that he highly doubted the accounting books seized from the arenas pointed directly to Evan. The real objective of the attack had never been to bring him down, but to slowly erode his influence instead. After that, Callion asked whether Planche had thought about the proposal he had made earlier. The prince replied that he had, and that he could do it. When Callian asked what exactly they were talking about, Plancha stayed silent for a few seconds before smiling and saying that, from that point onward, he would take charge of Valken. In the end, Viscount Ceres took responsibility for the underground arenas connected to Evan and lost all his properties as punishment. Meanwhile, Kiri received a 2-month suspension for drawing his sword without authorization. 2 months later, Callian woke up from a strange dream. He could not remember exactly what he had seen, but he awoke with an unusual feeling, almost as though he were excited about something. When he mentioned it, Yan replied that perhaps it was a good omen. After all, Kiri had returned the previous night, and maybe the two things were connected. In addition, he mentioned that a congratulatory delegation from the kingdom of Atencio had arrived at the palace. As he observed all the commotion, Planche began to find the size of the delegation strange. There were far too many people for a simple diplomatic visit. However, before he could even inform Callian, he spotted someone unexpected. It was Sacricia's crown prince, Chase Sacricia. As soon as the two of them met, Chase commented that it was finally an honor to meet him in person. In the past, the two had been enemies, and Planche had caused the greatest pain of his life, the loss of his own brother. Even so, at that moment, Planche simply asked why Sacricia's crown prince was so far from home. Chase replied that he really was far away, but he had important reasons for being there. He said he had come for a celebration, but also to settle unfinished matters with someone. That was when Callian spotted him from afar. At that very moment, he realized that this was what he had been sensing ever since the strange dream. It was exactly that scene he had seen before waking up. When Ellen discovered that Chase was at the palace, he immediately asked the reason for the visit. The butler replied that the crown prince would join the king and the princes for lunch. As soon as he heard that, Ellen ran off immediately. He thought Callian needed more time to prepare, because he knew the prince would probably hesitate at the most important moment. The instant Callian entered the dining hall, Chase walked directly toward him. The crown prince said it was a pleasure to finally meet him, and that he had been looking forward to that encounter for a very long time. For a brief moment, Callian grew nervous, but he quickly regained his composure and replied that he felt the same way. He said he had also been waiting for that day for a very long time. Shortly afterward, Ellen rushed into the hall, asking why everyone was standing around at the entrance. The moment he saw the mage, Chase commented that it had been ages since they last met, and asked whether he had been doing well. Ellen quickly replied that he had, but said formalities could wait until later. Then he immediately began guiding Chase away from Callian, saying they could talk properly after lunch in his office. From a distance, Planche could clearly tell that Chase's presence had shaken Callian. Later, during a private conversation over tea, Ellen commented that for the crown prince to personally travel all the way there had to be something far more important behind the visit than mere official congratulations. Chase replied that nothing truly escaped Ellen's notice. Then he said that perhaps Ellen would not believe what he was about to hear, but he had come precisely because he hoped Ellen would listen to him. He then recalled an old conversation about the Bow of Time, the artifact that had simply disappeared without leaving a trace. Ellen could never forget that story, much less forget Callian's connection to the artifact. Because of that, he immediately began wondering why Chase was bringing up that subject right now. That was when the crown prince revealed that he had been present last spring, at the exact moment the Bow of Time disappeared. And since then, over the past few months, strange memories had begun surfacing inside him, memories he did not recognize as his own. At first, Chase believed those strange memories were merely dreams. Then he began to think he might be losing his mind. But as time passed, he could no longer deny the truth. He had no choice but to accept that those memories were real, and even worse, to accept that his brother was alive somewhere within that kingdom. Upon hearing that, Ellen directly asked whether he had perhaps tried to revive his brother using the Bow of Time, but Chase immediately answered that he would never do such a thing. He explained that the war responsible for his brother's death had happened precisely because of the struggle over the relic. On one side were those who sought to claim the artifact's power, and on the other were those who fought to protect it. Baron Sacricia sacrificed his own life to prevent the Bow of Time from being used improperly. Because of that, he would never trample over his brother's sacrifice, simply to bring him back. He then explained that he had guarded the artifact all that time without ever using it for personal gain. He had never even considered doing so. As he listened to everything in silence, Ellen realized that it aligned perfectly with what Sisphania had said before. Even so, he added something else. From the look in Chase's eyes, it was obvious that he already understood he could not allow anyone to discover that he still retained his memories intact. Chase calmly confirmed it. He said that simply knowing his brother was alive and well was enough for him. At that moment, it became clear to Ellen that Chase already knew Callian was the reincarnation of his brother, and while thinking about that, he could not help but wonder what kind of path those two brothers would end up walking from that point onward. When Chase left the room, he was greeted by Carrie, who informed him that the third prince would like to speak with him after dinner. At that very moment, Ellen realized the mistake he had made. He thought he should have cast a silence spell before that conversation, because Carrie had definitely heard everything. So he directly asked whether he had been listening to the earlier conversation, but Carrie did not answer at all. Faced with that, Ellen merely sighed and thought there was no point worrying about it anymore. Shortly afterward, he formally introduced Kiri to Sacricia's crown prince, explaining that he was Callion's personal bodyguard. The swordsman then respectfully introduced himself and placed himself at the prince's service. However, Chase found one thing strange. He asked whether his name was really just Kiri, without any surname, since knights serving the royal family normally came from noble houses. Then Kiri answered that his surname was Baron. Chase froze for a moment after hearing that answer. Then he asked if he knew that name had been passed down through Secretia's royal bloodline for generations. Kiri replied that he had no idea. That was when Chase explained the meaning behind the name. Baron meant the hero whose name will never disappear. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, Callion remained lost in his own thoughts. He tried to understand how Chase's arrival connected to Sisphania's words, to his fate in Karis, and to everything he had been trying to change ever since he went back in time. More than that, he wondered if all his efforts to prevent the war had been meaningless, and above all, he could not understand what had led Planche to turn against him in the previous timeline. That was when Planche knocked on the door to his room, saying that he was owed a few explanations. As soon as he entered, he teasingly commented that Secretia's crown prince had shown up, saying he desperately wanted to meet him, and shortly afterward, his little brother appeared, looking like someone who had just seen a ghost. After a few seconds of silence, Callion finally replied that there was something he wanted more than anything else in the world, but it had already been claimed by someone else. Then he asked what Planche would do in that situation. Without hesitation, Planche answered that he was not in the habit of taking what belonged to others. Simple as that, but Callion insisted. He asked if he would still follow that rule even if it were something he truly needed. Once again, Planche answered yes, so Callion brushed it off, saying it was just a pointless thought, nothing important. But deep down, he knew he would be lying if he said he was not shaken by it. Chase was the only person he truly missed, yet that situation had never had a simple answer from the very beginning. After all, this version of Planche still had no idea what future awaited him. Even so, Planche refused to let the matter die, and once again asked if he was finally going to explain what was happening. This time, Callion created a barrier of silence before answering. Then he recalled how, some time ago, Planche himself had questioned who he really was. After that, he said he had the feeling that Planche had already discovered the truth, and then he revealed everything. Callion explained that the time of that world had gone back 10 years into the past. Before that, he had been Chase's brother. Now, he was Planche's brother. After the revelation, he continued by saying that he intended to find his own path in that new life, because he no longer had any idea what fate had in store for him. The time had come for him to take control of his own story. Later, Elon met with Callion and immediately started complaining, irritated that someone else now knew his secret. Full of sarcasm, he asked if there was anyone else left on the list to find out too, because he might as well know who would be next. After all, it could barely even be called a secret anymore. Callion tried to calm the situation, swearing that Planche would be the last person to learn the truth. He also said that he had only explained the basics. Still irritated, Elon replied that it was well deserved. Then he explained that he had not called him there just to argue. After that, he mentioned that he had a simple request involving Aurea Siren, because he was planning something. On top of that, he said he could not shake the feeling that he was being watched all the time. To him, the presence of Randell and the 30 priests of Tessid, at the exact moments certain events happened, seemed far too perfect to be mere coincidence. But Callion was already too overwhelmed to think about even more problems, so he simply commented that his brothers never left him any room to breathe. Meanwhile, Chase met Planche again in the palace gardens. As soon as he saw him, the prince asked what he was doing there this time. Chase replied that he had managed to get some free time before that night's banquet, and had therefore asked the king for permission to walk through the gardens. Then he commented that the place was truly beautiful, and asked if Planche did not like it there. The prince answered that he did not look displeased, only curious. After all, someone like Secretia's crown prince would not personally appear there without a greater purpose. Then he remarked that it was impossible not to wonder whether he had truly come only to meet Ellen Manasil. Hearing that, Chase commented that he had heard Planche had been participating quite actively in the training of Valken's mages lately, and then Planche replied in a provocative tone that he did not know Secretia was so well informed. He replied that the king had a certain obsession with raising birds, and asked whether this Valken he was building with such dedication would become the foundation of his power. Then he commented that he finally understood everything. Something must have happened in that version of the future, right? After that, he told Chase that he was making it far too obvious. Chase admitted that he was not that naive, but Planche replied that he did not need to worry. Valkan was his brother's interest, not his own. Even so, Chase answered that he hoped he was right, for his own sake. Later, Callion received some important information. There was no record of anyone named Malcolm Chadish among the clerics sent to Karis. That meant Malcolm had already been operating in Karis, even before the delegation arrived. But even so, he still had no idea what the Holy Kingdom was trying to achieve with all of this. Not long afterward, Yan appeared carrying the clothes for Callion to prepare for the banquet, but the prince asked him to sit down because he wanted to talk for a while. Then he explained that the Holy Kingdom had sent 30 priests with the delegation to Karis, and said he had the feeling Randell was somehow involved in it. Officially, they had come only to participate in the royal celebration. The problem was that none of the priests officially assigned to Karis were among them. Because of that, Kallian asked what reason there could possibly be for sending so many users of divine magic just for a banquet. Jan took a moment to understand, but then he realized what was strange about the situation. Tessid had suffered heavy rains that year. Kallian himself confirmed it, and reminded him that Karis had sent salt reserves to help during the disaster. Now Tessid was returning the favor. But that still made no sense. A flood of that scale would almost certainly cause disease outbreaks, and yet Tessid was sending healers away from its own people. Not 1 or 2, but 30 priests. That was when Kallian realized the truth. They might be wearing priests' robes, but perhaps they were not real priests at all. And at that moment, everything finally clicked into place. Later, Planche found Hina standing nervously in front of his room, clearly unsure of what to do. So he asked whether the cat had gotten in again, and told her to move aside. But when he opened the door and saw what was inside, he immediately shut it again. Then he told her to leave the cat with him for the day, and that he would return it that night. Hina thanked him and apologized. When he entered the room, Planche realized it was not only the cat that was there. Kallian was waiting for him as well. While the kitten rubbed itself against his leg, happy for the company, Kallian explained that he had come to ask whether he would like to attend the banquet by his side that night. Immediately, Planche asked what he was plotting this time. Then Kallian revealed that Randell was sending 30 fake priests to Karis, and that he needed him to distract Randell while he dealt with the situation. Later, during the banquet, the guests were welcomed into a brightly lit hall filled with luxury and glamour. That was when their highnesses, Princes Planche and Kallian, appeared together. The scene immediately caused an uproar, murmurs, and gossip among the nobles. It looked like a clear display of unity between the two of them, perhaps even a direct threat against Prince Randell. Even affected by the situation, Randell did not let it show. As he observed everything, Kallian thought that this alone would be enough to convince Randell that he and Planche had joined forces. Whatever the first prince's plan was, he would not be able to put it into motion anytime soon. Then Planche asked if that was all he wanted, and Kallian replied that it should only be seen as the first step. Every eye in the hall was now focused on them. Shortly afterward, Planche commented that Kallian had seemed restless lately, and asked whether he was looking for someone. The third prince confirmed it. There was one face missing among the guests that night, Marquis Evan Brezens. Perhaps his absence was not a coincidence. That was why Kiri had been sent to investigate. While secretly following Randell, Kari accidentally stepped on a branch, drawing the guards' attention. Even so, he managed to hide quickly. Randell ordered them to check the area, but when the guards reached the bushes, they found only a couple hiding there, far too busy entertaining themselves to notice anything around them. Afterward, the head guard asked whether something was wrong with the first prince. But Kiri's mission was not just to investigate Randell. The real targets were the people around him, especially the Chamberlain. There was only one thing Kiri needed to confirm, and he succeeded. The Chamberlain really was communicating with the supposed priests. Then Kiri revealed his killing intent, and immediately all the priests reacted at the exact same time. At that moment, he became certain. Ordinary priests could not react like that, which meant they truly were not priests. The following morning, Kallian confronted Randell directly and asked whether he understood what he had done. Those men were Tessid's paladins. In other words, Randell had brought a foreign military force directly into the heart of Karis. Without hesitation, Randell confirmed everything, and even said he had done it intentionally. Then he asked whether that was really a problem for Prince Kallian. Even so, Kallian stated that he could eliminate all of those paladins whenever he wanted. Then the first prince explained that they had exactly the same objective as the group of mages gathered by Kallian. Because of that, they posed no threat either to him or to the king. Hearing that, Kallian finally understood. The paladins were there to combat Bryson's influence. Now it made sense why Evan had not appeared at the banquet. Randell had infiltrated paladins disguised as priests in order to attack Bryson's territories while he was away. Then he directly asked whether Randell himself had summoned Evan to the royal palace, precisely to clear the way for the attack. After that, Kallian made it clear that sharing the same objectives did not make the paladins equal to the Valken. If Randell truly had nothing to hide, then there was no reason to use disguises. The paladins should enter Karis openly, following all the proper procedures. But Randell merely replied that he had been curious for quite some time. Then he asked what had caused such a change in Kallian. He said he would send the paladins back, but in return the third prince should not grow too much. He should not let his roots drift too far away from that garden. While saying that, Randell destroyed the rose that never aged, claiming it ruined the scenery. Even so, Kallian replied that it would not happen. He would leave for Chameleon and raise his own hunting dogs. Later, a letter arrived for Romain. In it, Tessid informed him that urgent matters had prevented the priests from remaining in Kairos, so they had departed immediately. Before that, Romain had already asked Randell about those priests, but the first prince answered that it was nothing important. Yet now, after Kallian's visit, all of them were suddenly leaving the kingdom. That could only mean one thing. Randell was far more involved with the priests than he let on. He had lied to the king, lied to his own father, and at that moment, Romain could no longer understand when exactly Randell had ended up that way. But Ellen explained that his majesty only had himself to blame. Even de Blanc had kept his own children close, no matter how cruel that man's methods were. So yes, in in his view, King Roman himself was the one at fault. The king replied that he already knew that. That was why he had been trying to bring his children together in every way possible. He organized meals together, walks through the gardens, and even hunting competitions. He also kept watching Randell, trying to spark some kind of interest in him, but he commented that children always found a unique way to destroy every plan their parents made for them. Then Elon asked if he knew Helene's son, the Queen of Liberin. He said that boy was unlike anyone else. Perhaps His Majesty did not know, but Helene's husband, Prince Theon, had been executed. Romain vaguely remembered the case. It had happened during the time Ellen was in Liberin. Someone had tried to poison him, but the one who ended up dying was Theon's son. Later, they discovered that the prince himself had been responsible for the attack, and he was ultimately sentenced to death by his own wife. Then Ellen explained that it was at that very moment the boy began to lose himself, and he asked if Romain knew what Helene did to put him back on the right path. She sent the boy to the house of Rachel Grace, her daughter-in-law, and made him clean every room in the residence for an entire month, as if he were nothing more than a servant. In other words, she placed the boy inside the home of the woman who had lost her husband because of his father. That way, he was able to witness Rachel Grace's grief firsthand, the emptiness and suffering that execution had left behind. By understanding the truth behind his father's death, the boy finally found his way back. That was why Ellen said not every lesson came wrapped in sugar. A father needed to teach his children that every mistake carried consequences, no matter who committed it. That too was part of a king's duty. Romain agreed. He said it was true. He was not only the king of Kyrus, he was also a father, and he did not even know when his children had started carrying so many burdens alone. That night, Callian dreamed again, but this time, the dream was terrible. He saw de Blanc, his own father, throwing him off a cliff without hesitation. A guard was startled and tried to act immediately, but the king simply told everyone not to panic. Baron Secretia was already a grown man and needed to learn how to face fear. Besides, his younger brother would not let anything happen. The king wanted to see how Chase would react. Then, in the dream, Chase jumped off the cliff after his brother to save him from drowning. At that moment, Callian woke up in the middle of the night, disturbed by the memory of his brother, murmuring that swimming had never been his strong suit. When Jan entered the room, he immediately noticed that Callian's eyes were red and asked what had happened. The prince replied that his eyes had started itching, so he rubbed them too much, and they ended up looking like that. He even commented that it might be a cat allergy. Jan replied that he should have mentioned earlier that he had problems with cats, but he also noticed that Callian had been acting strange over the past few days. Trying to change the subject, the prince started asking where the cat was, calling for the little animal in an obviously uncomfortable manner. Then Jan said he would go look for the animal, but he left the room deeply affected by the situation. Meanwhile, alone, Callian kept wondering why those dreams were returning right now. Maybe he was anxious. Maybe he simply needed to pull himself together. When Jan arrived at the reception hall, he burst in furiously asking where the cat was, but Prince Planche was also there, so he immediately apologized for the way he had entered. Even so, Planche simply replied that he could continue and order someone to fetch the cat right away. Then Jan explained that Callian's eyes were red. Planche asked if they were not always red, but Jan replied that this time was different. They were swollen as if he had been crying, yet he still insisted it was just an allergy he had never had before. At that moment, Planche remembered what Callian had told him about the Prince of Secretia, so he told Jan to summon his sister and have her attend that night's banquet. Confused, Jan asked why Demiria Siegfried would attend a royal banquet and whether he understood the weight such an invitation carried. Then Planche replied that there was no need to show the blade, only the shield. The mere presence of the Siegfried name would already be enough. Jan understood that he was talking about the family's influence. He said that Demiria was in the capital and that he could contact her easily, but he still could not understand why the prince would go so far to help Callian. Then Planche simply answered that he was repaying a favor. After that, he ordered Jan to stop questioning him and carry out the command immediately. Deep down, he knew that even the shadow of an elephant would be enough to give that boy some room to breathe. Meanwhile, Randell had been forbidden from leaving his own palace for 3 months as punishment for leaving the king's table without permission. However, Chase's butler believed that was merely a facade. In truth, the most likely reason was that the prince was being punished for bringing paladins into the city. Chase replied that it was hardly surprising. Baron Secretia had spent his entire life placing others above himself, even people who clearly did not deserve it. Then he said it was time to move on. The butler was completely shocked when he realized that Chase had cut his hair. At the end of the afternoon on the day of the banquet, the butler brought food to Planche once again, but the prince refused yet again. The man insisted, saying that he was barely eating anymore. Even so, Planche coldly replied not to make him repeat himself. He said he would rest until the banquet began, but the butler remained worried and commented that the prince had not been sleeping properly lately either. Later that night, during the banquet, Callian met Demiria Siegfried. He extended his arm toward her and said that he would not keep her waiting any longer. She calmly accepted his arm and replied that she did not mind. After all, he was not her father. As they walked together, Callian noticed that physically she resembled Jan a great deal, but their personalities were completely different. She had probably taken after their mother. When the two of them entered the banquet hall together, they immediately drew the attention of everyone around them. Many people were impressed, shocked, and even began wondering whether they were engaged. There had been no official announcement, but everyone decided to observe them closely until the end of the night. But in the end, all Kalyan did was escort her to the other side of the hall. Later, out in the courtyard, Kalyan stretched by himself while complaining that his ear itched so badly, it felt like it was going to fall off. He also thought about how much people loved creating rumors. But while he was alone, someone appeared behind him, an extremely familiar voice. Even while hiding his emotions, Kalyan immediately replied that it was Crown Prince Chase. However, when he looked at him properly, he noticed something he might never have realized before. In all of his memories, his brother had always had short hair. Always. And now, standing before him, Chase had that exact same haircut. So Kalyan asked him why. Chase replied that he thought he was going to lose everything, so he needed to preserve at least that memory. But when he discovered that his memories were not unique, he decided to cut his hair once and for all. Then he asked, somewhat insecurely, whether it looked strange or if Kalyan did not like it. Kalyan could not hold himself back and replied that it did not look strange at all. Even knowing that his name was now Kalyan, even knowing they could no longer be brothers, he was still crying. He could not endure that avalanche of emotions. At the end of the day, the weight of everything crashed down on him all at once. So he cried heavily, and his tears fell like the water of the fountain in the courtyard, like an endless waterfall. At that moment, when Chase jumped from the cliff to save Baron Secretia, he realized he had always known the truth. Chase had never wanted the throne. All he ever wanted was to save his own brother, and no matter what happened, he would continue to be his shadow. Later, for some reason, Ellen was wrapping an enormous bandage around Slayman von Siegfried's body. While tightening the bandages, he commented that now that His Majesty's birthday celebration was over, it seemed that he was the one who had grown old. Then he asked if this was Kalyan's idea of being a good son to his father. Slayman von Siegfried replied that he only meant that His Highness looked exhausted, but immediately afterward, he ended up getting smacked directly on top of his wound because Elon said that bandage should already be enough for him. Even so, Kalyan ended up cheering up a little because of that. He tried to hide his feelings as much as possible, but there was no hiding anything from his own master. Then Elon complained that the two of them were going to make him age faster and faster. One insisted on carrying every burden alone, while the other destroyed the entire training grounds, dueling against Secretia's sword like an idiot. Slayman von Siegfried did not even know how to respond. After that, Kalyan warned that he still intended to collect on that debt. Slayman von Siegfried replied that the issue was not money, but the third prince made it clear that he did not want money. What he wanted was to borrow the mansion in Karis, because he needed to hide his knights inside it. The Duke commented that it was an awfully expensive favor over a few broken marble floors, but Kalyan honestly replied that it sounded like a fair trade to him. Then Slayman von Siegfried said he had always thought his son was not particularly intelligent, since he took after him, but after seeing the sovereign he chose to serve, he decided to accept the request. He said he owed that favor and asked what they would need. After meeting with the Duke, Kalyan left to take care of other matters. First, he needed to speak with Aurea Siren, president of the Mage Association, and then with Melfer Paloon. He intended to visit people who had remained silent, yet were desperately waiting for his help. However, on the way there, a child almost got run over by a horse, giving everyone quite a scare, but it was only Silas who greeted the prince by saying it had been a long time, boss. She explained that she was there because the elder of the village had been chosen to visit that place this time. Darren had begged to come along so she could meet the prince and Hina again. Even so, Silas explained that Zara was no longer the village elder. The great elder was furious, and both Zara and Luca would be punished for a long time. Kalyan found that strange because he realized he had not seen any elves inside the castle recently. Then Silas explained that their chief had forbidden the elves from entering after what happened to the prince. That was why she had been waiting outside to meet him. That was when he noticed the white marking on the horse's right leg. Then Kalyan asked if the king had truly forbidden the elves from entering because of what had happened to him. Silas confirmed it and said that was exactly why the elder wanted to meet him. The prince also noticed that she was speaking strangely again, just like before. Then Silas explained that she had found another stone like the previous one. However, she wanted to go out with Hina, so she wanted to make a trade. Surprised, Kalyan asked if there were more stones like that. Later, while analyzing the stone, Arya Seirin asked whether he was certain that it truly corrected time. Kalyan answered that it was nothing more than a hypothesis. Then she asked about the symbols engraved on the object, commenting that she had heard there were forgotten symbols in Secretia, so perhaps it was related to that. Afterward, she took responsibility for the investigation and said that if she discovered anything, she would send a messenger to the palace or come personally. Before leaving, however, Kalyan warned that when he obtained the first stone, there had been a very strong smell of blood. That object had cost someone their life, so it would be better to be careful. Aurea Siren replied that he should not worry because she understood the risk. After that, once again wearing his hood and walking through the dark streets at night, the prince commented to himself that it was already late and that he did not want to worry anyone again, since he had left without warning them. But he failed to notice that assassins were following his footsteps. When he returned to where Raven was, he commented that he had taken quite a while, but they would need to wait a little longer. Then he looked at at the men approaching and immediately realized who they were. He asked whether they had truly come from so far away, warriors of the Great Desert, since it was obvious from their clothes. The Great Desert was a land of sand and wind, with no kingdom at all. The men known as the warriors of the Great Desert, also called the Desert Wolves, were extraordinary fighters. They were incredible hunters and swordsmen, famous for their brutal techniques. That was why they were given the title of warriors, as they possessed abilities capable of rivaling even veteran knights. Kallian knew that very well. He still could not fully use the grimoires of Baron Secretia, and now his body and aura were completely different. There were 5 assassins in total, but only 4 surrounded him. That meant there was another one hidden somewhere. Then the man who appeared to be the leader approached with a huge grin on his face. Kallian asked what he wanted, whether he preferred to talk or fight, while already creating a mana sword in his hands. The leader chose to fight. Without hesitation, he charged forward and slammed his sword against the princes with all his strength. After some time battling, both of them were already heavily wounded, although the assassin appeared worse off. However, the deep cut on his shoulder began regenerating through some kind of strange power, something that caught Kallian's attention. The assassin then commented that the prince's power was interesting as well. Soon after, their blades clashed again, and Kallian noticed a red energy surrounding the desert warrior's sword. The silence barrier created by the assassins was also red, but different from Elon's power. Elon's power came from flames, while the power of those warriors seemed connected to the same red glow as Randell and that black stone. Even so, only 3 days had passed since he rejected Randell. Considering how quickly that ambush had happened, it was difficult to believe he was behind it. Once again, Kallian blocked an attack and stepped back a few paces. While fighting, he thought that Evan would never attack, knowing he was together with Slayman von Siegfried, so he began wondering who the true mastermind behind the ambush was. When the enemy unleashed another sweeping strike, Kallian quickly closed the distance and drove his sword into the lower torso of the desert warrior. Even wounded, the assassin did not give up. He grabbed the sword lodged inside his own body and said that would not be enough to kill him. Right after that, he raised his own sword and attacked once again. Kallian thought that, just this once, it had to work. Then he quickly ducked to evade the assassin's strike and, in the same motion, used a wind spell that knocked the enemy's sword away. Right after that, he created a massive spear of wind, believing that this magic would finally be able to reopen the warrior's wounds. The spear pierced through the desert warrior's body, tearing a huge hole through his chest, and finally bringing him down dead onto the ground. But Kallian himself had also reached his limit. Exhausted, he collapsed into a seated position on the ground while struggling to breathe. Even so, the fight was not over yet. The other 4 warriors still surrounded him. Then, tiredly, he asked if only 4 remained now. After a long battle, all that was left was a true massacre. The last warrior still alive, already on the verge of death, began crawling across the ground while bleeding endlessly. He needed to inform the mastermind about what had happened there. He had to deliver that report no matter the cost. Even if it became necessary to send every warrior of the desert, that boy had to die, because if Kallian remained alive, the entire plan would collapse. That was their chance. But in that condition, perhaps the warrior would not even be able to reach his destination. Later, at the Siegfried mansion, one of the servants rushed urgently to Demiria Siegfried. She went to the mansion entrance and found Kallian mounted on Raven, unconscious and completely covered in blood. For a brief moment, he opened his eyes and called for his brother, but soon after, he lost consciousness again. Upon seeing the deep wound on his body, Demiria Siegfried immediately realized how serious the situation was. She knew Kallian followed the path of the sword, so that injury could only have been caused by another master swordsman. Even so, she understood one important thing. No matter where he was, the royal palace would have been the fastest place to take him, yet Kallian had come to the Siegfried mansion on purpose. That meant he did not want what had happened to be discovered. So Demiria Siegfried immediately ordered the guards to prepare for battle if necessary. She declared that they were the Siegfrieds and that, from that moment onward, they would fulfill their duty as a shield. She also ordered that the gates were not to be closed. After that, she told Jane to follow the blood trail and find any possible clues. Deckard would be responsible for monitoring everything and erasing the traces left behind. As for Euron, he needed to find her brother and summon that maid Hina. No one besides him was to be informed. While organizing everything, Demiria Siegfried thought about Kallian's words. Even in that state, he had called for his brother, so she wondered why he would do that in such a grave situation. Meanwhile, in the middle of the night, Romain, looking out the window, saw Planche and Hina leaving together in a hurry on horseback. Later, already inside the Siegfried mansion, Hina was treating Kallian's wounds while Planche watched silently. Then he commented that his little brother trusted him far too much, and since that was the case, he thought he should honor that trust at least once. After that, he turned to Demiria Siegfried and said that, from that moment onward, the Siegfried family would have him as a hostage. Confused, she asked what he was talking about, since the Siegfried family had absolutely no reason to kidnap him. But Planche had already understood the entire situation. Kallian still did not know who was behind the attack. If he returned to the palace injured, he would certainly receive maximum protection, and the attackers would simply retreat and wait for another opportunity to strike. That was why the best option would be to hide Kallian inside Siegfried until they discovered who had ordered the ambush. The problem was that Kallian was a prince. Unlike the disappearance of a Valkan vice commander, his disappearance required a far more serious reason for everyone to believe it. They needed a situation grave enough to justify the Siegfried family sealing off the mansion and protecting someone inside it, a circumstance in which Kallian's presence there would not seem strange. Then Planche explained the plan. The Siegfried family would claim that they had mistakenly interpreted the disappearance of the third prince as a kidnapping carried out by Brizen. Because of that, they had taken the second prince hostage in order to discover his brother's whereabouts. Then he asked Demiria Siegfried what she thought of that excuse. She answered that it would not be difficult at all. After all, protecting people was exactly what the Siegfried family did best. Then she told Planche to make himself at home in the mansion. Hearing that, he thought that now he would finally clean up the mess his brother had made, exactly as Kallian wanted. But above all else, he wished that Kallian would wake up soon. Later, Roman was speaking with Jan, saying that Prince Kallian had left early the previous day and still had not returned. In addition, Planche had also left late at night together with one of Kallian's maids. Jan probably already knew that it was Planche who had received the protection of the Siegfrieds, because now he was locked inside the mansion and no one was answering. So Romain asked how they were supposed to interpret that situation. Jan replied that he did not know, Your Majesty. Then the king asked for just one reason to keep waiting before immediately sending the Valkan and the Kayla to the Siegfried mansion. Even worried, Jan thought the prince must have had a very important reason for not returning to the palace, and for specifically calling for Planche, but he did not even know how to explain it. That was when Elon appeared, bringing urgent news. The previous night, a group had attacked Prince Kallian, and apparently he had gone directly to the Siegfried mansion to escape his enemies. Hearing that, Romain asked in disbelief if he had ignored the palace and gone straight there. Then he immediately ordered them to bring the prince back. He said they could not leave an injured prince inside the mansion or territory of the Siegfrieds, but Ellen tried to calm the situation, telling Jan that he would take responsibility for everything from then on. Then he told Romain that if something truly serious had happened, they would already have sent a message. Duke Siegfried was with him, so there was no need to worry. He also reminded the king that he knew the Siegfrieds very well, and that they could not make rash decisions now. He only asked them to observe how the situation would develop before sending the Valkan. After thinking for a moment, Romain agreed. He said that was fine, but if anything happened, he would send the knights immediately. Ellen replied that he would not try to stop him. Even so, he assured him that there was no reason for concern. But at that moment, Schliemann von Siegfried entered the office, asking if anyone could explain why his own daughter would not open the door of the house for him. At the same moment, Ellen thought that he had just managed to calm the king down, and that man had arrived only to ruin everything. Completely confused, Schliemann von Siegfried asked why everyone was looking at him like that, and what that strange atmosphere in the room was supposed to mean. Several days later, Chase asked whether there was any news about Kallian waking up. The knight replied that there was not yet, sir. He also informed him that the Mage Association had already begun the investigation and asked whether they should recall the messenger pigeons, but Chase ordered them not to. He said to keep the pigeons moving and made it clear that they would not enter into conflict with anyone for now. The knight then commented that there had been no suspicious movement in the capital. In addition, by the king's orders, inspections at the city entrances had been reinforced, but no suspicious individuals had been found. Hearing that, Chase concluded that the enemies had probably retreated to wait for another opportunity, or they were already dead. Even so, he still could not imagine who might be behind all of this. When Kallian finally showed signs of waking up, the first person to enter his room and try to wake him up sneakily, just like he used to do, was his brother Planche. Later, while eating his famous recovery bananas, Demiria Siegfried mentioned that Marquis Evan Brisson had personally appeared that day. Officially, he claimed he was only checking on Prince Planche's safety, but based on previous letters, she believed the real reason was to demand explanations about the rumors spreading through Kyries regarding the prince's supposed kidnapping. Even so, she simply ignored him. Kallian commented that, while he had been unconscious, things had progressed very well thanks to her care. He said he had truly chosen the right people to stand as his allies. Planche, meanwhile, replied that he was still as irritating as ever. He then added that, according to information from the Mage Association, some people had been investigating both the mansion and the area around Marquis Brison's residence before leaving, but Kallian answered that this only confirmed they had taken the bait. Demiria agreed, though she admitted it bothered her. Everything was happening exactly as they expected, almost as if it were intentional. Kallian then said it could also be a trap to lure him out. Even so, he already intended to meet them again. It did not matter whether it was their trap or if they would end up falling into his instead. Besides, he had no intention of going alone. At that moment, Ellen Manasiel was already sitting at the table listening to the entire conversation. He then asked if Kallian truly intended to take him along. Kallian replied by asking what other reason there would be for bringing him there in the first place. After all, his master would protect him anyway, wouldn't he? Ellen answered that he was openly admitting to being a burden. Besides, he had only just woken up and should still be resting. But Kallian insisted he needed to act. Those enemies were exposing themselves on purpose to lure him in. If he stayed still, he would never uncover their true intentions. intentions, and he had absolutely no intention of sitting around waiting. Ellen replied that he was no one to stop him, and that he could do whatever he wanted. Callian thanked him and even commented that he had missed his master. In response, Ellen mocked him, saying he truly was an adorable disciple. Meanwhile, everyone around them simply watched the completely toxic relationship between the two. After that, Callian announced that everyone would leave that very night. It was time to find the prey that had fallen into the trap. Later, while riding beside his master, Callian commented that he had requested an investigation into Celeste Brison's movements, but the mages seemed extremely careless when it came to gathering information. Ellen replied that he never expected much from them because of the temperament of mages and that, apparently, he had been right. Comparing the gathered data, the information brought by the birds matched perfectly. But then the third prince stopped to think more carefully. If the information from the mages and the birds matched perfectly, then something was wrong. Sakricia's data should have been far more complete. The association president was indeed helping gather information, but mages were not professional informants. The birds, however, were different. The people who attacked Callian had probably crossed the desert several times while preparing countermeasures after the rumor spread through Kyries. The birds would never overlook movements like that. Because of this, Callian concluded they needed to head to the royal palace immediately and monitor Prince Chase's movements, following him wherever he went. In truth, the culprits were the birds themselves. There had to be a traitor among Sakricia's agents. The prince had probably discovered their involvement in the attack and started feeding them information on purpose. At the same time, someone had already gone to personally confront the White Eagle, the informant known as Neard. Before beginning, Ellen created a barrier of silence and commented that there was something paradoxical about secret agents. People who infiltrated other kingdoms in the name of their homeland sometimes ended up switching sides and selling out their own nation. Then he asked whether that could truly be called betrayal. Regardless of the answer, a bird that changes masters no longer belongs to its old cage. In other words, he was no longer one of Sakricia's agents. That was when Prince Chase himself appeared before Neard, also known as the White Eagle. The informant begged forgiveness from His Majesty and said he had nothing left to offer. Chase calmly replied that he understood. Ellen then commented that, unlike his disciple, he was not kind, nor was he as patient as the prince standing there. Afterward, he asked only one direct question. Was Tessid behind the warriors he had helped? The White Eagle refused to answer. Ellen then summoned a fireball and commented that even a simple scratch from those flames would be enough to melt someone's heart. It was a fire that never went out. Right after that, he launched the spell into the ground, piercing through the entire floor. The White Eagle froze in shock. Ellen then asked if he truly believed no one would notice the rats escaping. At that moment, Neard realized he already knew everything had gone wrong. When that man appeared through a portal, he had immediately ordered the other 9 to flee. He had never expected to survive. All he could do was hope they escaped safely. Ellen then revealed that only one of them had died so far, so all Neard had to do was hold them back a little longer. While the White Eagle carefully tried to think of an answer, Ellen kept launching more fireballs, killing the people hidden beneath the floorboards. Desperate, the informant thought that bastard was not even giving him time to think properly. Without showing the slightest patience, Ellen reminded him that he had already warned him he was neither kind nor calm. Then he summoned 6 more fireballs, exactly the number of people still alive. After that, he repeated the question, was Tessid behind the warriors? Finally, the White Eagle answered. He said those men had appeared shortly after the execution of the Blue Ladybug. They offered a large amount of money and asked for help finding someone who could replace her. However, he explained that they did not belong to any specific kingdom. They were not from Tessid. Ellen replied that this was obvious, since desert warriors had never belonged to any kingdom to begin with. But the White Eagle explained that was not what he meant. He said that Sakricia, Heberon, Tessid, and several other names were all part of an organization formed by individuals from many different kingdoms. Hearing that, Ellen began to wonder what the true purpose was behind people with no apparent connection uniting in such a way. That would require a much deeper investigation. In the end, the White Eagle claimed he knew nothing more. He did not even know the organization's name. Then he sat down and said he had already told them everything he knew. After that, he practically begged them to stop killing his comrades. But Ellen put away his fireballs and asked whether he even knew the names of the agents who had died. For someone who claimed to want to save his precious companions, it was strange that he had only been trying to buy time until the first 3 died. After all, as long as even one survivor escaped, they could summon the warriors there and have them killed. Despite his calm appearance, Ellen had lived far too long to fall for such simple lies. Then Ellen launched the fireballs and told the White Eagle not to get his hopes up, because nobody would come to save him. At that very moment, Callian was out in the streets defeating the desert warriors who had prepared the trap, and since his brother would naturally expect him to appear there, it made sense that the warriors were waiting as well. Fighting alongside Callian, sent by Chase, was Seton Slake, the continent's greatest swordsman. During the last war, he alone had managed to hold back the Knights of Karis for 3 entire days. As he cut down the many warriors charging toward him, Callian thought about how, in his past life, that man had also been his swordsmanship master. In the middle of the battle, one of the warrior mages launched a massive fireball toward the two of them. Seton Slake immediately told Callian to stay back, reminding him that he he had not fully recovered yet. But Callian replied that he hated being a burden. Right after that, he raised his magic shield and blocked the attack, trusting that his master Elon would take care of everything else over there. Now all that remained was to finish the cleanup. The following morning, when he returned to his own room, Callian ended up being prevented from leaving. Knights were stationed all around him in full force. According to King Romaine's orders, both the second and third princes were forbidden from leaving the palace until further notice. They were also prohibited from participating in any outside events. Even irritated, Callian admitted that perhaps this was for the best. After all, he had already caused more than enough commotion this time, and probably needed to stay quiet for a while. That same day, the White Eagle finally received his punishment at Prince Chase's hands. 2 bottles were placed before him. One contained a deadly poison. The other would take away his sight, hearing, and voice, leaving him alive but trapped in complete despair. Then Chase poured one of the bottles out in front of him and said that this time he would have the right to choose. Afterward, he coldly explained that the White Eagle had touched something he never should have touched. Because of that, he would spend the rest of his life suffering, eternally regretting what he had done. After dealing with the White Eagle and the Desert Warriors, Chase also had to return to the palace. As for Callian's disappearance, it was officially treated as nothing more than a simple escape caused by the pressure and burden of his position as a prince. But trapped inside the palace, Callian was dying of boredom. He commented that it was unbearable to remain locked up like that. Planche then asked what exactly he intended to do now. While they talked on the terrace, Callian asked whether his brother had started appearing there during the day because he had no other choice. Then Planche asked what he had discovered, because otherwise he never would have returned so calmly to the palace. Callian then placed the black stone on the table and admitted that he still was not completely certain, but it seemed those enemies wanted to confirm whether or not he was capable of using the stone's power. Since rumors about him becoming a master swordsman had begun spreading, they had probably suspected that it was the result of the relic's power. Now that they had discovered that was not the case, they would likely stop attacking him for a while. However, that also proved there was some extremely important secret connected to the stone, something significant enough to make him a target. Furthermore, the power used by the Desert Warriors seemed definitely connected to that stone. Because of that, Callian asked his brother what he thought about the idea of taking control of the Brizzen family. Their power was extraordinary. Even if it was not the ideal moment to weaken Kyrus's strength, he also had no intention of leaving that power in Evan Brizzen's hands. So he said that Planche needed to take control of it. But Planche replied that conversation could wait. Right afterward, he suddenly became dizzy and nearly collapsed. Callian quickly caught him and noticed something strange about his brother's condition. Even so, Planche simply pulled away without explaining anything. Apparently, it had already been a very long time since he had properly eaten anything. Meanwhile, at the Mage Association inside Elan's office, the man had finally returned to his own workplace. It almost seemed like he spent more time in the king's tea room than in his actual office. There, Elan received the information he had requested regarding the mysterious black stone. He then asked whether Arya Siren had investigated everything by herself. She proudly replied that she had. Right after that, Elan told her not to mention any of it to absolutely anyone, not even to the prince. Arya answered that, even without any formal master-servant relationship between them, she had carried out the investigation because it was his request. But the moment Elan gave her that cold, silent stare, she immediately obeyed. Then Elan commented that, 200 years ago, a scholar named Sion Gerard had claimed that even humans could create sacred relics. There were no clear records about his origins or personal details, but documents stated that he disappeared while trying to prove his theory, a relic created by humans. At the same time, inside the royal office, King Romain asked the butler whether they had found evidence connecting Tessid to the incident. The butler replied that they had. Numerous letters exchanged with Tessid's royal family had been discovered in the bookstore where the person named Dared had been staying. Every detail of the plan to harm the third prince had been documented there, but Romain immediately ordered everything to be burned. The butler still asked whether it would not be better to preserve the evidence in case it became necessary in the future. However, the king replied that it was nothing more than a false conspiracy created by someone, and there was absolutely no reason to keep those letters. Even if problems arose later, he had no intention of using them. Then he ordered once again that everything be burned without exception. At that very moment, Callian kept thinking about his brother's strange condition after catching him earlier. He had realized just how thin Planche had become. Then Yan entered alongside Planche's servant, exactly as requested. The servant explained that it had been a very long time since the prince had truly eaten properly. In addition, he barely slept anymore. He spent hours sitting in front of the window completely expressionless, simply staring outside. Callian thought that it was probably because of what had happened to the queen. When the kitten climbed onto the sofa, he noticed the engraving on the silver collar. It said that the cat belonged to Prince Callian, but preferred Prince Planche. The little cat seemed to want something, and Callian gently petted him while commenting that his brother was extremely demanding. Afterward, he asked Yan to call Mr. Arson Hertz. Later, when the servant returned to Planche's chambers, he tried to close the curtains for his highness, but Planche asked him to leave them open. The servant replied of course, and wished him a good rest. Alone, Planche began thinking about his mother and wondered whether he could have done something differently. Perhaps, if he had cooperated with her, his fate would have been just as tragic as it was now, or maybe even happier. Either way, he felt that he would forever remain trapped by guilt and the need for atonement, carrying his own mother's blood on his back. At that moment, he even thought that perhaps it would be better if he simply disappeared. But suddenly, an absurdly loud explosion echoed throughout the place. When he rushed to the balcony, he saw his mother's palace being demolished. Shortly before that, Hertz had gathered the entire Valken company and announced that they would be applying their target practice training in a real situation. He created several practice targets and ordered everyone to fire only once, concentrating as much magical power as possible into a single shot. The moment he gave the signal, every attack was launched toward the former queen's palace. Afterward, Hertz casually commented that it seemed he had failed to calculate that the barrier would not withstand the attack. What a shame. Then he explained to Elon that things had happened exactly like that. Elon replied that the barrier had not even broken during training and asked whether he had at least thought about dissipating the mana. Hertz answered, "No sir." Then Elon asked whether all 51 of them had reacted the same way, and he confirmed, "Yes, precisely sir." Soon after, Elon commented that the royal palace of Kyries was normally protected by the magic of Sysphania, but asked whether, when Celesibrisson destroyed Ezia Palace with magic bombs, nobody had considered that part of the protective magic might also have been destroyed. Hertz explained that, because of that, only 50 fireballs had been enough to cause all that destruction. Just 50. Elon then asked what he intended to do about it. Hertz replied that they could reduce his salary if necessary. Hearing that, Elon simply complained that those guys really never gave him any peace. Later, while playing Jenga with Romain, Elon heard the king ask why he was not saying anything. The mage replied that he did not know how much he should tell him. Romain then said he wanted the truth, not that ridiculous excuse about Hertz and the Valken making a mistake during training. He wanted to know the real reason. Then Elon smiled and answered that, if one really thought about it, he himself was the one who had destroyed the palace. Romain looked confused, and the mage explained that Ezia was a palace built upon mistakes and transgressions, something that had grown so large that its shadow never disappeared. He also said that, if someone wanted to open a new path, it was necessary to destroy whatever blocked the way. There was no point in allowing the names of the dead to obstruct the path of the living, and considering the mistakes committed there, what happened had been inevitable. Correcting everything was impossible. Romain replied that he had no intention of making excuses for any of it. Elon then commented that His Majesty had changed quite a lot, and now the princes were also trying to change. All that remained was to watch. From the balcony, Planche could now see the mountain range. Before, all he could see was that palace. Even so, he kept staring at the same place. It was difficult to abandon that habit, but he still could not leave everything behind. He did not know exactly what he was supposed to do from now on, but perhaps he needed to forget the scent of that perfume. Maybe he truly had to forget his mother and everything connected to her. After all, he had abandoned and betrayed her. He could not act as if nothing had happened. In that state, he began to think that maybe it would be better to end everything once and for all. But just as he considered throwing himself from the balcony, Callian appeared climbing up from below and called his brother to dinner. Later, during dinner, Planche merely played with his food. Eventually, he put down the fork, and Callian asked whether he was not going to eat that day, but Planche wanted to understand why his brother was acting in such an irritating way. After all, that cowardly little brother had demolished the queen's palace the day before. Callian replied that there had been other reasons as well, and that the act had served several purposes. Even so, Planche asked how many times he would have to repeat the same question. At that moment, the kitten appeared again, and Callian started talking about how many people inside that palace had suffered prejudice because of who they were. He himself had suffered because of his different colored eyes, and not only him, but Hinna was also a half-elf, and she could not even speak. Jan was simply Jan. Ellen had lost a son. His Highness had lost even more. And Planche, who claimed he had never had anything to lose, was probably still unhappy anyway, but he had also lost his entire life. Then he asked whether Planche truly thought everything was fine like this. There was not a single person inside that palace who had come out unscathed. After that, he even asked why Planche did not simply go to Chameleon and raise a bunch of kittens instead. Planche replied that he was not interested, while the kitten rubbed itself against him. Then Callian commented that he knew his brother had no interest in the position, yet he still kept thinking about it. Maybe because of the malicious, or perhaps even caring yet cursed actions of Celesibrisson, he continued moving that borrowed body that should have already become a corpse. At that moment, he remembered the conversation he had with Ellen, when he said he would even step on the throne if necessary to achieve his goals, and Ellen had asked what he intended to do after protecting everything he wanted to protect. Callian replied that, if he ever truly fulfilled his purpose, then perhaps he would need to discover whether his life could continue existing beyond that point, because right now he simply did not know, but he hoped that, when that time came, his clever brother might somehow help him. He also remembered how he had gone to the Siegfried mansion to help Planche during the worst moment of his life, and it was there that the two of them had finally connected, realizing they had far more in common than they had imagined. Then Planche replied that that he would live his own life however he wanted, and that was that. Callian said he would probably remain busy for a while, especially since all the eyes of the kingdom would now be focused on the Valkan. Meanwhile, Ellen commented that the kingdom was finally starting to heat up after so much noise. During a private meeting, he asked Chase when he intended to leave. Chase replied that he was still thinking about what he would do from then on. Ellen admitted that, honestly, he wanted to stop him from leaving, but at the same time, he also did not want to send him immediately back to Secretia. But Chase replied that he needed to return soon. The time had come. Secretia was also preparing for several changes. At the same time, Callian and Planche prepared themselves for a duel. Callian summoned his blade covered in mana and aura, saying that, in order to take over the Breezens, he first needed to gain control of Planche's knight army. He also explained that destroying Ezia Palace had partly served to support that objective. Then Callian moved in the blink of an eye, and by the time Planche realized it, he was already behind him. While attacking, he explained that the other reason for destroying the palace was precisely to create a favorable situation that would make them voluntarily hand over the army to Planche. But for that to work, he needed to be prepared. Planche responded with a swift strike to his brother's back, even managing to cut a few strands of Callian's hair. While dodging, Callian continued explaining that, in order to lead the Brezzen Knights, Planche needed to be seen as the person most suited to bring down the Valkan. The swords clashed once more, until Planche finally said that he understood. Then he declared that he himself would go meet Evan. A few days later, Callian began wondering whether Planche had truly gone to meet Evan. He was restless and even casually asked Yan whether there was any important schedule for that day. Yan replied that nothing had been arranged and also warned him that there was no point thinking about going anywhere because he was still forbidden from leaving. Even so, Callian commented that he felt as though he had forgotten something. Then a servant passed by carrying a vase of flowers, and at that exact moment, he finally remembered. Meanwhile, Evan truly was waiting for Planche in the reception room. He thought about how, after Celise Brissen's expulsion, around 1 out of every 10 nobles supporting the Brissens had abandoned the family. However, after the Siegfried's intervention and the kidnapping incident, that number had risen to 1 out of every 5. Because of that, somehow, he needed to make use of Planche. When the prince arrived, he commented that the situation was far from good. He said that the Wesser Palace, destroyed by Arkan Hertz, Valkan's vice commander, had received nothing more than a tiny salary reduction until the place was rebuilt. The punishment was absurdly light, and for the nobles who still had not realized the extent of Valkan's influence, it served as a shocking display of power. Evan immediately realized that was exactly the point. In the eyes of the nobility, it simply looked like Romaine's favoritism toward Callian, and since Valkan was being talked about everywhere, that only increased their fame even more. In other words, Callian's recognition continued to grow. Then Evan commented that Planche seemed to understand the situation quite well. He said that before, he had thought Planche would only be a prince hiding behind someone else. At that moment, Planche picked up the knife lying on the table and began cutting the dessert that had been served there. As he sliced the Swiss roll cake, he commented that things would improve if he wielded a sword, wouldn't they? Evan asked what exactly he was trying to propose. Then Planche replied bluntly that he wanted control over the Breezen Knights' armies. After that, he declared that he would split Valkan in half. Evan answered that he thought the plan had been to overshadow Prince Callian, just like they had done when they appeared side by side during the birthday celebration. But all of those opportunities had only benefited the third prince. Hearing that, Planche set the knife down and asked if Evan did not trust him. He even said he was starting to find it disgusting to pretend they got along. Evan replied that it was not that. In fact, rather than distrusting him, he had begun to realize that the Planche he now had in his hands offered far more than Randell. And since the conflict between Callian and Randell was obvious to everyone, perhaps he could use that proposal in their favor. So he agreed to hand over control of the army. However, he had one condition. Meanwhile, far away from there, Callian stood by the riverside apologizing because he had almost forgotten. He said he could not come to the river before, and also did not have any flowers. But this was similar enough, so he asked them to please understand. At that moment, he bid farewell once more to the old Callian. That was when Planche appeared beside him, and immediately Callian sensed something deeply troubling. At that same moment, Evan explained the condition. He said he would hand over control of the army, but he wanted Planche to promise, through an oath seal, that he would never betray the Breezen family, no matter what happened. Planche asked if that meant driving a stake through his own heart. Even so, he answered that it was fine. He said he would make the oath because he no longer cared anymore. And so the contract was sealed. The moment he realized it, Callian asked what the hell he had done. Planche simply replied that he wanted to live. The oath seal was a magical contract engraved directly onto the hearts of those involved. If the oath were broken, the seal would immediately destroy the traitor's heart. Since Callian had already made a similar contract with Seleth Breezen, he understood better than anyone how dangerous it was. On top of that, the seal could not be removed until the death of one of the contractors. At that moment, Callian even thought that perhaps he would need to change his plans and eliminate Evan. But then Planche asked if his little brother was now planning to let him die. Callian replied that he truly knew him very well. Then he asked what exactly the terms of the contract were. Planche explained that the only condition was that he must never betray the Breezen family, nothing more than that. In disbelief, Callian asked if that was really all. Then Planche answered yes. He said Evan was arrogant, but Callian replied that it was not arrogance but pure stupidity. Even though it was inconvenient, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. After all, when Planche met Randell, he would discover whether the Brisson family was truly seeking another path. Until then, he would observe everything carefully. After that, he told Planche to rest for the day and preferably eat something as well. But before that, Planche asked for one of the flowers floating in the water so he could make his own farewell. When he picked up the flower, he was probably saying goodbye to his mother before returning it to the river. While watching that, Callian thought that flowers and candles existed precisely to carry the final words of those who had passed away, accompanying them on their final journey. To him, the message had finally been delivered. As the flowers drifted downstream, Randell silently closed the windows. Romain watched everything carefully, while Ellen merely commented that the third prince was simply finding his own path. The following morning, the maids commented on the beautiful beams of light that had appeared the night before. But suddenly, Prince Randell crossed through the garden. Sudden changes, unexpected developments. That was where everything began. Almost a year earlier, at that exact same time, everything had changed when Callian changed. And now, 1 year later, he was standing there once again. Randell dismissed all the maids from the area. Then the third prince commented that he had thought Randell would at least ask whether his injuries had already healed. Randell asked why he was making such an effort to meet him in person. Callian replied that he was curious. He wanted to understand what Randell knew, what he was hiding, what kind of power he possessed, and what connections he had with Tessid. At that moment, Randell also carried an oath seal within his heart, and he began wondering how far he would be able to uphold that contract. Then he asked Callian if he was too weak to sense it. That was when the third prince finally connected all the pieces and realized that Randell also possessed an oath seal. He immediately asked if it was related to Tessid. Unable to speak directly about the matter because of the contract, Randell simply nodded. Then Callian concluded that he had brought knights from Tessid to attack the Brisons, and made a contract with them to destroy his own family, or perhaps all of that was simply resentment directed toward his majesty. Later, Yan was chasing after Callian, asking where he was going. Earlier, Callian had realized that Randell also could not speak about the matter, so he had told him that, if none of what he said applied to the circumstances, then he asked him to please leave that place. Randell departed saying only that he was tired, which meant it was no ordinary contract. Nothing Callian had said matched the actual situation. It aligned perfectly with the oath seal. It matched exactly what Randell had promised never to reveal. Tessid had given power to Randell, and in exchange he was helping Tessid. On top of that, he could not even reveal that he had entered a contract involving an oath seal. To uncover the reason behind it, Callian needed to understand Tessid's circumstances, and at that moment, there was only one person in Karis who could help him with that. However, he had been forbidden from leaving Chermiel Palace. Even so, he told the knights to try stopping him if they could. Jan replied that he would not leave the palace grounds and that he would take responsibility for it. Then Callian went to visit Prince Chase, who was still staying within Carrie's territory. He admitted that he knew it was rude to suddenly appear like that, but explained that he did not know much about Tessid, and wanted to ask whether Chase remembered anything. Chase dismissed the butler and allowed him inside. While pouring tea, he commented that, if it was about that organization, he did not know much about it, neither in the past nor in the present. However, regarding Tessid's royal family, how Prince Randell became king, and what happened back then, he knew quite a lot. Then Callian asked if he was talking about the carriage axle accident, the one in which the current King Romain and the Crown Prince died together. Chase replied that he knew it had not been an accident. He knew what had truly happened. He said it would happen next September. He could not remember the exact date, but after the incident, Randell would become King of Tessid, while Planche would rise to the position of Crown Prince. After that, the following November, after Callian's 18th birthday, the third prince commented that even if his brother Randell were still there, the position of Crown Prince would naturally end up in Planche's hands anyway. After all, Selace Bresson controlled the kingdom's interior, Marquise Bresson controlled the military forces outside the palace, Renan Bresson monopolized trade, and Grey Bresson had gathered the Margraves under his command. Because of that, Randell originally wanted to become king of Tessid, or perhaps someone wanted to place him there. Chase replied that perhaps he simply did not want to die. He said there was probably a faction opposing Tessid's current leadership, and after persuading Prince Randell, someone was likely planning to use him as a puppet once he became king, in the same way the Bresson family did in Carys. Unlike Carys, Tessid possessed several rival factions. As he said that, he handed Callian a compilation of documents written by himself. Callian commented that he knew very well his brother would not normally hand over something so important that easily, and he sincerely thanked him. He also apologized for the sudden visit. Chase replied that it was fine. In truth, he wanted to say goodbye, so he decided to help. Then Callian asked if he was already returning home. Chase answered that he would depart the next day. There was no point in a Prince of Karis officially appearing to bid farewell to Sakricia's delegation, so this would probably be the last time they met. Because of that, Callian took the opportunity to congratulate him in advance on his coronation. He said he would have loved to do it personally, but he knew that would not be possible. Chase replied that he understood. Then he commented that he was thinking about gathering mages at the beginning of the following year. He also told Prince Callian that he knew that place was changing rapidly and would continue changing even more from now on. Even so, if something similar ever happened again, Callian did not need to protect Sacricia or separate Baron Sacricia's absolution from the matter. He had already done more than enough. Chase was doing all of that for Baron Sacricia, for the brother who had once been king. Then he continued by saying that if someday Callian no longer had anything left to protect, he hoped he would at least protect himself. He asked if that was too much to ask, but Callian replied that there was one thing he had never told anyone. He did not like coffee because the smell reminded him of something he failed to protect. He said he did not know whether the day would come when he had nothing left to defend, but unlike Baron Sacricia, who liked coffee, he hated it, and he would probably still be able to keep walking, even if he had nothing left to protect. Then Chase replied that if they ever met again someday, he would make sure to serve him something better. Meanwhile, during a meeting with his son Planchet, Roman commented that he had heard Callian went to Rubia Hall without permission. The prince replied that he had been struggling to master a few swordsmanship techniques. The king commented that swordsmen were always obsessed with swords, and asked whether he had heard that the Prince of Sacricia would be departing the next day. Up until that moment, Planchet had not known about it yet. Then Romain returned to the main subject and asked if he had truly managed to persuade the Brizons to hand over the Order of Knights. He said that could not have been easy. Planche explained that, in truth, he had only managed it by using an oath seal. He said it was not the kind of contract his father needed to worry about. Even so, Romain replied that he was still worried. He thought that, because of him, the children had ended up in danger once again. But Planche replied that he could apologize if he wanted to. At that moment, Romain sincerely realized that he no longer knew when exactly his children had grown up so much, so he simply thanked his son for everything. After that, the delegation departed from Kiris. Romain's long birthday celebration had finally come to an end. With everything finished, Callian began focusing completely on sword training. He had already improved significantly, managing to cut down several training dummies at the same time with a rapid sequence of attacks. Then Yan approached and asked if he had stayed awake all night again. He said Callian already had too much work to deal with these days and was still training late into the night. If he continued like that, he would eventually ruin his own health. But Callian replied that he felt he could still do a little more. Then he asked Yan whether finding a way to save the prince from the enchantment would be a plausible reason, and Yan replied that he only wanted to find a way to save the prince who was about to die from overworking himself. But Callian insisted that he was fine. Meanwhile, Planche occasionally observed his brother from afar, always wearing that same impatient expression as usual. At the same time, the people of Valken were still busy repairing the palace that had been destroyed. The mages were practically dead from exhaustion because of all the manual labor. Then, all of a sudden, Arxenherz was startled when he discovered a secret passage. No one remembered the existence of a basement beneath Hacia Palace, so he immediately sent for Ellen Manasil. Later, Callian was examining the underground entrance, while Ellen explained that he had already informed His Majesty about it. Even so, he admitted that he had never known such a place existed. The entrance had remained blocked beneath Hacia Palace, and had only appeared because the building was destroyed. Callian replied that he did not even know whether that could really be called a coincidence. Then Elan said they first needed to go inside because there was something important he wanted to show him. Just to be safe, he created a magical barrier around Callian before the two of them descended. They passed through 3 or 4 underground levels until they reached an incredibly deep area. Down there stood enormous stone doors marked with the emblem of a dragon. That was clearly the work of Sisphania. It had to be at least 500 years old. Even so, the stairs, walls, and statues remained completely intact. Ellen explained that this happened because the place had been touched by the power of Sisphania. However, more important than that, he needed to show him what existed behind those doors. That was exactly why he had personally brought the prince there. Behind the doors was part of the Axis of Time, the artifact that was supposedly lost from Sacricia. It was the lower part of the artifact, the Axis itself. At that very moment, Callian asked why that damn thing was there. Then he bitterly commented that it was almost ironic. If his brother had eaten properly, he probably would never have found something like that. At least it was fortunate that only part of the artifact was there. That way, perhaps the same tragedy would not repeat itself. As he approached it, Ellen asked what he intended to do. Callian replied that no one else could be allowed to touch it. Then he struck the artifact with his sword, but immediately realized it was protected by a powerful barrier. He knew that thing should have disappeared forever. It was a time that should not exist, in a place where it should never have been. Even in his worst nightmares, Callian had never imagined he would encounter it again. At that moment, it did not seem like only Callian was attacking the artifact, but Baron Sacritia as well. Then Ellen ordered him to lower his sword, he explained that even he himself had been unable to break through the barrier. But Callian realized that the protection surrounding it felt very similar to the stone he carried. Then Elon revealed that he had received information earlier. The stone might be an artificially created divine artifact. After that, he explained everything he had discovered about the Desert Warriors and the White Eagle. Callian asked if that was everything he knew for now. Elon replied that it was. However, he explained that he had compared the characters engraved on the stone with the fragments of the axis of time and realized that none of the symbols matched. Even so, Callian replied that perhaps they were different characters belonging to the same writing system. That was when he noticed something illustrated across the ceiling of the enormous underground dome. There were images depicting the Battle of Sisphania and the heroes against the Demon King, as well as the entire progression of the war and its aftermath. At that moment, Callian realized he needed to act quickly. Before, while he still did not know the truth, it was one thing, but now that he had discovered all of this, he would need to tell everything to Sisphania. A fragment of the axis of time existed in the past to fulfill a purpose and disappeared in the present. However, he did not know whether the rest of it had truly vanished. The only person who probably knew that answer was her. Then Ellen asked whether he intended to meet her immediately. Callian replied that not yet. However, he asked if Ellen could spare some time at the end of the following afternoon so they could finish that matter. Late the next afternoon, Ellen helped Callian and brought him deep into the middle of the forest, to a completely isolated place. The moment they arrived, Callian attacked with his sword, and Ellen blocked it using a magical shield. Irritated, he asked whether Callian had really brought his own master all the way there, just to immediately start fighting without even a warm-up. With his sword wrapped in magic and aura, Callian replied that he had no time for games. The blows exchanged between the two began shaking the entire forest. Callian's sword collided against Ellen's magic, releasing shockwaves that even scattered the birds. Beams of light sliced through the sky while thunderous impacts echoed across the entire region. After another attack, Callian's blade shattered against Ellen's magical shield. Even knowing that Ellen was powerful, he had not imagined he was this overwhelming in actual combat. But that was exactly why he had asked for his help. He needed to complete the final step. On the day he fought the Desert Warriors, Callian forced his aura to its absolute limit in order to wield the sword. However, the magic had been far more powerful than he anticipated. Mages used mana, while swordsmen used aura. The mana stored within the body of a master swordsman was called residual mana. Normally, that mana could not be converted into aura. Even so, Callian managed to do it when he created his sword. Back when he was still Baron Secretia, he completely neglected his residual mana and never gave it much thought. But now, that body belonged to Callian, a natural-born mage blessed by Sisphania. The amount of mana inside him was far from insignificant. At that moment, to dodge the attack, Elon teleported beside Callian and unleashed several spears of fire. Callian blocked them with his sword. The blade trembled, cracked, and nearly shattered, but it held firm until it finally broke apart completely while destroying the magic. In the end, it was practically a draw. At that moment, the third prince was pushing himself to the limit in order to reverse his own aura. Ellen commented that he clearly was not holding back against that old mage. Then he said that was fine and that he would fight with everything he had. Right after that, he created a massive wave of lava that crashed directly toward the prince while recalling his blade. Callian could not react in time, and Ellen merely remarked that his hand had slipped a little. But shortly afterward, Callian cut through the flames, slicing everything in his path while his shield remained intact, and asked to repeat the duel. Ellen replied that he had finally learned how to manifest two aura weapons at the same time, and that he expected nothing less from his disciple. The duel between them continued. Ellen did not receive a single wound, while Callian's aura weapons shattered over and over again. Eventually, he could no longer summon them properly because he felt something intense coursing through his body. That was exactly the moment when he needed to exhaust every last drop of aura. Only then would he be able to convert Callian's mana. This time, Callian summoned a completely crimson sword. When his aura finally became empty, the mana that had previously only manifested as magic within his body began transforming into aura. After that, he told his master that he was ready. Elon replied that it truly was a unique aura and congratulated him. At last, he had learned how to use mana as aura. Then Callian commented that all the preparations were finally complete. He was finally going to recover his brother's heart. Before entering the room, he thought about playing a small prank. The moment he walked in, he immediately started complaining to Plancha, saying that his shoulder hurt terribly. Plancha replied that apparently his brother's hobby was overworking himself all the time. Callian shot back by saying that the other's hobby was worrying about everything. Soon after, Plancha informed him that there seemed to be a bird within the Order of Knights, one of Secretia's agents. Before he even noticed, someone had already slipped a message into his pocket. Callian commented that it was impressive because even he had not noticed it. Then he asked them to inform Marquis Brisson that there was a spy hidden within the Order, but Plancha asked if that would not put Chase in a difficult position. Callian replied that it was still better to pass the information along. In any case, the trust between him and Evan needed to remain intact. They could not allow themselves to reach the limit of the contract binding his heart. Planche then replied that he could simply ignore the cloudbirds acting as messengers. Callian asked whether that was really something he should be saying. Then he opened the letter. In the message, the person said they had remembered something they had failed to mention that day, the thing that gathered together both those who believed and those who denied. The priests who believed in Sisphenia and the warriors of the great desert who denied its existence. The one responsible for all of that had not been the king of Tessid, but rather the crown prince, the master's son. After reading it, Callian informed his brother that unfortunately he would have to eat breakfast alone the next day because the time to decide had finally arrived. The next morning, he went to a private meeting. First they drank tea together, and afterward they moved to a room where only the two of them remained, Callian and Randell. Randell asked if he truly was not afraid of him, but Callian admitted that there had never been a single moment when he had not remained on guard against him, even now. Then Randell asked what he wanted to talk about. However, Callian went straight to the point and asked which position he truly desired, Kairos or Tessid. Which throne did he want? Randell replied that either one would do. He simply thought the larger piece looked more interesting, but Callian realized that was not his true objective. Then Randell asked why he was so curious about it. Yet at that moment, Callian already knew that the time had come to decide whether he would stand before him wielding a sword or remain behind him, blocking the path of any threat. Instead of picking up the knife on the table, Randell merely held his teacup and commented that perhaps such a thing was not impossible for him. Callian admitted that he always ended up turning his back on him, but asked his brother not to leave his shadow anymore. Randell repeated the same words and replied that he would do so. Later, Callian met with his father to make a request. Romain already suspected that he wanted something and allowed him to speak. While the king admired the portrait of his mother, Callian asked for her to be posthumously honored as queen. Romain asked if he was serious. No matter how exceptional or powerful someone was, without legitimacy no one would recognize them as part of the royal family. That was exactly what people had always whispered behind Callian's back. He was the son of a common woman, someone of mixed blood, outside the lineage considered noble and pure. Because of that, he had spent his entire life being looked down on. Then Romain commented that, by making such a request, it sounded as though he had his eyes on the position of crown prince. Callian answered that he did. However, the king remarked that it was a dangerous time and asked why he had suddenly decided to make that request. Had something happened? But Callian replied that nothing important enough had happened to justify it. He simply said that he wanted to save her, Your Majesty. Then Romain remembered the day Callian fell. He also remembered the promise he had made to his beloved wife before she passed away, the promise to save their son and protect him. He replied that Callian's birthday was not far away and asked him to stay careful until then. Later, while reviewing letters and documents together with Planche, Callian discovered that His Majesty Romain had also been to that place, the dome where the history of Sisphania and part of the axis of time were recorded. Even so, Ellen assured him there was no reason to worry about the king for now. Planche then commented that he had not seen that Vice Commander Arxen Hertz in quite some time. Callian replied that he had sent the mage elsewhere. Then Planche asked if his little brother was not hiding too many things, but Callian answered that there was nothing wrong with being cautious. After all, everything involved his heart. Even so, Planche pointed out that the mages were still preventing him from entering Ezia Palace, and asked whether that was also his doing. Callian admitted that it was. He said that if he could explain everything, he would have allowed him inside. He also assured him that it had nothing to do with Brizon or with his mother, so there was no need to worry. But Planche realized something and asked if it had something to do with Sisphania. If the area had been sealed immediately after the rubble was removed, then something must have been hidden underneath. Ezia Palace was famous precisely because it had no underground area, so if even his own brother was interfering to keep him out, then whatever was hidden there had to be extremely serious. Now, he was already beginning to imagine what could be concealed below. Callian then awkwardly commented that unfortunately his brother had been blessed with intelligence. Planche told him to stop stalling and explain everything already. He could not keep wandering around blindly like that. It was better to face the oath head on, but Callian asked why he insisted so much on opening something that had been sealed so well. Then Planche replied that he himself had once said he had lost everything. Therefore, at least once he should let it all out and release that resentment. After finally revealing the entire truth, Callian brought his brother to the hidden place. The two stopped before enormous stone doors marked with the image of a dragon. Before opening them, Callian asked one more time if he was sure. If he saw what was inside, he might recover memories from the past. Maybe not immediately, but someday he would end up suffering the same nightmare. But Planche replied that such a long speech coming from him was rare and told him to open the door already. And so, he finally saw the lower section of the axis of time. People said it was an item capable of turning back time a single time. Many believed it to be a divine artifact, although nothing had ever been confirmed. At that instant, Planche remembered several things. He recalled Callian asking whether he truly desired that, and what he would do if the artifact ended up in someone else's hands. He also remembered Chase's words, saying that Valken, built with such care, might actually be Prince Planche's true power. Then Callian finally revealed the truth. Time had been turned back by 10 years, and before the reversal, he had not been Callian. He had been Chase's younger brother, the real Baron Secretia. Planchet asked if, just to obtain that artifact, he had stolen his life. But at that moment, the person standing before him no longer seemed like Callian. The figure he saw looked like a man from the future, or perhaps from a past that should never have existed. The king of Secretia, Baron Secretia. Then he began explaining what had happened. Instead of sending the first message properly, through an official messenger, they tied the letter to the leg of a hawk. 1 month after receiving a negative reply and sending the bird back, the war began. Planche commented that it truly was strange. Kairos and Secretia were extremely far apart from each other. Even so, many mages and knights had already begun moving. Perhaps the spies had failed to deliver the information in time, or perhaps Kairos had simply decided to advance the war sooner. Then Baron Secretia asked him to imagine how everyone must have felt at that moment. As a result, Secretia's entire order of knights was exterminated. His master, Sir Seton Slake, held back the advance of Kairos' knights alone for 3 entire days, but in the end, they all died the same way. Planchal already knew very well what the outcome of all of that had been. Then Baron explained once again that the axis of time could only be used a single time. However, according to the records, the artifact had disappeared on the very day he arrived there. Even so, it was now standing before them once again. He then approached the axis and said that he wanted to destroy it, so that it could never be used again. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Plancha then asked how they could make the artifact disappear, but Baron Secretia replied that he still did not know. That was why he intended to find Sisphania. He needed some clue or evidence about how to destroy it, all because of his own story. But Planche asked who he really was, what his true name was. Then he returned to Callian's appearance and simply answered that he was his brother. Later, while climbing the stairs back up, Planche commented that he was going to the training grounds. Callian asked for a duel, but at that moment he felt something strange and told his brother to go ahead first. Shortly afterward, he was summoned once again to the place where the axis of time rested. There, he was visited by a black butterfly, the symbol of death. However, it was actually Sisphania, who had appeared to deliver a message. Callian immediately bowed before the supreme ancestor, Sisphania, the one who walked upon the fragments of calamity. Then he asked if he truly had no right to be healed. She merely stroked his head gently and replied that she understood his situation very well. But Callian said that he felt neither resentment nor anger over what had happened. He also knew that she had heard everything they discussed in that place. That was why he understood perfectly why she had appeared. Even so, he thanked Sisphania. He said that he was still not completely prepared, but since she was there, he wanted to ask a question. She replied that she would listen. Then Callian asked whether the black stone covered in golden inscriptions was a divine artifact created by someone. Sisphania answered that there was a power coming from the other side, so the object had not been touched by the exerrent entity. After that, Callian asked if she was searching for the other part of the axis of time. She replied that the fragment had appeared in the world, so she placed it there. The other fragments had not yet surfaced. Then he asked why she had chosen that particular place, and Sisphania answered that it was because of him. He needed to obtain the artifact personally. She also commented that the child who believed in him had already moved forward as well. When the time came, he would understand the meaning of those words. After saying that, she disappeared. Later, at the training grounds, Planche stood before Kiri, staring at him with hatred and resentment. Kiri explained that he was there to take His Highness Callian's place and asked to duel in his stead. The prince accepted. Then the two began to fight. Kiri was absurdly more powerful, faster, stronger. The difference between them was enormous. Planche realized that Kiri did not seem to want merely a duel. A murderous instinct filled the half-elf's eyes. At that moment, he saw something beyond Planche himself. It was as if he were looking straight through him. Before that happened, the duel had been progressing normally. Kiri noticed that Planche was still able to evade all of his attacks. Then he thought about how hard he had trained all that time, and yet it still had not been enough. Prince Callian was already a master swordsman. He had fought countless battles without Kiri even knowing, and if he could not protect his lord, then he did not deserve to be called Callian's sword. That was why he wanted more power. He wanted to become even stronger. But the moment he desired power in front of Planche, he ended up seeing through his own heart. Before the final blow could be struck, Callian appeared and stopped the attack. He said that Kiri had done well, but aiming for his own brother's heart was going too far. Afterward, the two went for a walk so Kiri could clear his head. As they walked, he tried to understand what had happened. During the duel, he had seen red threads appearing before his eyes. Those lines showed him exactly where he needed to strike in order to kill someone. The neck, the heart. If Callian hadn't appeared, he really might have killed Planche. The worst part was that now those same red lines were also pointing toward the neck of the prince he served, and if he ended up hurting the man who had helped both him and his sister, he would never be able to forgive himself. Before something like that happened, he needed to do something, but Callian replied that he knew exactly what Carrie was seeing. That phenomenon was called the Path of the Sword. He never imagined Carrie would be able to see it someday, much less this soon. Even so, he assured him that if he rested for a while, the lines would soon disappear. Carrie answered in relief. Back when he still served Baron Secretia, he had only seen those red lines near the end of his own life. That meant that, in this new life, he was growing much faster than before, and Callian clearly hadn't expected that. Then Callian explained that soon his knights would join Valken. When that happened, there wouldn't be enough people capable of training them. Ordinary guards couldn't reach the level required to teach knights. Because of that, he intended to ask the king to officially grant Kiri the title of knight. But Kiri replied that he still hadn't proven his worth enough to receive such a title. Callian, however, argued that there were many people in the world who judged only by what they could see, and he didn't want that to interfere with Kiri's evaluation. Even understanding that, Kiri answered that he did not want to swear loyalty to the king. He wanted to swear loyalty only to Callian. That was because of the knight's oath of loyalty. If the king himself granted him the title, all previous vows would be annulled. But Callian had no intention of allowing things to follow the same path as that other time. Then Kiri knelt before the prince. There was still something he needed to say. He admitted that he hadn't memorized all the words of the knight's oath. That made Callian remember the past. In the previous life, Kiri had said something similar to Baron Secretia. Back then, he explained that he didn't want to do something so formal, and Baron Secretia simply told him to just admit he hadn't memorized it. At that time, Kiri answered that he believed sincere words were more important than refined and formal phrases. Now, standing before Callian, he was saying almost the exact same thing once again. In the past, he had promised to hold the sword and shield to protect his highness. In the present, he promised to become strong enough so that Callian would never have to walk alone again. He said he would die in his place if necessary, and that he no longer needed to worry because he would become strong enough to protect him. As he listened, Callian realized the promise was different from the one in the past. Even so, Kiri remained exactly the same, so he answered that it was fine. Right after that, he drew his sword and officially accepted the oath. Meanwhile, King Romain was watching the fish in the garden beside Elon. He commented that he had heard his son Callian entered the birthday banquet, accompanied by Demira Siegfried. Furthermore, rumors claimed the two were heading toward an engagement. Then Elon asked what His Majesty thought about that. The king replied that he had no intention of stopping those rumors. His son still needed more power, and if that power came from the Siegfrieds, there could be no better option. Besides, if it truly ended in marriage, that would not be a bad thing either. But Ellen commented that the young mistress did not seem like someone capable of living peacefully within the royal family. Even so, if His Majesty truly decided to send the third prince to the land of elephants, waiting for a marriage might not be impossible. The king then ended the subject, saying that was enough for now. After that, Elon asked whether he had finally made a decision about who would become the crown prince. Romain answered that he loved all of his children equally. However, only one of them had proven to be the most capable of becoming the next king. Above all else, he wanted to avoid as many tragedies as possible during the process, and the king believed that Callian might be capable of making that possible. A few days earlier, he had even allowed his own guard to ascend to knighthood. Some people might say he was being too lenient with his son, but for now, that was fine. At the very least, on his birthday, he believed the prince deserved a present. Later, Demira Siegfried received an absolutely beautiful dress as a gift. The outfit fit her body perfectly, elegantly emphasizing her curves. Then she asked if he wasn't becoming too arrogant just because it was his birthday. She also wanted to know how long Seton Slake intended to keep using her name like that. Callian first asked whether she liked the gift. He explained that Seton Slake had tailored both that dress and his own outfit to match. If the two of them appeared together wearing those clothes, they really would look like a couple. Then Demira Siegfried asked what exactly he was trying to cause with all of this. Was he planning to start a war in the middle of the banquet? But Callian replied that maybe that was exactly the point. Even so, he told her not to worry so much. After all, he had already been screwed long before this. He also knew that the whole situation must be irritating for her. Ever since she appeared beside him at the wedding banquet, she had probably been receiving letters from countless noble families, so this would also help put an end to those problems, making it clear to everyone that there was an engagement between them. It would be beneficial for both sides. After hearing that, Demira Siegfried answered that, since they were not truly engaged, then it was fine to do this just this once. But in return, she wanted something more. Then Callian replied that he would duel her. That immediately excited Demira Siegfried. She had already asked several times to fight him, but never got the chance, so she asked how long he would train with her. 2 weeks? But Callian replied that it would only be 1. She complained that it was too little time. Then he answered that it could be half a month instead. In other words, practically 2 weeks. And so she ended up accepting the deal. Meanwhile, Yan took the chance to tease his own sister, saying that only her prince would agree to an engagement like that, even if it was fake. On the prince's birthday, Callian's room was already filled with gifts. Yan looked at everything proudly. The prince was impeccably dressed, wearing a smile on his face, and seemed even more confident than before. Even so, he commented that Callian looked a little anxious, which was unusual. Callian himself had not noticed it until he realized that his hand was trembling. Ever since the first time he met Evan, Callion, he had been using a magical barrier to hide his aura, but at that birthday banquet everything would be revealed. Even so, he intended to continue exactly as planned, step by step. When he arrived at the hall beside Demira Siegfried, the two immediately drew everyone's attention. Their matching outfits were beautiful and elegant. She wore a tiara that truly made her look like the prince's bride. Meanwhile, Planchy was doing what he did best, pretending to be an arrogant prince, and looking visibly irritated with the entire situation. But when they approached the main table, they realized that the Marquis of Brizen had still not arrived. Then Callion commented that this practically meant the man wanted to imply that his power was greater even than his majesty's own authority. But it was already time to act. Before leaving, he thanked Demiria Siegfried, who answered with an elegant bow. After that, the prince walked to his father's side. There, he received the birthday goblet while being congratulated by the king. Right afterward, a toast was proposed in honor of the prince's health. But of course, Evan appeared at that exact moment, arriving late and making his usual little performance while apologizing for the delay. The moment he saw him enter, Callion thought that the time had finally come, so he merely gave a discreet signal to his father. At that instant, Romain announced before everyone that the concubine Freyja would posthumously receive the title of queen. And it was precisely at that moment that Evan came close enough for Callion to finally see his aura. The prince was shocked and ended up dropping the goblet. Now he could clearly see Evan's power, and that could only mean one thing. The two of them were on the same level, or perhaps the Marquis was even stronger. Later, during the ball, that announcement became the noble's main topic of conversation. Granting the title of queen to a deceased concubine was practically a public declaration that power now stood on Prince Callion's side. Many began wondering how Brizen would react to that. Meanwhile, Callion himself was speaking with Evan in a corner of the hall. The Marquis commented that the prince had received quite a gift that day. Callion replied that he truly had, but he also took the opportunity to say that it seemed Evan still could not see. Not understanding, the Marquis asked what that brat was talking about. Then Callion merely let out a small laugh, but Evan answered that it did not matter. It made no difference what he could or could not see. What mattered was that the prince needed to see his own future. One day, all those irresponsible actions would bring consequences, and the time would come when he would be removed without leaving behind a single trace. But Callion replied that he was waiting for that day. However, deep inside his own mind, he was not waiting for his own end. He was waiting for Evan's end instead. In truth, he wondered only on which day it would finally happen. As he noticed the boy's arrogance, Evan grew irritated internally. How dare that prince act as if he were already the heir to the throne? Even so, Evan tried to calm himself by thinking that Callion still had nothing truly substantial. He could not act that way just because he had gained a little more legitimacy. Then he passed beside the prince and whispered for him not to stain the royal family with the insignificant cockroach blood running through his veins. But immediately, Callion answered out loud, asking the Marquis when he finally intended to show respect toward the royal family. He even ordered him to bow his head. At that same instant, Evan realized it had been intentional. In the middle of so many nobles, the prince was demanding a bow that not even the king had ever forced from him before. Even so, the Marquis perfectly understood what was happening. Nobles hated any situation that threatened their authority. Even though he stood below a prince, Evan was still superior to most of the nobles present there. And precisely because of that, many of them began wondering what would happen once Callion became crown prince, or even king. How would they be treated from then on? Evan knew that this was a double-edged sword for the boy. His attitude had been extremely arrogant, yet at the same time it demonstrated courage. Even so, he could not understand how the prince dared to demand respect from a marquis in such a way. If he handled the situation correctly, he could still preserve his pride while damaging Callion's reputation. But then he noticed that the prince was smiling. Then Callion asked what the marquis was waiting for, since his majesty was waiting for his bow. After all, had it not been Marquis Evan Brizen himself who claimed he had arrived late and still had not greeted the king? After that, he asked whether perhaps he had decided not to show respect to the king himself, or maybe it would be necessary for the prince personally to teach him proper manners. At that moment, Evan realized the boy had truly gone too far. So finally, he turned toward the king, saying he did not wish to cause any disturbance during the celebration. Right afterward, he lowered his head and apologized while making his bow. As Callion passed by him, he whispered that there was no need to court him as well and that he could return to his seat. Meanwhile, Evan, still with his head lowered, thought that this would never happen again. Later, while walking through the castle's dark and silent corridors, Elon commented that the prince must be tired after the banquet, yet he still did not seem willing to rest. Callion replied that he had practically thrown a bomb into the middle of the hall during the banquet, so there was no way he could act normally afterward. He knew very well that the Brizen family only dared behave so disrespectfully toward the royal family because Evan was extremely powerful, a warrior recognized by everyone, but in the end that power belonged only to Evan himself. No matter how strong someone was, it was impossible to control an entire family alone. Hearing that, Planche commented that they needed to keep Evan close to them until that moment arrived, and asked whether that was why Callion had caused all that commotion during the banquet. With a smile, he replied that no, it had merely been a small act of revenge. revenge. Then he asked why Planche was waiting in the corridor instead of staying in his own room. Planche explained that he had heard Callion's voice while he was on his way to deliver a letter. Then Callion joked that he had practically become a personal carrier pigeon. Despite the joke, the letter was serious. Apparently, something had happened to Arkin Hertz. In the message, Arson Hertz informed them that he had found several mages in the Great Forest, and those people apparently did not share the same objective. While analyzing the message, Ellen deciphered part of its contents and explained that the mages were on the path of the believers. In other words, on the route to Tessid. The only forest along that path was the Clam Forest. Upon hearing that, Callion replied that he had originally sent Arkin Hertz to the Marcus territory. First, he needed to confirm whether Evan and Grey Brezin were working together. Even so, he had ordered his people not to interfere in anything and to be extremely careful. Then he began questioning why Arkin Hertz was in the Clam Forest, instead of the territory belonging to the Marquis and Grey Brezin. At that moment, he remembered the words of the theorist Sion Gerard, who claimed that even humans could create divine artifacts. Perhaps the last of those artifacts had been found in that forest. Meanwhile, Arkin Hertz continued following several hooded men. He thought he should already be returning to the palace by now, but instead he had become trapped in a troublesome situation because the hooded figures were about to enter a cave. 2 weeks earlier, Arson Hertz had visited the Mages Association and was received by its leader, Arya Saren. She commented that the Valkan uniform actually suited him quite well and admitted she never imagined seeing him affiliated with anyone, since he had always been a free spirit. Arson Hertz replied that he had run away because he thought she, the master of the association, would scold him. Ayoria Siren asked whether he had completely lost his sense of danger and whether he truly believed that uniform would protect him from her. Even so, he answered that he had come to visit her. When she asked where he was heading, Arkin Hertz explained that he was going to Grey Brezin's territory. Then she commented that this was perfect because she also had business in that region and they could travel together. Even though he was visibly nervous, Arkin Hertz could not refuse. The issue he needed to resolve in the Margrave's territory had already been settled, but in exchange for accompanying him, Arya Saren decided to make a stop somewhere else first. That was how the two of them ended up in the Clem Forest. While walking through the corridors formed by the trees of the nighttime forest, Arson Hertz asked what exactly she was searching for there. Ayoria Siren answered that she was looking for someone who had last been seen in that forest. The problem was that the records dated back 300 years. If that person were still alive, then they could no longer even be considered human. Hearing that, Arson Hertz became completely disappointed. However, shortly afterward, Arya Siren found a cave overflowing with magical energy, something Arson Hertz also sensed immediately. Inside the cave was a hidden laboratory, filled with documents scattered everywhere. The person who had worked there apparently also lived in that place, eating, sleeping, and spending all their time inside the cave. While examining the papers, Arya Saren commented that she knew she would find something important there. Then Arson Hertz asked how those documents had managed to survive for hundreds of years. The entire place looked destroyed, except for the papers. She explained that there was probably a preservation spell cast on every document. Perhaps they would be destroyed the instant they left the cave. Because of that, taking everything back to the association would not be easy, even with magic. It was at that moment that Arson Hertz sensed a presence outside. Then he ordered Arya Siren to remain inside the cave while he dealt with the situation. Soon after, hooded assassins began approaching the entrance. Sometime later, Arson Hertz had already taken down several of them, but he was also gravely wounded. The injury on his shoulder was far deeper than he had realized at the moment he received the blow. Even while injured, he continued unleashing a rain of ice shards against the enemies. The assassins protected themselves using that same red barrier. They looked like desert warriors, exactly like the ones who had attacked the prince before. One of the warriors charged forward wielding a gigantic sword, but Arson Hertz managed to dodge at the last second, causing the enemy to be struck by the magical attacks instead. However, at the very moment he was about to be cut in half, the warrior declared that he would make a fine sacrifice for Zion. Confused, Arson Hertz wondered who Zion was. At the very last second, Callion appeared and saved his mage. After that, he told Arson Hertz that from now on, he wanted him to accept only tasks he was truly capable of handling. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Arya Siren continued analyzing the characters written in the documents. She realized they were exactly the same as the symbols carved into the stone. At that moment, Ellen entered the cave and asked why she was doing that, since he had never asked her to investigate it. Outside, Arson Hertz was still trying to understand how the prince had reached that place so quickly. Callion explained that he had used a magical teleportation circle. In fact, according to him, Arson Hertz's own teleportation had ended up saving his life. After that, Callion simply asked whether it was finally time to clean up the entire mess. Callion ordered Arson Hertz not to kill the mage, only capture him. Right afterward, he charged at the desert warrior. The man tried to attack him with his longsword, but Callion closed the distance in an instant, and within only a few seconds, surrounded by his red aura, the third prince effortlessly beheaded the enemy. Meanwhile, Arson Hertz, completely worn out and exhausted, informed him that he had managed to capture the mage. He had pinned the man to the ground using an ice stake. That was was when Callian noticed the deep wound on the mage's arm and immediately ordered him to use teleportation to return to the royal palace and receive treatment from Hina. The prince explained that he was extremely irritated after what had happened there, so it would be better for Arsenherz to leave immediately. Without arguing, Arsenherz obeyed. After that, Callian approached the desert mage and commented that he was not sure whether the man truly knew anything important, but he still wanted to keep him alive. After all, if he decided to say something before dying, the prince would be willing to listen. When the man remained silent, Callian simply drove his sword into the man's leg. Then he told him to stop screaming and start talking already, because it was not such a difficult request. The prince even commented that it was actually convenient that the desert warriors had such high regeneration, since it made them survive longer. Completely consumed by rage, Callian said that he had killed the bastards who appeared last time, so now he would show them exactly why they should never have messed with him. Later, already in a safe place, Aurea Siren apologized to both Elon and the prince. She admitted that her selfish actions had ended up putting Arsenherz and Archmage Elon in danger as well. Then Elon confronted her, saying that she should not treat it as luck just because they had appeared to save her. According to him, she needed to think more carefully about her own actions, because when she made reckless mistakes like that, it was not her who ended up dying, but the subordinates who had sworn their lives to her. As a leader, her decisions carried extremely serious consequences, so she needed to start acting like someone in that position. After that, Elon informed the prince that there was no need to reprimand her anymore, because he had already done it himself. Even so, Aurea Siren apologized once again for what she had done. Then Callian replied that he understood the situation and that everything was fine. According to him, Arsenherz was already receiving treatment at that moment, so now it was time to focus on the main issue, analyzing all those documents. Aurea Siren explained that she had not been able to remove the documents from the cave by herself because of the preservation magic, but thanks to Ellen's spatial magic, they had managed to bring everything back for analysis. Then Ellen commented that he still had not managed to read all the contents, but apparently Mr. Arsenherz had discovered something important during the fight against the desert warriors. The name of the organization was Zeon, and in their language it meant King of Humans. Hearing that, Callian immediately remembered the elder Zara from the elf village. Back then, the old man kept calling him the King of Humans all the time, simply because he was a prince. In other words, that term was not new to him. Because of that, Callian decided that their next stop would be the elf village, because it was time to have a serious conversation with the elven elders. Later, poor Planche received another carrier pigeon mission. This time, he was given Prince Chase's magical communication device. Callian explained that since they possessed only the lower part of the axis of time, it would be useful to keep that communication channel open in case Prince Chase recovered any important memories. But Planche replied that he was not really interested in that and asked where that absurd idea came from that everyone could be irresponsible like Callian himself. He then told him that he was younger than him and still acted that way. On top of that, Planche asked whether Callian did not think that recovering memories in such a way could end up destabilizing Chase. After all, he had an entire kingdom to rule. Even so, Callian replied that he knew very well what kind of person Chase was. According to him, the prince was not someone who broke easily, so that would not affect him, and unlike certain people he knew, Chase did not need to be watched all the time. After that, Callian assured him that Chase was not the type of younger brother who would wish harm upon his own family. In the end, Planche simply grabbed the device and stood up from the table, showing his middle finger as he said that then he himself would be the older brother who screws everything up. Sometime later, Elon explained to His Highness Planche that, as he already knew, there was an enormous influence of Sysphania within that palace. Because of that, personal magical communication devices normally could not be used there. Then he asked whether Planche truly wanted that restriction to be undone. Planche replied that he was desperately trying to keep everyone alive, including himself. He was trying to protect both the current kingdom and the kingdom from his past life. In the end, all he wanted was to help his little brother. Then Elon commented that it seemed Callian had caused another gigantic problem once again. Even so, he asked for the bracelet so he could analyze it. While examining the object, Ellen commented that there were all kinds of people in that world, but King de Blanc was like a snake. As soon as he became crown prince, he had to personally kill his own brothers. According to Ellen, all Chase wanted back then was to protect his younger brother, Baron Secretia, from their own father. Because of that, he learned to endure all the pain alone in order to prevent other people from getting hurt. Then Ellen concluded by saying that perhaps Planche should not be so harsh on the poor man. After hearing that, Planche simply replied that he understood and that he knew what he needed to do. Later, in Secretia, Chase walked through the silent corridors toward his father's office. King de Blanc asked whether anything unusual had happened in Kairos. Then Chase calmly replied that no, Your Majesty. According to him, everything had happened exactly according to plan, and there was nothing important to report. Even so, de Blanc commented that Chase himself had insisted on making that trip alone, and asked whether there was perhaps someone important he wanted to meet in Kairos. Without hesitating, Chase answered, "No, father." He said that it had all merely been part of diplomacy, and nothing more. The king stared at his son for a few seconds before finally saying that everything was fine, and dismissing him. Even so, de Blanc's dark dark gaze continued to weigh heavily upon him. Shortly afterward, when a soldier approached him, Chase immediately stated that he had done none of that and asked not to be reminded about the matter. Deep down, he knew he needed to act exactly as he had in his past life, so that his father would not suspect anything, and so that the future would not end up following the same path as before. After that, Chase left the place, and upon arriving at his chambers, he found his beautiful fiancée, Ariane, waiting for him. With open arms, Ariane asked how the long journey had been, but Chase simply hugged her and said that he had left something behind. She asked if she could try to find it for him, but he replied that unfortunately he was not permitted to do so. Ariane then wanted to know if it was really that important, and Chase confirmed that yes, it was very important. She commented that, in that case, there was nothing wrong with being a little greedy for something so valuable, but he replied that it was still not the right time. Everything had to continue exactly as it was, at least until winter. While they were talking, Chase noticed a strange hooded figure through the window watching them. However, shortly after, the person vanished without leaving any trace. Even so, he explained that only in that way would the cure finally arrive, and then everything would disappear without causing problems. Later, in the palace of Karis, Freya was officially recognized as a posthumous queen. Her portrait was placed on display for everyone to see. At that moment, a knight informed Evan that the elevation ceremony would take place the following week. They also discovered that a public event would occur in a nearby courtyard at the same time, but Evan simply dismissed the messenger in silence. Alone, he thought that because of that ridiculous scene at the banquet, he had been unable to say a single word against Freya's elevation as queen. He had ended up being forced to leave in silence, and now that he had been silenced in that way, the other nobles would also not have the courage to join his cause. Because of this, he concluded that he needed to eliminate once and for all that obstacle in his path, the third prince. Moreover, he had no idea what the hell Planche was doing, and had no intention of simply sitting and waiting for things to happen. Meanwhile, at the Valken headquarters, several mages were searching for Hertz, but he was nowhere to be found. Some of them commented that they needed to find him soon, since he had already returned from his punishment, and the vice leader's training had become extremely intense. However, at that moment, they were all called back to continue training. What no one knew was that Hertz had been in the room the entire time, hidden by an invisibility spell. He simply wanted some rest, and after realizing that the other mages could barely sense his magical presence, he decided to make full use of that ability, so he took the opportunity to take a nap. But suddenly, a knight entered the room. Hertz immediately found it strange, wondering what a knight was doing in the resting area of the Valken mages. Shortly after, he saw the man discreetly place a note inside Planche's personal locker. The knight passed right by him but did not notice the invisibility spell, so, naturally, Hertz took the opportunity to check its contents. Upon reading the note, he discovered that Prince Callian was in trouble. At that same moment, Callian himself was reflecting on the group that used the term King of Humans. He recalled the information obtained from the captured mages. One of them had said that, at the moment of death, his stone would disappear. Furthermore, Callian noticed that the stone had inscriptions very similar to those of the Axis of Time, apparently the same language. Even so, he was already tired of thinking about it without having any concrete proof. It was then that Jan appeared accompanied by Hertz, saying there was an urgent message. The mage apologized for interrupting His Highness's rest, but Callian replied that it was no problem, and that he could come at any time. Then he asked how his shoulder was, and whether it had fully healed. Hertz replied that it had. He said that Lady Hina's treatment had helped a lot, and that he had already recovered enough to return to training. After that, he explained that sometime earlier he had seen a knight doing something suspicious in the mage's resting room. The man had hidden something inside Planche's locker, so he decided to investigate as a precaution. In the end, he discovered it was a note asking what the relationship was between Prince Callian and the Prince of Secretia. After hearing that, Callian took a moment before answering. Then he asked why Hertz kept following him with such loyalty. He said he didn't remember doing anything grand enough to deserve that, but Callian replied that he didn't need to answer immediately, and could take as much time as he needed. At that moment, Callian clearly realized that the mage knew he was hiding some secret, but still did not try to pressure him into revealing anything, so he decided to explain at least part of the truth. That was when he revealed that, in reality, he had been the one who killed Hertz in the past. After that, he told the entire story related to the Axis of Time. Surprised, Hertz asked how something like that could even exist. Callian, in turn, admitted that he could not say whether it was the result of his own greed or simply a desire for recognition, but at some point he had stopped feeling the need to hide everything alone. Part of him wanted to keep it a secret, especially from Hertz, but another part of him wanted to tell the truth. Hertz then apologized for not remembering anything, but Callian made it clear that it was not his fault. Taking Taking advantage of the moment, Callion asked what he lived for, and what exactly he protected. Arson Hertz replied that he protected what he was able to. He said he kept his word, his pride in front of the commander, his convictions in front of the vice commander, Prince Planche, and that he still felt nervous in front of the leader of the association. Even so, he lived to protect all of that, as well as Valken. After hearing this, Callion told him to add one more thing to that list: the throne he would one day sit upon. Surprised, Archenherz asked whether that meant he would receive an even higher position than vice commander, even knowing the prince's weakness. Callion simply nodded. Then the mage replied that the prince himself had once asked why he followed him. He said Callion was a good and kind person, and that the reasons for accompanying him had grown so much that they were difficult to explain. All of it had taken root within him. In the end, there might not even be a specific reason anymore. He simply liked staying by his side because he believed he was a good person. Deep down, Archenherz realized that what had started as gratitude had now become something much greater. He felt guided by the path the prince had chosen to walk. After that, Archenherz mentioned that the prince might not know this, but before any battle he always introduced himself to his enemy. He said it was a teaching from his master and a habit he still followed to this day. Upon hearing that, Callion immediately remembered that it was true. In his past life, Archenherz had done exactly the same thing, and on that fateful day, it had probably been the first time he had ever asked his enemy's name. Even without remembering the other timeline, Callion was certain of it. So he asked whether he could at least feel proud of that part of the story. In response, Archenherz said that even after everything that had happened, the prince had still chosen to stay by his side. So shouldn't he at least give him a reason to believe that choice was the right one? But Callion replied that it wasn't necessary, because he already knew it had been the best choice. Then Archenherz declared that, since he had taken his life once, he would now protect it at any cost. He said he would protect him with all his heart and all his skill. Even so, Callion replied that he did not want him to protect only his life. What he truly desired was for him to protect his space, his place, and the people important to him. But Archenherz said he could not refuse that proposal. Alright, he said he would never be able to look at himself in the mirror again if he could not help the prince. Hearing that, Callion just thought that this guy was as stubborn as Ellen, for God's sake. Later that night, Callion was alone on the balcony drinking tea. As he looked at the sky, he thought that Ellen would definitely be extremely angry if he found out that he had also told Archenherz the whole story. But at that moment, someone tried to contact him through the bracelet. It was Prince Chase, who said he did not even know if it was working properly, since he still had not fully mastered mana, but he was trying to send a message. Then he asked whether he had heard correctly that Callion wanted to get in contact with him. At that moment, Callion realized that Planche had probably orchestrated all of this for him. Even so, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Then Chase asked what exactly he wanted to talk about. However, in reality, it was Chase who was using the bracelet, while Callion used the ring to enable communication between the two of them. Callion replied that he did not have anything very specific in mind. He just wanted to have a more comfortable conversation with Prince Chase. Then Chase asked if it was because of the axis of time. He then explained that, to be honest, he did not remember much, but he would try to recover some details little by little. If any memories came back, he would inform him immediately. Callion replied that it was more than enough. After that, Chase asked if he wanted anything else, so Callion simply invited the prince to have tea sometime together with the knight Kiri. Chase replied that he saw no reason to refuse. He said they would definitely do it one day, and that when Callion grew a little more, they could all drink together as much as they wanted. The next morning, Callion once again defeated Demiria Siegfried in a training duel. Even though she lost, she thanked him because she was learning a lot from him. Callion then replied that he felt the same. He commented that the elephant family did not carry that name for nothing, but he also noticed that she had improved a lot recently. Demiria Siegfried thanked him again, and mentioned that the period of the bet he had promised was already over. In addition, the knights left there for training were developing very well. Callion then asked how much time remained before they could be officially brought to the palace. She replied that they were only waiting for some movement from the Brizon family, because so far they had done absolutely nothing. Callion said that unfortunately nothing had happened yet, but that it might be better to start thinking about someone suitable to take on the position of Margrave. Then he asked what she thought about it. But Demiria Siegfried replied that she had no interest in becoming the fiancé of a man who made a living digging graves. Upon hearing that, Callion asked if she already wanted a divorce so soon, but she replied that he was already choosing a new Margrave, teaching her swordsmanship out of nowhere, and clearly intending to cut off Evan Breeson's head. She said all of that was far too early. Moreover, she reminded him that Evan was extremely powerful with the sword, and very experienced. Just because he could not see Callion's aura did not mean he was weak. If he tried to face Evan Breeson now, he would end up dying. Even so, Callion replied that he was not that weak, and that he did not intend to die either. After all, the person who had given him that opportunity had not sent him back just for him to die meaninglessly like that. Then Demiria Siegfried replied that fine, maybe he would not die, but he would certainly be severely injured, and even if he survived unscathed, he would still have to deal with the crime of assassinating a marquis. Not only him, but Prince Planche could also end up in danger. At that moment, Callion thought that his brother was different from the others. Still, he he ended up admitting that she was right. At least some safety measures would need to be taken before doing anything. Later, he met with Blanche and placed a contract on the table. To save his brother's heart, he intended to use a contradiction between oath seals. He thought of using another seal in a brazen way, creating a small gap between the vows. That was when he came up with the idea of creating a contract directly between himself and Blanche. Callian explained that he was not absolutely certain of anything. He did not know whether it would really work to protect him. If it worked, great. If it failed, at least they would not lose anything. But Blanche replied that it sounded like pure madness. Even so, Callian explained that he could also write the terms himself and would accept any conditions. Both of them knew better than anyone that this was not a simple matter. Still, Blanche never hesitated when it came to betting his own heart. He would probably have accepted immediately if even the Marquis had suggested a similar contract. This time at least, he could use his own terms. Then Blanche commented that he really had to admit one thing. Callian knew how to speak beautifully when he wanted to. The contract stated that Blanche should leave the palace and live in the territory of the Brisson Marquis, taking care of several kittens. The second clause stated that Callian would help his brother with everything he had. After reading it, Blanche wondered if this was really the kind of thing Callian meant when he said he was betting his heart. After that, he commented that he honestly had no idea what he should even add to that contract. Then Callian replied that he could write anything he wanted. However, Blanche seemed far too calm about the whole situation, so the third prince commented that perhaps it was precisely because he had almost no interest in anything for himself that he ended up being so pleasant like that. But Blanche replied that it was impressive how he couldn't go 5 minutes without starting to bark like a dog. Then Callian finally asked for a single serious thing. He said he wanted him to be obedient when it came to food, because at this rate he would never grow properly. Immediately, Blanche replied that it was already going too far. Even so, Callian kept insisting because he was genuinely worried about him. He said that Blanche himself had stated he wanted to live, so he shouldn't treat his own life so carelessly. In the end, he explained that he was only asking this as a brother, truly concerned about him. And Blanche signed the contract, and the oath seal was finally formed. Magical chains intertwined between their hearts, creating a bond that could not be broken. That was probably the best move Callian could have made. He did not intend to tell Blanche exactly what he was doing, because he knew that if he learned too much, he would end up passing information to Evan without even realizing it. In this way, Evan would never understand the full plan. But as he thought about Evan, Callian ended up remembering his father and his past life. In his memory, he could still hear his voice asking whether he truly believed the world would move according to his will. The king also said he should never forget that there would always be variables along the way. And then, suddenly, the one thing that should not have happened did happen. Blanche collapsed to the ground. His heart stopped. Before anyone could properly react, another person also collapsed outside the hall, causing even more confusion. Callian immediately ordered a servant to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Blanche's servant ran to him in panic, completely shocked by what had happened. Still, Callian remained calm and began analyzing the second prince's condition. After a few moments, he realized that his heart had not been destroyed. Furthermore, the mark created by the oath between them was still active. That could only mean one thing. Blanche had betrayed the Brisson. Because of that, the magic that was supposed to completely stop his heart had been activated. But something was wrong. The second contract was still functioning as well. It was as if both oaths were fighting each other inside Blanche's body. His heart slowed more and more, trapped between two opposing forces. The servant was completely desperate, but Callian told him to calm down and listen carefully. He ordered that Blanche and the other person be taken directly for treatment. He also warned that they should trust no one except Ellen or the mages of Valken. In addition, Arx and Hertz needed to be summoned immediately, and a message had to be sent to his master without delay. Even nervous, the servant still asked where the prince would go. Callian then replied that he would do whatever it took to bring Blanche back. Shortly after, he headed straight to the Brisson residence. He broke down the gates, defeated the guards, and destroyed everything that stood in his way, until he finally reached the Marquise's throne room. Seeing him arrive, Evan commented that he had come faster than expected. Then he asked how Callian had managed to keep the second prince alive, saying he was honestly impressed. He also admitted he was curious to find out how he managed to deceive everyone like that. But Callian had no interest in answering. In fact, he also had a question. He wanted to know whether Evan intended to pass on his swordsmanship to someone before he died. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Arsen Hertz and Hina worked together to treat Blanche. At first, the treatment seemed to be working. Arsen Hertz used magic to ease the pain while Hina focused her powers on restoring his body. Even so, the mage quickly realized that this alone would not solve the problem. It was only a temporary measure. The real issue lay in the oath seal. Without fully understanding the situation, Arsen Hertz began to wonder exactly what had happened there. A short time earlier, a knight had approached Blanche carrying a message. According to him, the Marquis had ordered that it be placed in the first prince's room. The object was a small vial filled with an extremely dangerous poison. At the same moment, Blanche realized that this was a trap set for both him and the brothers. That poison would likely kill Callian instantly. After that, Randell, who had prepared the poison but realized too late that the plan would not work as intended to stage everything as an assassination carried out by the desert desert warriors or the sacred knights. Even so, Planchy noticed a flaw in Evan's plan. That alone would not be strong enough evidence to support the entire conspiracy. Then the knight repeated another message sent by the Marquis. If Prince Callian died, the Brizen would take care of everything from that point onward. After hearing that, Planch took the vial of poison, making the knight believe he would cooperate with Evan's plan. However, he immediately ordered the man to flee. He said his brother would arrive very soon and advised him to jump out of the window before it was too late. At that moment, Planch had already made his decision. He wanted to become at least living proof that the poison came from Evan. More than that, he wanted to survive in order to place Callian on the throne. That had become his new goal. He did not want to die, and he would do anything to survive. Later, the knight who delivered the poison was brought before the king himself. As soon as he saw the man, Romain immediately recognized him as a royal knight. That meant the Brizen had finally gone too far. The king did not know how far the family's influence reached, but even so, he did not kill the knight. Ellen instead ordered the man to be taken away and imprisoned immediately. The guards then asked what they should do about his injury, since the knight was bleeding heavily. Without showing any mercy, Ellen replied that he did not need any treatment. He said only that the man would remain alive long enough to stand upon the Hellenista leaves in the square. Shortly afterward, Romain asked what the current situation was. Ellen then explained that all of Kayla's apprentices had been disarmed and were now under surveillance by the mages of Valken. He also reported that the first prince was safe in Shermiel Palace, while the second prince remained under the care of Arkan Hertz, although there had still been no improvement in his condition. Hearing all of this, Romain admitted that he had once again caused enormous problems. He said that from the very beginning, he had given too much power to the Brizen, but Elon coldly replied that the king spent every day claiming to be buried in work, while a royal guard knight under his command had raised a hand against a prince. He then reminded him that his precious disciple was at that very moment fighting alone, trying to protect the royal family and fill the hole that the king himself had dug. Then he asked what exactly Romain was trying to do. He wanted to know whether saying those words made him feel even slightly better. The king replied that he understood everything Ellen meant. He said he could not simply continue sitting and doing nothing, but admitted that he still did not fully understand what was happening between Callian and the Marquis. Even so, Ellen replied that he would not blame him for worrying about his children. After all, before being a king, he was still a father. But in his view, all Romain should do at that moment was stay by his children's side and support them. When Callian asked whether Evan intended to pass down his swordsmanship to someone, the Marquis replied that the Brizen family's art was never taught to outsiders. He said that even for a prince, it would be impossible. But while he was still speaking, Callian was already advancing with his sword covered in red aura. Even so, Evan easily blocked the strike and replied coldly that when someone acts in haste, in the end they end up with nothing. At that moment, Callian realized the absurd level of power the Marquis possessed. Then Evan advanced as well, and the two of them began an extremely balanced duel. The strength of their strikes was evenly matched, their swordsmanship talent as well. For the first time, Callian was facing the true Brizen sword style. It was a strange and extremely refined style, slower than Seaton Slake's but faster than Slayman von Siegfried's, heavier than Seaton's movements, yet lighter than Slayman's. Moreover, it was completely different from the sword style used in the palace or the technique Planche knew. That was an art reserved only for the head of the Brizen house, and honestly Callian liked it. When he attempted another direct slash toward the Marquis's chest, Evan dodged with absurd agility. It was at that moment that the third prince noticed something strange. The Marquis's body balance felt off in some way, as if something was hidden behind his movements. After avoiding another attack, Callian stepped back and commented that it was about time Evan showed something different. After all, he was clearly hiding something. The Marquis then admitted that, very well. In front of him, he pulled out a second sword hidden within the first blade. Now he would fight with two swords. Seeing that, Callian admitted that he had hidden that technique very well. Evan replied that it was actually amusing, since they could never use that style in public, and now he finally had the perfect opportunity. Then Callian asked if he truly intended to reveal it specifically to him, but Evan simply told him not to worry. After all, Callian would not leave that place alive anyway, so there would be no one left to reveal the secret. After another provocation from the prince, the Marquis advanced again, but now everything was different. With two blades in his hands, his attacks became much faster and more unpredictable. Callian could barely keep up. During the clash, a chandelier suddenly crashed down on him, forcing the prince to dodge at the last second. Even so, he ended up taking a cut to the chest. While fighting, Callian tried to recall any information he had about that technique. All he knew was that this style was even more powerful than the Siegfried technique. He felt the answer was somewhere in his mind, or perhaps Evan was still hiding something even greater. The duel continued in a frenzy. Now the Marquis was pressing the third prince far more aggressively, forcing Callian to constantly retreat. Even so, Evan himself began to feel impressed. The boy was fighting him on equal terms. Without a doubt, he possessed monstrous talent for someone his age. Still, Evan believed that would not be enough. In his view, experience was something impossible to overcome. At one point, Callian leapt off the wall and attempted to strike the Marquis from behind, but once again he failed. The gap in experience was still enormous. stress. Then Evan noticed something. Only one decisive blow was missing. One more step and he would kill that boy once and for all. But there was something else strange. Up until now, Callion had barely been attacking. He only reacted to the Marcus movements and evaded his strikes. At first, Evan thought it was because the prince simply could not find openings. But that was not it. Suddenly, he understood. Callion had been doing it on purpose the entire time. It was as if he had been guiding his movements. And the prince himself realized that Evan had finally understood, just from the expression on the Marquis's face. Evan then glared at him furiously and realized the entire truth. Damn it. All this time, that was what he had been doing. Then Callion thanked him for the demonstration of skill so far. He said it was enough, and it was time for them to say goodbye. At that moment, he released even more aura around his sword. The blade turned completely red, consumed by suffocating energy. Now he finally understood Evan's attack pattern. He understood his technique, and he understood his movements. Then he moved. The strike was so fast and so powerful that Evan could not even see it coming. The Marquis tried to block with both blades, but in that instant, he felt something he had not experienced in a very long time. Fear. An overwhelming killing intent crashed down upon him. For the first time, Evan truly thought he might die there. He thought he would lose everything, that he would lose the Breeson. Before him appeared only that red star reflected in the prince's crimson eyes. Blood, death, destruction. Even so, deep in his mind, Evan still thought that if he was going to die, then he would drag everyone down with him. But at that exact moment, a small girl came out of one of the mansion's rooms. Innocently, she simply asked if her grandfather was already awake. That distracted Callion for just a single second, but it did not distract Evan. And in that instant, the Marquis's sword pierced through the prince's body.